Chapter 101. Heading to Amazon Lily. No one thought that just after sleeping all night, the course would deviate so far. It would definitely be unrealistic to turn around again. They could only start looking for surrounding ships in the current way. Where do you want to go? Hancock asked quietly. Gaia Island. Chang Nyo said with a smile. It would take about a month to sail back and forth like that. Listening to Hancock talking to himself, Chang Nyo smiled slightly and said, "It's better to find a place to put us down first. It has delayed your time for so long and it can no longer affect the national economic life of your country. It's okay, King Chang Nyo. Our Nine Snakes Kingdom still has food for at least half a month, so we don't have to worry about the situation in the country in the short term." Sonia squeezed forward and said to Chang Nyo with a smile. "Your Majesty, if possible, we can also pay a certain fee to the Nine Snakes pirates and just ask them to send us to the designated place." Shunye also said. "No. This is a good idea. We don't want more this time, just 500 million belly." Before Chang Nyo could say anything, Groud patted Junhee on the shoulder and shouted. "Others have no right to speak at all now and can only stare here. Sister, we have said that we will take things back no matter what. If King Tru is willing to pay, we should be able to accept it, right?" Groud asked Hankyuk. However, this woman didn't know what she was thinking right now. She stood there blankly and didn't listen to them at all. It's just that if Groud and Sonia agree to this matter, Hancock will not have any complaints. The other members of the pirate group seemed to be relatively satisfied and didn't care too much about this matter. After being in contact with these men for a day and a night, they completely relaxed the minds of these women. As they had never been in contact with men, they were also full of affection for these people in the true kingdom. "Your Majesty, my subordinates have checked and found that there is no sign of any ship within a radius of 50 kilometers. I am afraid that we will either go to Judiciary Island, or we can only go to Nine Snakes, or we will directly take a detour to other places." While they were still chatting, Abena jumped down from the top and stood next to Chang Nyo and spoke respectfully. "Okay, I get it. Now that it has reached this point, Chang Nyo can only be helpless. If he can encounter merchant ships or other ships in the middle, at least he will have a way to leave. But in this situation, it is already a bit difficult to get off the ship of the Nine Snakes pirates. He is already thinking about whether to buy a cruise ship from the system space, but if it appears directly now, everyone will be suspicious." Hancock, who had been silent and dreaming, finally woke up. Although she did not notice the content of their chat just now, after waking up, he suddenly shouted directly, "Everyone, the course is set for Gaia Island, we are also go out and browse the Grand Line to increase your experience." Hancock's sudden speech caused everyone on the ship to fall into a daze. Everyone could not believe what they heard. After all, such a thing is really amazing, a pirate sending the king of a country, and it's still such a long distance. The two Sonia sisters also looked at their elder sister in disbelief, which could be seen from the surprised look in their eyes. Although they raised such questions before, they were just joking and talking to themselves, but they didn't expect that it would actually become like this now. These people in the true kingdom were all in disbelief, and even felt that they had heard wrongly. Chang Nyo closed his eyes and looked helpless, but there was really no better way now. "Are you really going to do this?" Chang Nyo asked looking at Hancock. It's only been a day since they got to know each other, and the other party is already willing to do such a thing, so how can they not shock others? However, Hancock showed the attitude of a little woman at this time, looked at Chang Nyo with a smile, kept touching his two index fingers, and said a little shyly, "Anyway, there is nothing going on in the country, and we just want to go see it. Look, what it looks like on the Grand Line." Listening to what Hancock said, Chang Nyo had no choice but to say, "Enter the Nine Snakes territory first, I have something for you." "Ah? What?" Hancock asked, stunned for a moment. "You'll know when we get there," Chang Nyo said calmly. They have acquiesced in this kind of thing, especially the Nine Snakes pirates. They now have endless trust in Hancock's orders. Let alone going to Nine Snakes Island now, even if you log in, others probably won't have much objection. The ship continued to move forward, and the speed of the two sea beasts in front was obviously much faster than normal use of sails. After everyone on the ship received such a reply, they started a new round of banquets again. Before they woke up from the wine of the previous day, a new round of banquets had already begun. I don't know who is the pirate between the two parties. They are all so unruly, and no one cares about what they do at this time. He drank so happily that he completely forgot about other things. While everyone was immersed in joy, only Abena stayed at the top and observed the surroundings vigilantly. His expression did not show the joy he imagined, but he was still doing what he should do seriously. Now that the route to be taken has been planned, before the banquet started, the women on the Nine Snakes ship quickly put up the sails, and the rest relied on the two sea beasts to pull the huge ship forward. Without the sail, the entire ship could only rely on two huge sea beasts to pull it. However, the lack of sails could be clearly felt, and the speed of the ship increased again. In less than half a day, we have entered the windless zone. The difference here is indeed much different from what we imagined. The windless zone is really just like its name, there is no wind at all. If a sailboat enters such a place, almost all of them can be said to be difficult to move forward. But if the windless zone is just like this, it would be better, but the so-called windless zone is not as simple as imagined. When you stick your head out, you can clearly see the changes in the sea water. Chapter 102: The Secret of Crossing the Windless Zone. Many people were already lying on the edge of the boat, looking down at the sea below. The huge figures below are so big that some are as big as an island. However, there are simply countless such things in this place. It's amazing. This is the windless zone. I've only heard of it before, but I didn't expect there to be so many big guys here. A guard from the True Kingdom stood on the edge and said with emotion. You just know? This is the case in the Windless Belt. Otherwise, why would other pirates enter the Grand Line through the upside-down mountain? The main reason is because of these things in the Windless Belt. There are at least hundreds of them in any one of them. Meters long, some even reach tens of thousands of meters, which is completely beyond our imagination. A female member of the pirate group also lay on the edge of the fence and said to the guard next to her with a smile. Is it possible for you to live in a place like this? And how do you prevent them from attacking you every time you come out? The guard asked curiously. Now he is not the only one asking, but many people elsewhere are already listening with their ears pricked up, and they all want to know what kind of technology they use to safely cross the windless zone. At present, apart from the Navy and the world government, this kind of technology can only be possessed by the Nine Snakes pirate group for pirates. Even the four emperors who are crisscrossing the Great Sea route also need to be obedient in the windless zone. Of obedience. This is the Grand Line, the windless zone that belongs to everyone, a place where no one can die without even leaving a scumbag behind. On the surface, June and Ming were sitting there chatting with others, but in fact they were listening with their ears pricked up, and they were still chatting with others with a smile on their face. However, when the pirate girl who was chatting heard this question from the guard, she was stunned for a moment and then said dully, "This is how we live. I don't know the details." "I see, it's just that you are really powerful. If we can cross the windless zone, then the distance to the Grand Route can be shortened by at least half," the guard said with a smile. There are many guards who ask such questions, but they have no purpose and are just curious. Moreover, the words everyone communicated could not be hidden from Chong Nyo who was sitting on the deck drinking tea, let alone Hancock who was sitting next to him. "Don't you want to know how to survive the windless zone?" Hancock asked with a smile. Now the three sisters and Chong Nyo were sitting on the edge of overtime, eating and drinking, chatting, but when faced with Hancock's sudden question, Chong Nyo just smiled. There is no need for others to remind you what to do about this kind of thing now. Regardless of whether they have mastered the technology or not, today's True Kingdom cannot directly pass through the windless zone. If this kind of thing spreads, their country will face a more severe situation than having the sixth form of the Navy. Hancock, it's best not to talk to other people about this problem. Being able to cross the windless zone is the biggest bargaining chip in the hands of the Navy and the world government. If this technology is mastered by others or other countries, can you imagine the final result? Chong Nyo said leisurely while drinking tea. But didn't we spend it like this? And for the Navy, there is no possibility of hiding this kind of thing. Sonia said with some doubts. Although the Navy has mastered the method of crossing the windless zone so far, they also have a fatal flaw, that is, in the windless zone, all they can do is sail, but if they fight in the windless zone, if so, at least according to their strength, they can't do it now. Listening to what Chong Nyo said, Hancock also thought about it seriously, and then asked in disbelief, "Is it possible that the reason why the Navy asked us to join the Shishibukai some time ago was also because of this?" "Perhaps so. With your current strength, it may be difficult to join the Shishibukai, but in the windless zone you can sail and fight freely. This is an unpredictable strength for the world government." Chang Nyo said, but his words were not without purpose. According to the current strength on Daughter Island, if they want to join the world government, their strength is not even as good as crocodile, let alone compared to other people. But one of the main reasons why the world government can invite them is because of the problem of the windless zone. In Chang Nyo's impression, the main reason why he was able to join the Shishibukai was that some of them had grudges against the four emperors, such as Crocodile. This guy's purpose all along was to provoke Shiro Beard, then not to mention others. In such a troubled time, the world government and the navy do not want to cause any trouble, so it is logical and natural that Daughter Island will become the candidate for the Shishibukai. In this windless zone, even a being as powerful as a naval admiral with transcendent strength is likely to cause him to perish in this place. The risks involved can be imagined. The monsters in the windless belt are beyond everyone's imagination, but no one has been able to see their true faces, but they still linger above everyone's heads. King Chang Nyo, how do you know these things? Groud asked curiously while eating. There are only a few ways to safely cross the windless zone. Halo Stone has the power to radiate the sea. As long as it is assisted by technology, he can naturally sail in this sea, even in the windless zone. It doesn't matter, but for you, the way to survive the windless zone safely is to train Neptune types that can listen to you, right? Chang Nyo asked with a leisurely smile. The other members of the pirate group don't know, but the three Hancock sisters know very well that all this is exactly what Chang Nyo said. The reason why they can safely survive the windless zone is because they can tame this kind of sea king. Sea beasts, allowing them to sail freely in the windless zone. But the three Hancock sisters were still a little surprised that this kind of problem was pointed out so pointedly. This may be a secret to outsiders, but this ship is originally pulled by the Sea King class, and its level is not low. You can know it with a little thinking. Being able to survive the windless zone safely is a secret that is not spread even to Nine Snakes Island. Although they have already guessed that the Navy can survive the windless zone safely because of the Halo Stone, but the specifics no one knows what happened. Chapter 103 Purpose? It's just that all of this has been seen through by the king of the true kingdom in front of them, and he can also tell the reasons. How can this not surprise them? King Chang Nyo, I feel like you know everything. I wonder if I can ask you about the purpose of your trip to Gaia Island? Sonia asked. That's right. That place is obviously far away from your South Blue Sea. I've heard of this place before. It seems to be a paradise for pirates on the Grand Line. Groud also said. No matter how hard they try, they still have no idea why Chang Nyo would choose to go to a place that is a city of sin. But from the other party's expression, Hancock had already interpreted other meanings. She turned her face to look at her two younger sisters, and said with a slightly serious expression, this is another country's national affairs, you two should not be so curious to ask questions. Yes, Oni-sama. The two strange-looking sisters just lowered their heads, not even daring to eat. Although Hancock did not reprimand them, they had already thought of other things at the critical moment. Why do you want to go to Nine Snake Island first? It's obviously a long way from our destination. Hancock's emotion expressed at this moment was already a little guarded. Although she had a good impression of Chang Nyo after getting along with her for the past 2 days, after all, it involved the security of her country, so she still frowned and asked. As for this, you don't have to worry. Since you have chosen to send us to Gaia Island, you naturally cannot allow some special situations to occur in your country. I wonder what you mean. Hancock asked curiously after listening to what Chang Nyo said. Chang Nyo didn't say anything else. He stretched out his hand in front of Hancock, and saw blue fluorescence wrapped around his hand. In the next second, a huge gem suddenly appeared in the empty palm. This scene made the three women stunned for a moment, and Groud was even more shocked and said, Ability user. I have 500 million belly here. You can send it back to the people on your island first, so that they can be self-sufficient for at least this period of time and save you from having to owe you any favors later. Chang Nyo said with a smile. Are you really willing to pay us? Sonia asked in disbelief. Do you think I need to lie to you? After Chang Nyo finished speaking, the three women looked at each other, and their initially wary expressions slowly began to relax. But during this boring voyage, when the three people were chatting and talking, a sword shot up into the sky instantly. Before anyone else could figure out what happened, Abena had already jumped out of the water. And she was carrying a thigh that was many times bigger than him. I'm sorry, everyone, I just couldn't hold back and jumped into the sea to take a bath, but I didn't expect this guy to keep staring at me, so I couldn't help but bring it up for you to eat. After Abena jumped on board, he smiled at all the surprised people. You bastard, do you know that I was looking into the water just now and you almost cut me, do you know that? Gagoya roared at Abena. Sorry. It was really just an accident. Abena said with a smile. It's really big. We can really have an extra meal tonight. Master Abena is so powerful, he was able to carry such a big guy out of the water. Lord Abena is domineering. After being surprised for a while, the compliments on the boat started to come one after another. Abena didn't pay much attention to these compliments, and directly threw the huge leg on the boat. The moment it was lowered, the entire hull tilted slightly. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Such a big guy could be carried up easily. From this, we can also see how strong Abena is. Amazing! Sonia looked at all this with emotion. Killing a sea king directly in the windless zone, and still under the water, already made the two sisters dumbfounded. Haki! Can you teach the people on this ship how to practice Haki? Hancock blushed with embarrassment and asked Chongnyo, who was sitting opposite him. Yes, that's awesome. Sonia also hurriedly followed. Don't you know how to be domineering? Chongnyo asked in surprise. No, we only have the practice method of seeing and hearing Haki on the island. My sister once accidentally activated Overlord Haki, but there is no training method for armed Haki. Groud said. Yes, so we have been practicing the knowledge Haki for a long time, but there is no foundation or recognition for the common sense of armed color Haki. We don't know how to do it. The previous king also went out to look for this. On the one hand, it's a cultivation method, but it's still like this in the end. Hancock said. The things you mentioned don't seem to be difficult. Chongnyo said with a slight smile. You mean you are willing to teach us? Sonia asked excitedly. It just so happens that we have about 10 days left to sail together. It doesn't hurt to teach you on the way. I can even ask them to write down their cultivation experience, and then you can take it back to your island. At least it can also increase your strength. Chongnyo said. He doesn't care at all about all these things, it's just a way of cultivating domineering. This kind of thing is difficult to find in the first half of the Grand Route, but in the second half of the Grand Route, almost most people know it, but they can't encounter it. That's all. After hearing that the other party had agreed, Hancock immediately showed his feminine attitude, and the other two women were also grinning happily. If they had the blessing of armed domination, their strength would be at least 1 or 2 levels higher than it is now. Why not do it in this situation? Chongnyo does not lack these cultivation methods, and he believes that the people on Nine Snake Island and his people will not conflict at all. If they can talk better in the future, maybe all men from the Toru Kingdom can directly enter the Nine Snakes Island. Although I just think about it, who knows what the future will be like, but this time Chongnyo does have some thoughts about the woman in front of him. He is not a pure second-hand like the future protagonist. Besides, this does not cause any loss to the true kingdom, but it can make a good ally. Chapter 104 Professor Armed Color Dominance. After getting Chongnyo's answer, several people were filled with excitement. Even Hancock, a usually indifferent woman, showed a sweet smile at this moment. Even if they get nothing from going to sea this time, being able to learn how to practice armed domineering is already the biggest gain for them. The ship is still sailing quickly in the windless zone. The speed of the two sea beasts here is obviously much faster than in other sea areas. The scenery on both sides is changing rapidly, and they are not under any attack. Sailing forward in the windless zone, there is no need for any lookouts to check whether the surroundings are safe along the way. Everyone only needs to lie there quietly to reach Nine Snake Island safely. In fact, you can also use this method in subsequent voyages. At least you don't have to worry about any safety and it is faster. By the way, why are you willing to help us like this? Do you have any thoughts about my sister? Sonia suddenly looked at Chongnyo and asked with a smile. When Groud heard this, he quickly moved his face towards her. Unlike Sonia's big face, her face was more focused on her belly. Hancock did not stop his two sisters from asking questions and looked to the other side, but his big ears were listening to the answer Chongnyo was going to give next. Faced with the gossip between the two women, Chongnyo had no intention of hiding anything. He opened his mouth and said leisurely, how about letting your sister be my princess another day? Really? I really want a man like this to confess his love to me. Groud was suddenly moved to tears, looked at Sonia and said. After hearing this, Hancock's face turned red to the back of his ears, and even his neck showed a crimson color. She was about to faint from these words. She didn't know where to put her little hands, and her little heart was so excited that it almost jumped out of her chest. It was the first time a man confessed like this. The key was that she didn't have any intention of rejecting it. The banquet is about to begin. Our king is going to marry your empress and become his princess, and he can get drunk again today. The people here have not reacted yet, but Junhee, who was staying elsewhere, has already shouted loudly at this moment. Everyone on the ship was just silent for a moment, and then immediately burst out into shocking shouts. The parties involved were not yet excited to this extent, and their group of people had already begun to celebrate. The matter had not yet been revealed, but to them, it seemed that it had officially begun. Chang Nyo looked at the now lively crowd with a speechless expression, but he just smiled and said nothing. Gagoya walked out of the crowd and walked slowly to Hancock. She squatted down and sat on the deck and looked at Hancock, who was so shy that he didn't know what to say. She also smiled at the corner of her mouth and took he picked up the other person's hand and asked kindly, "Are you willing to become our princess of King True?" "King, princess." Hancock's nervous words could not be clearly articulated. It was better that no one answered him at first, but now someone has squatted in front of him and asked such words, obviously wanting him to give an answer. She looked at her two sisters. The two women were still hugging each other and crying, and they also wanted such answers and treatment. Everyone on the ship was hiding behind the deck or behind the building. They stuck their heads out one by one, listening carefully to the answer Hancock was about to give. Even Abner, who was sitting at the top of the mast, he was also using his sense of knowledge to sense the situation of the two of them. However, Hancock, who was receiving everyone's gaze, gnawed his fingers nervously at this moment. He raised his head slightly and looked at Gagoya, who was staring at him. After she nodded slightly, everyone exclaimed again. "Got up." However, as the person involved, Hancock felt everyone's gaze at this moment, and his face, which was already red, turned red again. It is estimated that his heart was beginning to be unable to bear her nervousness and shyness, and the little girl was immediately shocked. Hancock, who had a woman's mentality, fainted on the spot. However, the shouts of the people on the boat also attracted the sea kings on the seabed to stick out their heads one by one. After these huge creatures raised their heads, most of them were already 100 meters high. The crowd, who had been excited just now, suddenly became speechless after seeing the countless Neptunes raising their heads. Only Abina, Junhee, and others who were sitting in the highest position suddenly became alert. But while he was enjoying the wonderful Changnyo, and he was beginning to fantasize about what the child would be called in the future, these guys suddenly stretched out their heads, and this beautiful fantasy was immediately shattered. He was speechless as he looked around at the tall buildings. Those Neptune types were quite annoyed and angry. "Roll!" A cold shout rang out. Changnyo angrily scolded these sea kings, and then the waves of overlord-colored domineering energy suddenly dispersed, but this time he deliberately controlled the release ability of his overlord-colored color. No one on the boat felt the momentum, but those sea kings began to fall into the sea water one by one in an instant, and the sea water started to scatter after their huge bodies hit it. Even the ship was in this windless zone. All of them have already begun to suffer. And although the two sea beasts pulling the boat were not affected by overlord color, Changnyo's momentum also shocked them. They had never thought of being lazy, and at this moment they started pulling the boat even more vigorously. He ran out quickly. This time, everyone could clearly see the overlord color. After all, when they first released the overlord color when they first came into contact, most of the people in the True Kingdom had already been petrified in place. All the members of the Snake Pirates had lost consciousness in an instant, but now these hundreds of people were staring at this scene, and the disbelief on their faces had already made them doubt their lives. "What's this?" A member of the King's Guard asked the person next to him and said in a dull voice. "Overlord and domineering." A woman in the Nine Snakes Pirates said that although she didn't know anything else, she had witnessed this kind of thing once. Overlord color is indeed a relatively powerful force. Junhee couldn't help but shook his head and said. This was not the first time that he had seen His Majesty use this ability, but it was only the second time. The only person she saw using it more often was Gagoya. She had already encountered it once more than half a year ago, but she didn't know it clearly at the time. Chapter 105 The Appearance of Nine Snakes Island. The scene displayed by Changnyo instantly left everyone at a loss of what to say. Moreover, His Majesty the King is so powerful, and only those in the King's Guards knew about it. Before, they only knew that their king was great, but they never thought that he could be so powerful. Instantly making countless sea kings faint, this scene has subverted their perception of strength. Sonia, take Hancock inside and take a rest. Chang Nyo was still sitting on the recliner where he was, and said leisurely to Sonia next to him, who was opening his mouth in surprise. After hearing this, Sonia still stared at the shaking Chang Nyo with her eyes wide open in disbelief, but she still quickly said, "Okay, okay." They haven't even realized what happened yet, but the ship has already passed through the fallen Neptunes, and everyone is stunned. This kind of thing is completely like a dream, and it also makes them first. I learned for the first time what it means to be powerful. The nine-snake ship, which was originally preparing to hold a banquet, was completely silent at the moment, and no one could believe that this was true. Many people were still muttering to themselves and watching in surprise at the amazingly large sea kings that were already floating on the windless sea surface, without concealing their surprise at this moment. This is the first time they have seen this kind of scene. One word can make so many sea kings fall, which can completely subvert their cognition. Of course, after being surprised, everyone returned to their original state and continued their banquet. After it got dark again, they could finally vaguely see what Nine Snake Island looked like now. It was not a very big island, but it couldn't support the many connections between the islands. The characteristics of Nine Snake Island are very obvious. There is a nine-headed snake-shaped sculpture hundreds of meters high at the top of the entire island. It can be seen very clearly from a distance. It is considered to be a standard windless zone on the edge of the Grand Line. This place is almost among the safest and most dangerous areas of the Grand Line. The reason why it is said to be the safest is because outsiders can hardly touch this place, and it is also the most dangerous. Because there are so many Neptunes here that it's terrifying. Even those people on Nine Snake Island usually can only rely on this ship to sail. When they have nothing to do, they can only stay on the island for training. Their clan has been instilled with the rule of the supremacy of force since they were born, so when they face someone more powerful than themselves, they will always have a reluctance to admit defeat, but in the same way, if they encounter someone with whom they have a friendly relationship, and for extremely powerful characters, they will show a different scene. As the Nine Snakes ship slowly approached, the edge of Daughter Island gradually began to glow with fire. They must have known that Her Majesty the Empress was back, so they all stood at the port to greet her. However, at this moment, Hancock, who had been unconscious on the ship, also woke up. She walked to the edge of the deck, her expression looking very helpless, and her eyes looking at Chang Nyo were different. "Princess, are you awake?" Members of the True Kingdom who were also lying on the edge of the fence saw Hancock approaching and quickly turned around to say hello. He was still about to say something, but after hearing this, Hancock's face immediately turned red again. "Junhee, order us to go down. After docking, no one of the male members of the True Kingdom will be allowed to disembark. You and Abina will supervise this matter. No one, including you, shall disobey this order." Seeing that Hancock had come out, Chang Nyo directly faced him and gave serious instructions to Junhee, who was also standing on the deck. After these words were shouted out, many people didn't understand, but after all, there were more people in the Nine Snakes pirates on the ship. When they got this order, the women on the ship had already started to explain to others. Only in the end did they finally understand why their king ordered so. Hancock watched all this quietly. He was a little embarrassed before and didn't know how to open his mouth, but now he didn't need to say anything anymore. The order had been issued. At least he would not be embarrassed again. "How do you know the rules of Daughter's Island?" Although Hancock was very moved by Chang Nyo's order, she was also curious, why did the other party know about her daughter's restriction? Faced with such a question, Chang Nyo smiled slightly and said, "Nine Snake Island has remained like this for so many years, and it must have its own thoughts. So if this is the case, why should we bother it anymore, in case it causes trouble? Riots will be very detrimental to your management. Master Chang Nyo is such a considerate person. I really want to find a man like Lord Chang Nyo." In an instant, such heartwarming words instantly captured the women of the Nine Snakes pirates on the ship. How could a man who was so smart and powerful, and most importantly handsome, not make their hearts flutter? "Thank you very much for understanding us so well," Hancock said shyly. "No need to thank you, but can I sit on the shore for a while? Staying on the boat for so long makes me feel like my body is going to be broken," Chang Nyo said helplessly. Hancock covered his mouth and smiled. There shouldn't be much problem for one person to enter his Nine Snake Island, but if so many people are allowed to enter at the same time, even she, as the queen of Nine Snake Island, will probably have to endure a lot criticism. The two sea beasts pulling the ship slowly docked and pulled their heads directly to the shore. Each of them was breathing heavily, as if they were going to die in the next second. The women who were preparing to greet them at the port all shouted loudly, "Mr. Hancock! Mr. Hancock!" Although this is just an island country, and it is extremely small, with a population of only 10 or 20,000 people. Compared with the Kingdom of True, it is even the same as Batilla Island, but the people here recognize Hancock. It's really not that high. The ship docked on the shore, and Hancock showed his previous proud appearance again. He walked at the front with his head held high and prepared to disembark. Fortunately, because the sky was relatively dark, the people below could hardly see the image of the ship. Mainly because at this moment, the edge of the deck is already full of men from the True Kingdom, and they are all staring at the group of people from the Daughter Kingdom like wolves and tigers. Chapter 106 Abina's Acquaintance. As the women of the Nine Snakes Pirates began to walk down, a familiar face in the crowd also walked down at the same time. Gagoya was wearing completely different clothes from them, but she also followed them down. Moreover, she was the only woman on the ship who came with them. Jasmine, who had accompanied them here before, had already followed Robin. Returned to the Kingdom of True. All the men lying on the fence looked at the departing figure with envy. Chong Nyo stayed at the end and was not in a hurry. After all, he definitely needed to communicate with others before talking about other things. If we follow him rashly, we don't know what special situations will happen. Just after the members of the Nine Snakes Pirates got off the ship, the originally bustling port became quiet in a short time. All of them looked towards the boat. They were also curious about what the men on the boat looked like. For most people, they have never seen what a man looks like. However, there are not many people who are rejecting him, and most of them are just curious. The communication lasted for about 10 minutes. Sonia returned to the boat again, looked at Chong Nyo with a smile on her face and said, "Sir Chong Nyo, my sister asked you to go down and said that I would take you into the Daughter's Island together. Have they all been communicated?" Chong Nyo asked a little worriedly. "We have already communicated with each other. Granny Niu is opposed to it, but the others have no objections. Now that my sister is the king of this country, Granny Niu's words don't count anymore," Sonia said. "That's okay," Chang Nyo said with a smile, then turned to look at Junhee and said again, "You are not allowed to get off the boat. Don't worry, Your Majesty, your subordinates will definitely take good care of them," Junhee said respectfully. They only restricted this group of people from walking off the boat, but they did not restrict the women from Daughter Island walking up from below, but tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. When Chong Nyo followed Sonia's steps, the women on the other side of the port automatically gave way to a long passage. Everyone stared at Chong Nyo with curious eyes, for fear that the other party would appear to be next. It's like running away in seconds. But they were not curious about the man walking past now, because there were many more on the boat behind them. After Chong Nyo, Hancock and others left this place, none of the women on the port left. When everything settled, a group of women began to run towards the ship like wolves and tigers. This scene made the men lying on the deck of the ship extremely happy. Their already silent hearts were completely awakened at this moment. "It's a party!" The men on the boat began to shout loudly. They had already arrived at this place. There was no shortage of food at all. If it was impossible, they would jump into the sea and catch 2 sea kings. The food would be enough for any number of people. Anyway, Abina, who is relatively powerful among the crowd, will not get off the boat. For such a thing, he does not mind doing it twice. Women rushed to the boat to see what the man on it looked like. It was a small 9-snake boat, and within a short time the crowd was already crowded. However, standing at the port, there was an old woman who looked to be in her 50s or 60s. She was tapping the ground hard with a cane and yelling angrily at the group of women who had already boarded the ship. The key is that now no one cares about her at all. But just as he angrily hit the ground with his cane and shouted angrily at the group of women, a man's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. You are, Gloriosa, the eldest sister." Suddenly this man appeared, Abina. He didn't like the lively atmosphere, and he didn't like the feeling of so many women surrounding him. But while he was observing, he accidentally discovered Granny Niu, who was organizing crutches and scolding those women. When he saw it for the first time, he already felt that the face was extremely familiar, so he violated the rules and jumped directly. Get off the boat and come over to confirm. Granny Nu was about to curse again, but when faced with the man who suddenly jumped next to her, the man directly called her name. It was obvious that he must be someone she knew. Granny Nu looked at Abena carefully for a while, then her eyes became blurred, and tears were already welling up in her eyes. She said in a trembling voice with disbelief, "Are you that boy from Abena?" "It's me, Sister Croliosa, it's me." Abena's lips trembled, his body couldn't help but tremble, and tears burst out of his eyes. He didn't expect that he would meet an acquaintance in this place. "It's really Abena, why are you here too?" Granny Nu was crying, and the crutch in her hand had been thrown aside. She looked at Abena in disbelief and asked. No one knew what was going on with the two of them. Not even the women and men on the boat looked in their direction. There was no time to take care of such a thing now. "It's really little Arbon, it's really little Arbon." Grandma Nu repeated it over and over again, her lips trembling so much that she didn't know what to say next. Abena also had the same expression, stretched out his trembling hands, and said loudly with trembling lips and tears, "It's me. It's me." Granny Nu couldn't believe it. She didn't know how many years had passed since she had no memories of the past, but with the sudden appearance of Abena, the memories of the past resurfaced before her eyes. Abena also began to show his excitement at this moment. It was really like meeting the person closest to him. Abena did not have the state of almost no contact with people before. A tall man, kneeling on the ground in front of a woman who was not even 1.3 meters tall, crying bitterly in her arms. This moment was his truest expression of emotion, as if all the bitterness and suffering had become worthwhile at this moment. It's not like no one saw the performance of the two, at least Junhee, who had been paying attention to everyone on the ship. When he saw Abena jumping off the ship, he wanted to step forward to stop it, but finally saw it. During this scene, Junhee didn't say a word and allowed the other party to jump off the ship. As long as they reached the port, it would probably not have any impact on them. Chapter 107 Granny Nu. It was precisely because I didn't restrain Abena too much that I saw this scene in front of me. Although Junhee was a little surprised by this kind of thing, he was not too surprised. Abena was much older than him and had lived on the Grand Line for many years earlier. Although about his history, Abena it doesn't tell much, but meeting one or two people on this great voyage or in the New World is not a surprise at all. At the port, Abena and Granny Nu were hugging each other and crying. I am afraid that only they themselves can understand the story between them. After being moved by each other for a while, Granny Nu pushed away Abena, who was still crying, and asked curiously, "Why are you on Nine Snakes pirate ship?" "Sister Gilaliosa, this matter is a long story. Ever since Brother Giluo's accident, I followed Brother Limo to recreate the Sunshine Pirates, but 5 years ago, he was caught by the Navy and later became a slave of the Celestial Dragons. It was not until a few days ago that His Majesty King Tru killed the Celestial Dragons that he took me out with him," Abena said without any secret. To Granny Nu, Abena even revealed the fact that Chongnyo killed the Tianlong people, which shows how much he trusts her. Kill the Celestial Dragons. Granny Nu had a look of shock on her face. This kind of thing was much more surprising than when he met Abena. You must know that in this world, the Celestial Dragons have been at the top of the world since birth. Even Roger, who had become the Pirate King before, took a detour after meeting the Celestial Dragons and did not choose to kill him in the end. Since Granny Nu has been alive for so long, this is the first time she has heard about the Tianlong people being killed. Is what you said true? Granny Nu asked in disbelief. After hearing this, Abena was about to nod, but suddenly he seemed to think of something. He seemed to have said too much. If such a thing as killing the Tianlong people was leaked, it would be very serious. How much of a sensation it caused is unknown. Abena, before you said this, have you thought about how to explain it to His Majesty? While Abena was still thinking about how to reply, Junhee had already appeared directly in front of the two of them. He had a serious expression, a low voice, and clenched his fists. Now he was ready to attack, and he was just waiting. The other party gave an answer. Junhee, I. Abena stood up suddenly and didn't know what to say. He was speaking quickly just now and had no intention of hiding anything, but after the matter was revealed, he felt a little afraid. Granny Nu also stood up and looked at the little guy who had just come out. The other person's expression and Abena's attitude said everything. Abena, who is this? Granny Nu asked calmly. Sister Guru Ryasa, this is Shunwei, captain of the King's Guard of the Toru Kingdom, and my current companion. Abena said with a smile. Abena, don't forget what you promised His Majesty the King? It's only been a few days now, and it seems that you have forgotten about it. It seems that you have not thought about the seriousness of the matter. Junhee said with a heavy voice. I'm sorry, it was indeed my slip of the tongue this time. I will personally find His Majesty to clarify to him, but I believe in Sister Gilaliosa, and I also hope that you can believe her. Abena explained. Let's go. Regarding what you are talking about, we will go directly inside and communicate it in front of King Tru in your mouth. Grandma Nu looked at the scene and she really felt that what Abena said to her was a bit serious. The most important thing was that it would affect the relationship between their companions. This is what Grandma Nu now doesn't want to see. Grandma Nu has always taken the rules of Nine Snakes Island much more seriously than anyone else. Now she actually took the initiative to invite two men into the confines of this daughter's country. If others knew, how surprised would it be? One thing. But now he still considers so much. Abena is the person he has grown up with. She doesn't want her, the person she is closest to have any accidents, so she has no choice but to break her own rules. Junhee did not refuse such a thing. Even if Granny Nu disagreed, he would bypass everyone and directly enter the scope of Nine Snakes Island. After the news of the Tianlong people being killed spread, Junhee had reason to believe that this was definitely the case. One of the most important events. Although it is still unclear what Granny Nu's identity is, she has just started walking towards the territory of Nine Snakes Island. Abena followed obediently behind her without staying on the ship at all. That look of indifference. Junhee followed behind, his eyes always looking forward, and he would never turn his eyes to other places. Since he already knew the rules of this country, it was already rude to step in, and even more so. More than anything else, Junhee didn't want to embarrass His Majesty the King. However, Granny Nu, who was walking in front, did not dwell too much on this matter. Instead, she changed the subject and chatted with Abena about his affairs while walking. The two of them were talking and laughing. At least in the past few days on the ship, Junhee had never seen Abena looking so happy. The area of Nine Snake Island is not particularly large, but the royal palace where Hancock lives is just at the northernmost point of the entire port. They used to be equivalent to crossing the width of the entire island. Even so, for the speed of 3 people it didn't take long to reach the door. Today has become an unexpected situation for the entire Nine Snakes Island. The female soldiers guarding the gate of the palace saw Granny Nu, the most difficult to talk to on the entire island, for the first time. Today she actually brought a man with her. The look in their eyes, there is disbelief on your face, and you are even more shocked to hear that your empress has become someone else's princess. Lord Liliosa, what are you? A woman guarding the gate of the palace looked at Granny Nu in disbelief and asked. No wonder they were surprised. Granny Nu was the most old-fashioned existence in everyone's eyes. They were definitely surprised that something like this happened today. Open the door, we are going in to find Snake Lady. Granny Nu said directly without even explaining. I'm sorry, Lord Croliosa, Lord Snake Princess has already ordered that no one is allowed to enter the palace at this moment, including you. Said the guard. Chapter 108 Anger Again. Granny Nu, who had always been relatively strong, now looked at the guard with a calm expression. Although she broke the rules this time, she still attaches great importance to these rules in her heart, especially now that Hancock has brought the man to the palace, and even asked the guards to guard here and not allow anyone to enter. I still don't know what happened inside. She took her crutch and knocked it on the ground, and said directly with a serious expression, open the door. As for the rest, I will tell Shiji personally. As for her bringing the man into the palace, I can ignore it. The key point is it's that we have other things to say now. I'm sorry, Gululiosa. Before the guard beauty finished speaking, Grandma Nu's crutch hit the ground hard this time, and a shock wave spread out instantly. The two people didn't pay attention, and they were directly hit by the shock wave. Although they staggered and did not fall, the respect in his eyes was clear at a glance. After all, Granny Nu was the previous king of the Nine Snakes Island. Although she didn't spend as long in the country as she did on the sea, there was no doubt about her strength. Junhee was also shocked when he felt the aura from the other party. He had experienced the feeling of domineering aura once or twice. After shaking the two of them away, Granny Nu said in a slightly calm tone, I will go in and explain this matter myself. You don't have to worry about anything happening. With that said, Granny Nu took Junhee and Abena directly, opened the door of the palace and walked in. After entering the palace, it is completely different from the outside. There are no guards inside. Except for the 3 Hancock sisters, no one can enter at all under normal circumstances. Of course, today must be excluded. Because Chongnyo is staying in this palace at the moment. In the palace at this moment. As soon as Chongnyo came over, Hancock had already dismissed everyone, including his 2 sisters, who were now outside. They were the only 2 people left in the palace hall. The 2 didn't talk too much. The moment the door closed, Chongnyo sat down directly, and then a blue light glowed on his hand. He just waved it casually, and countless people appeared in the hall. Of gold and silver jewelry. These things he got from Marie Joa, but what he took out this time was just the tip of the iceberg. But even so, Hancock was extremely shocked. There were far more things in front of him than when they went out to rob pirates or merchant ships. What are you doing? What I said to you before coming here, since you are going to send us to Gaia Island next, naturally we need some compensation for you. Chongnyo said it very casually. I'm not talking about this thing, but what your ability is. Hancock asked in surprise. This devil fruit ability was obviously something she didn't know about. Chongnyo smiled and didn't say anything. However, the faint blue light appeared in his hand again. Within a moment, it appeared on a small table next to his seat. 3 blue bottles. This bottle is not particularly big. It is essentially 3 transparent bottles, but the potion inside is blue. This thing is something that can erase the scars on your body. How about it also be regarded as my betrothal gift to you? Chongnyo suddenly changed his tone, smiled and looked at Hancock, who was admiring the jewelry in that place, and said. The sudden confession made Hancock pause for a moment, and then everything from his heels to the back of his ears turned red. The panic in his heart resurfaced at this moment. This. Hancock was speechless for a moment, his mind went blank, and he didn't know what to say at all. But just when they were immersed in fantasy, the door of the hall where they were was suddenly pushed open, and not even the 2 Sonia sisters could stop Granny Nu from breaking in. I was still immersed in fantasizing about Hancock. After I was suddenly awakened and saw this scene, I was filled with grief and anger. I immediately went up to strangle Granny Nu's neck, and shouted angrily, "Old lady, can you pay attention to the time?" But this time, Granny Nu was not manipulated by Hancock as she usually did. She fiddled with the other person's hand at will, then stood up after it fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Hancock already felt that Granny Nu must have something important to come here, otherwise she would not have appeared in the palace hall with such an attitude. But the fact is exactly as Tao said. After Granny Nu fell to the ground, she looked at Hancock without saying much. Even when she saw Chongnyo, she didn't have the surprise she imagined. Because immediately behind her, Abina and Junhee appeared, and the 2 Sonia sisters also stood behind with embarrassed faces. Junhee, what happened? When Chongnyo saw the 2 of them appearing here at the same time, he already had a bad feeling in his heart. Leaving aside Abina's situation, as far as Junhee was concerned, Chongnyo believed that the other party would not disobey him easily. The command. But now there must be something happening between the 2 of them that they don't know about now. Junhee glanced at the others, then bowed respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, Abina told this Gyulo Lyasa about Marie Joya's affairs." As soon as the voice fell, Chongnyo's overlord-like domineering energy began to erupt uncontrollably. Even the few people standing next to him had to withstand endless pressure. This is the power of Ba Wang's domineering energy. It can not only act as a deterrent, but also more importantly, it is coercive. An attack that can instantly make the opponent feel huge pressure. Abina withstood the pressure and took 2 steps forward. He also bowed his body and lowered his head. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I said it inadvertently. I'm really sorry for this, but I still feel sorry for it. Please believe that Guloliosa will not tell that matter." "Abina, do you still remember what I said when I brought you out?" Chongnyo roared angrily, and his domineering aura strengthened once again. Even the floor on the ground could no longer withstand the pressure and cracked. The 2 Sonia sisters couldn't bear such domineering aura. With such strength, he fainted directly. Chapter 109 The Strong Man of the Previous Era. The scene immediately fell silent, and no one dared to speak at this moment. Seeing Chongnyo's anger, Abina realized that he had made a mistake and said the wrong thing. Then he took 2 steps forward under the pressure and fell to his knees in an instant. Junhee was also hunched over, and now she didn't even dare to take a breath. Hancock was even more frightened and didn't know what to say. This feeling of being dominated completely made her sluggish. King True, I have heard of you, but please believe little Abena, he just said it unintentionally, and please believe me, I will never step outside the scope of Nine Snakes Island again in this life, and I am willing to hide that news in my heart and never bring it up again. Granny Nu was not affected by the domineering attitude at all, but she spoke respectfully. What she respected was not the king's status, but the fact that Chang Nyo had done something that everyone wanted to do but didn't dare to do. Looking at Granny Nu's appearance, Chang Nyo sighed slightly, and then took back the domineering aura he exuded. It's not that he didn't understand that the old woman in front of him was a top product of the previous era, and her strength was so powerful that it made people despair. But since the other party can say such things, what reason can he have not to believe it? Get up Abena, let's get over it, but you have to remember that you only have this one chance. Although he had begun to feel relieved and did not hold anyone responsible, Chang Nyo still warned him solemnly. Yes, I remember this. Abena said respectfully. Gloria saw, a strong man from the previous era, it's such an honor. Chang Nyo said and made a gentleman's salute. This scene instantly surprised several people, including Hancock. You know me. Granny Nu propped up her crutches and stared at the man in front of her curiously, but she also asked seriously. I've only heard of your name, but I didn't expect to be lucky enough to meet you today. Chang Nyo said respectfully again. According to Chang Nyo's understanding of the old woman in front of him, her man is probably the most powerful person in the navy. Otherwise, she would not choose to return to Daughter's Island directly for the rest of her life. Get out, because her identity has been speculated many times before. Although he is not very sure, Chang Nyo still believes that Gu Loliosa, a top figure in the previous era, should have an inseparable relationship with Vice Admiral Garp of the Navy, and may even be the grandmother of the protagonist in the future. Chang Nyo is now quite interested in Granny Nu. I really didn't expect that I, a dying old woman, have already retired to this place where no one has shit. It's really surprising that someone can still remember me after so many years. The key is that it's a man at such a young age. Granny Nu said with a smile. The scene just now was officially over, no one mentioned it anymore, and the atmosphere returned to calm in an instant. Old woman, don't you usually take the rules of Daughter's Island very seriously? Why did you come in with 2 men today? Hancock never gave up any chance to hit Granny Nu, and this time it can be said to be an absolute heavy blow. Because men are not allowed to go to the island, this is a rule passed down from Daughter Island. Even after giving birth to a child with another man, the boy can only be sent out, and the daughter can stay on Daughter Island and continue to live. This has always been a custom on Daughter Island, which can also be said to be a rule. As the previous national emperor, Grandma Nu has always insisted on implementing things in this regard, and she takes it very seriously. It's just that today's unexpected situation was something she had never thought about before, but what time it was now, she didn't want to embarrass Abena, and more importantly, she heard about Chang Nyo killing the Tianlong people. The incident, just this news, had already made her throw all the rules behind her. The 2 Sonia sisters are still lying on the ground at this moment, and no one can care about them. Now several people are shocked by Chang Nyo's performance, and Granny Nu understands better what it means to kill the Tianlong people. Now Hancock was the only one standing there. She didn't know what happened. I don't know why Granny Nu, a woman who has always respected the rules of Daughter's Island, broke the rules today. But looking at the atmosphere at the scene, you can feel the subtlety without saying anything more. Granny Nu didn't pay attention to Hancock's words. She kept her eyes on Chang Nyo. She was full of curiosity about the young man in front of her. Gloria saw, I believe that you will not tell anyone about what Abena said. This is just because I believe you. But Abena, no matter what kind of relationship you had before, this matter at this point, I don't want this to happen again. Chang Nyo said leisurely, and after finishing speaking, he patted Abena's shoulder directly. He just patted the other party's shoulder, but the ground he was standing on had already begun to crack at the moment Chang Nyo made his move. Gilaliosa and several others could only watch quietly, and in the end could not say any words. He originally came here in a good mood, but it was already like this in less than half an hour. Chang Nyo didn't want to say anything else. He just turned his head and glanced at Hancock and said, the things on the table are just apply it on your back and the rest will disappear naturally the next day. After saying that, Chang Nyo walked out of the palace hall without even looking back. Seeing this, Junhee hurriedly followed behind. There were only 5 people left here and 2 people were lying on the ground. Abena looked remorseful, and Granny Nu also sighed. What happened? Hancock asked doubtfully, why did he suddenly become like this when he was fine a second ago? She wanted to know the answer to this urgently now. But among the people in front of her, no one wanted to tell her the whole story. Even if he wanted to know, he still needed someone to tell her. Abena stood there quietly. Granny Nu didn't even bother to talk to Hancock. She just walked up to him and said softly, Abena, don't pay too much attention to this kind of thing. Isn't it in the past now? Sister Gilaliosa, His Majesty the King trusts me very much. Although we have only been in contact for a few days, His Majesty the King's trust in me cannot be greater. It seems that I have really let him down this time. Abena said reproachfully. Chapter 110 Memories of the Past. Grandma Nu looked at the jewelry there. Even though she was holding it in her hands, she still couldn't arouse the slightest interest. It was rare to see an old friend from the past, but she didn't expect that it would end like this. After Abena finished speaking, with a look of remorse and a tired body, he then turned around and started walking towards the outskirts of the palace hall. Abena! Granny Nu shouted, but looking at the other party's lonely figure, he didn't know how to comfort her at this moment. The two of them could only watch Abena leaving, but they couldn't say anything in between. It wasn't until Abena disappeared from the sight of the two of them that Hancock looked at Granny Nu calmly and asked, Grandma Nu, what happened? This is a very serious matter, more serious than you can imagine. Granny Nu said with a slight sigh. But what happened could actually make King Changnyo so angry? The scene just now really shocked me. Hancock said. Don't say it's you. Even though I have lived for so many years, I have never seen someone at this age who can use his domineering color and domineering energy to such an extent. It is really puzzling. Granny Nu still said in disbelief. Have you known Abena before? Listening to Hancock's question, Granny Nu did not refuse to answer. She slowly found a step and sat there, recalling in her mind how she had just met Abena. At that time, Granny Nu looked relatively young and beautiful. She had just left Nine Snakes Island for a few years. They were sailing on the Grand Route and discovered Abena's body on a newly captured pirate ship. Figure. It's just that Abena was only about 2 or 3 years old at this time. Faced with this kind of thing, he could only stare at this group of adults with wide eyes. It was because of his cute appearance that Granny Nu held him in her arms and took him back to her pirate ship. In the time to come, people on the entire ship taught him how to fight. With the arrival of Abena, the atmosphere on the entire ship gradually began to change a lot. It's just that the pirate ships at this time are not all women, but more of them are a group of men, but they respect Granny Nu and everyone. Sister Grilliosa, can I also participate in the next battle? Abena, who was 5 or 6 years old, said to Granny Nu with a serious face. At this time, the dozen or so people sitting around on the deck of the ship all laughed heartily after hearing this, but Abena didn't care about these things. Abena, you are still young. When you grow up, you can fight with us. Now you can still learn more fighting skills. Only by learning more can you find a way out. Granny Nu said with a smile. She said like a mother. I am no longer a child. I will definitely become a more powerful pirate than you in the future. Please don't underestimate me. Little Abena said confidently. Yes, yes, I believe Abena will definitely surpass us in the future, but at this point in time, do you know what you should do? Granny Nu asked with a smile. I know, I should go to training, I can't hold everyone back. Abena looked serious and solemn, and shouted to everyone in a sonorous voice. You are right. Only after you become a strong man can you dominate the entire sea. By then, no one will dare to bully you, and you can also protect us. Granny Nu smiled. Said. Don't worry, Sister Gilaliosa, I will definitely protect you and Uncle Gilo from now on. Abena showed a sunny smile, then turned towards the stern of the ship and started to train. After he left, the people sitting on the deck began to show helpless expressions. Liosa, it's great that little Abena has such a heart, but we are going to the new world next, and it will be difficult to guarantee our own lives by then. Do we really have to take him with us? A relatively rugged man sitting on the deck showed a helpless expression, looked at Gilaliosa and said softly. Guro, is it possible that we just abandon Abena like this? He is still so young, how is he supposed to survive after leaving? Granny Nu said with great reluctance. Lysa, it's not that we don't want to take him with us, but you also know the situation in the New World. Now for us, there is no particularly good way. If it doesn't work, look at the one who gave him to the Navy. How? Guru said. No, Abhina must not join the Navy. This will make all the future dreams of this child disappear. It is better to take him with him first. The specific situation will be discussed later. Granny Nu said in refusal. How could anyone in this group of people want to send such a young Abhina away? They have been following this group of people since the little guy was 2 or 3 years old. They have already regarded this little guy as their own. They have already experienced the cruelty of treating their biological sons countless times in this world, but life is not something they can do whatever they want. Start setting sail, goal, New World. Guru could only reluctantly agree with the answer, then stood up and shouted loudly. In this era, the so-called pirate king Roger has not even started to go to sea, and he doesn't even know where he is laughing. But just like this, the strong man in this era is already beyond everyone's imagination. There are much more. There are even more powerful people from the older generation than those who came during the great era of pirates, and they are much stronger. The Rocks Pirates, a man who has always occupied the throne of the New World, has never let anyone down. He has directly turned the entire New World upside down. Even if the Navy and the world government unite, in the end he can't get anything from him. Benefit. Needless to say, the other pirate groups are already incredibly strong. It is precisely because of this that the competitive pressure of pirates in this world is much greater. No one will work hard for the title of Pirate King. They need this freedom of navigation more. This is today's age of navigation. Even in the era of great pirates in the future, there have never been a few people who were as powerful as they were at that time, but they were not able to conquer the entire sea. Chapter 111 The Former Snake Queen. In Granny Nu's memories, Abhina stayed with them until she was 15 years old, but after that, Granny Nu began to leave quietly alone, and has since lived in seclusion on Daughter's Island, almost never leaving this place again. Step. She sighed with emotion about all this. She didn't expect to see the little guy from her past after so many years. It would be a lie to say that she was not surprised. It was because of this situation that Granny Nu was willing to violate the rules of the entire Daughter Island and bring Abhina to this palace. There are still 2 people lying on the ground, and the cracks on the ground still exist in the huge hall. Now it is quiet and only the sound of breathing can be heard. Hancock just sits there quietly, listening to Granny Nu's story with their past. This is a version that Hancock has never heard before, and it is precisely because of this that she is full of curiosity about Granny Nu's past. I didn't expect that after so many years, I would be able to see my old friends again. I really miss the old days. Granny Nu said with emotion. This was also the end of her historical narration. Hancock just listened attentively, and she did not interrupt what the other party was saying once. Granny Nu, what did Abhina tell you that made him so angry? It seems that his bottom line has been involved. Hancock asked still curiously as he recalled what had just happened. Hancock. It's better that you don't know some things. Regarding Abhina, he did something wrong indeed. Granny Nu sighed again and said. What's all the fuss about? Could it be that King Chinyo really killed the celestial dragon? Hancock said with a look of disgust. How do you know? Granny Nu suddenly stood up in surprise, looked at Hancock and asked with a serious face. Her sudden momentum made Hancock startled. The key is that such Granny Nu is almost rare to see on Nine Snakes Island. Although as the previous king, Granny Nu's status has been seriously reduced now, but Hancock is still willing to take direction on many things. What's the matter? Hancock asked in surprise. She just said it casually. She didn't expect Granny Nu to have such a big reaction. Who told you those words you just said? Granny Nu asked. King Cheng-nyo told me personally. He even made fun of me. Could it be that it was not a joke? Hancock's expression began to change. She didn't dare to think about the details, and she didn't even think about it at all. An ordinary person actually dared to kill a Tianlong. For everyone in this world, this kind of thing would probably be a big deal if it was spread. It's a fantasy. But Hancock, who is standing here today, looks at the serious look of Granny Nu standing above him, and can no longer tolerate her not believing it. It wasn't until this moment that Hancock realized that when he first met Chong Nyo, what the other party said, and at the end of the relationship, none of them actually meant to deceive her. Although it is somewhat unbelievable, Hancock has no choice but to believe it now. Because the news she received was so shocking, Hancock didn't even stand upright and sat directly on the ground. The blank look in her eyes still reminded her of what she had experienced when she stayed in Marie Joya. Hurt. The scar on my back is also aching faintly now. It is not my body that hurts, but the suffering in my heart. For a man to be able to do this, Hancock's already shaken heart seemed to be pulled by a force at this moment. The pile of gold and silver jewelry on the ground, plus the 3 bottles of blue potion on the table, recalling what Chang Nyo said when he put down the potion, "This will be your betrothal gift as my princess." Thinking of this place, what was left on Hancock's face was not only shock, but also a hint of blush. Granny Nu seemed to have discovered something. She walked up to her with a helpless expression and placed her crutch heavily on the ground. The powerful voice immediately brought Hancock back to his senses. "Hancock, you are now the Snake Lady of 9 Snakes Island. You have your own mission for some things. Don't let men influence your thoughts." Listening to what Granny Nu said, Hancock didn't take it seriously at all. All the things he had just experienced had now been forgotten, and the relationship between the two gradually deteriorated. Hancock's face gradually turned cold. He looked at the short old woman in front of him and said in a cold voice, "I am so beautiful. No matter what happens to 9 Snake Island in the future, I think they will all forgive me, but why is this old woman still here?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hancock kicked Granny Nu, and she flew out of the palace hall in an instant. Granny Nu did not resist. This kind of attack was not even a tickle to her. Some things always needed to find an ending point, so as not to make the two parties more embarrassed. Leaving in this way may be at least the best way for him. At least he no longer had to look at anyone's eyes. As a failed king, although he had great expectations on Cook, he still would not stop this girl from pursuing love or freedom. For Granny Nu, Chang Nyo's performance has shocked her. Even if she stayed in the previous era, she could reach such a level of strength at this age. I am afraid that even the dead captain of the Lox pirates, it is estimated that it is out of reach. This is just a judgment on the impact of the first meeting. Granny Nu can actually understand the other party through newspapers. There are more inner things. Although 9 Snake Island is located in a windless zone, newspapers are rarely delivered here, but occasionally newspapers will be delivered here by mistake. This kind of thing is not unheard of. He had learned more or less about it from the newspapers. Although it was quite a while ago, the freshness of it still allowed him to understand some things about the outside world. Perhaps the most pitiable thing now is the 2 Sonia sisters. From the beginning to the end, the role played by the 2 of them is to lie on the ground. Amid a domineering look, the 2 of them are still asleep so far, and even their dearest sister was also sitting there at the moment, holding 3 blue medicine bottles in her hands. She had probably already thought of the names of her future children. Hancock's expression at this moment was completely full of love. For her age at this moment, this kind of expression may indeed be a bit early. Chapter 112 Junhee's Devil Fruit. Chang Nyo, who left the palace hall of 9 Snake Island, did not have any curiosity about this small country. He walked directly along the avenue in front of the palace and walked straight towards the pirate ship. He has no interest in breaking the rules of this place. Besides, this kind of thing is completely unnecessary for him. At this time of night, the entire Daughter's Island is quite lively, and the main avenue is also full of people coming and going. As Chang Nyo walked over, he didn't know how many people were looking at him. Some even wanted to touch him, but they knew clearly that the man in front of them was brought in by their empress. He was behaving politely. "Above, it's not too much. Your Majesty, are we on a pirate ship now?" Junhee, who had been following behind without speaking, suddenly walked forward quickly and asked Chang Nyo. "No, just find a place to rest and chat. Let's wait until tomorrow morning." Chang Nyo said calmly. There was no anger in his eyes now, and he had even forgotten about Abena. However, not far away from them, Abena has been following behind him silently. Although Chang Nyo no longer cares about what he said, this guy is still in deep self-blame. "Shunye, how is your devil fruit training going?" Chang Nyo asked, suddenly changing the subject. Mainly because he raised his head and glanced at the moon hanging in the sky. It was big and round at the moment. This reminded him that Junhee's devil fruit was called Silver Moon Wolf. Maybe it had something to do with the moon? "Ah! Your Majesty, I haven't had time to practice this thing yet. I originally wanted to go back and get familiar with it, but I have already learned the basic combat skills." Junhee said awkwardly. "Let's go and find a hidden place. I also want to know what kind of changes your ability will have under the moonlight. Maybe there will be unexpected changes for your future growth. Changnyo said with a curious look on his face. Yes. After what the other party said, Junhee's sense of expectation immediately burst out. In a place about 2 or 3 miles away from the port, on the edge of the coast, there will be no one here. The windless zone has only one advantage. There will be no waves in the sea water here. Although there may be unexpected large creatures underwater, right now, the two of them don't care about these things at all. Quick, let me see the effect of your silver moon wolf. Changnyo shouted impatiently. Junhee didn't hesitate at this moment, and instantly released himself to release the devil fruit ability, and his whole person had transformed into a werewolf in an instant. But when it first converted into human wolf mode, the hair on Silver Moon Wolf's body was still black, except for the ring of hair on its neck that was white. But under the moonlight, in less than 30 seconds, the entire Silver Moon Wolf had turned silvery white, and its size was also slowly increasing. Your Majesty, I already know what the Silver Moon Wolf is capable of under the moonlight. Junhee looked at Changnyo next to him with excitement, and said such words with a huge wolf mouth, and his eyes began to look at his body from time to time. What's going on? Changnyo sat on the stone and carefully observed his every move. Especially when he heard the other party talk about his abilities, Changnyo became even more curious. Your Majesty, the Silver Moon Wolf, a phantom beast of the wolf fruit, can become immortal under the moonlight. Junhee said excitedly. Oh, that's awesome. Changnyo did not hide his inner feelings at all, but the next second he changed into something else. The main reason was that he didn't believe what Shunye said. Before the other party noticed, the demon sword Muramasa had already slashed his shoulder. Ah! Junhee was suddenly startled, and his body couldn't stop jumping back dozens of meters. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Junhee shouted in fright. But in Changnyo's eyes, the demon sword Muramasa had already cut into his shoulder, but at this moment Junhee seemed not to feel the slightest pain, and the scar on his shoulder seemed to have never appeared before. If it was just an ordinary slash, Changnyo wouldn't be so surprised. The key is that he used haki in the attack just now, but now, Junhee didn't show any signs of it. It's true. I didn't expect Silver Moon Wolf to have such abilities. Changnyo said. Your Majesty, you really shocked me, but your ability is really good. Junhee is quite satisfied with himself now. Under the moonlight, as long as he doesn't fall into the sea, he is almost invincible. I had never thought that this kind of devil fruit could have such a great effect before. Even Changnyo was quite shocked when he saw this situation. But since he is a phantom beast, there must be some secrets that others have not discovered. Being able to be injured by domineering under the moonlight, but still able to remain intact in the end. Needless to say, Silver Moon Wolf's abilities. As long as they are developed properly, even Kaido's abilities may not be able to do anything to him under the moonlight. Harm. But if it were not under the moonlight, then his attack strength should be at least 10 times weaker. After both of them sighed, Changnyo said leisurely, okay, don't show off here. When you go back, take good control of your devil fruit ability, and don't waste such a good thing in the end. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will definitely do this kind of thing well. Junhee was completely immersed in his invincible state at this moment, and what he said to Changnyo was just perfunctory. Changnyo has naturally discovered this kind of thing, but his younger brother has grown up now, so as the boss, he always needs to teach him some lessons. He was still sitting on the big rock, and his eyes suddenly turned sky blue. Then he just stretched out his hand and pushed forward, and a transparent square instantly restrained Junhee. You see, even if you have an immortal body under the moonlight, once you are controlled by others, your abilities will be almost useless. Changnyo said with a speechless expression. Junhee didn't understand what was happening at all. For just a moment, he felt that his body was completely out of control and was directly imprisoned. This kind of feeling without the slightest sense of attack and confinement is completely impossible to guard against. It wasn't until this moment that this guy's expression began to soften slightly. Chapter 113 Proposal. It's no wonder that he is in such a state. It is normal for him to expand naturally when he suddenly has such a powerful power at this moment. After scolding Junhee slightly, Changnyo released the ability that restrained him. After regaining his free body, Junhee quickly returned to his original shape without the swelling feeling just now, and then ran to Changnyo's side with a smile on his face. Come out. Before Junhee could say anything, Changnyo opened his mouth and shouted calmly. Junhee was stunned for a moment, and then began to look around cautiously. Then a figure walked out of the woods behind him, and with the appearance of Abena, Junhee suddenly let go of his inner vigilance. Seeing that the other party still looked remorseful, Junhee walked to one side silently. Abena slowly walked to Chongnyo and said apologetically, "Your Majesty, I understand my mistake. What happened in the past is in the past. Now our strength is not strong enough. Sometimes we must be strict with ourselves. We are already partners. I also hope that you can forgive me for what I just said to you. Maybe it was in my tone." There was some anxiety and anger. Chongnyo said calmly, there was no blame in his tone, but he felt a little embarrassed. When he was in the palace hall, what Chongnyo said and did really brought him to the edge of anger. When he came out and thought about it, these were really not that big of a deal. After hearing what His Majesty said, Abena blamed himself even more and lowered his head throughout the whole process. This man in his 30s had probably never shown such a mentality when facing his previous captain. "Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. Abena will definitely take this as a warning." Hearing what Abena said, Chongnyo stood up, smiled, and patted the other party's shoulder with his hand, indicating that the matter was indeed over. The three of them chatted like this until midnight, and the conversation was quite enjoyable. They all knew what was happening on the Nine Snakes ship. With so many men and women, if something unexpected didn't break out between them, that would be a ghost. Therefore, they did not choose to return to the ship, leaving a relatively relaxed and comfortable space for those of them. Sitting here and chatting was a very good choice. But this state only lasted until midnight. While they were still chatting, the group of guards belonging to the Daughter Kingdom had already found this place. They moved very quickly, holding torches in their hands and moving quickly in the direction of the three of them. After arriving here, a group of people were panting. One of the women, who seemed to be about 2 meters tall, looked at Chongnyo anxiously and shouted in a very nervous tone, "King Chongnyo, His Majesty is seriously ill and is now lying on the bed unable to move. Master Gruliosa asked me to come to you and tell you that you have a way to cure her." As soon as these words came out, when the three of them were still chatting happily, Abena and Junhee suddenly showed worried looks, especially Junhee. He had never heard that His Majesty the King was still alive. "Do you know medical skills? Let's go, I'll go over and take a look, you two go back to the boat and plan the next trip." Chongnyo slowly stood up and said to the two of them with a smile. "How many of you have thought about Hancock's current state and what serious illness caused it? It could only make him sigh helplessly." The two of them did not refuse the arrangement of His Majesty the King. Chongnyo followed the women and began to move quickly towards the direction of the palace. After arriving here, the group of guards naturally stayed outside the palace, and Chongnyo was left alone to walk inside. The two Sonia sisters had already woken up. When Chongnyo appeared, Sonia hurriedly pulled him and walked inside quickly. As he walked, he shouted, "Sister, Your Majesty King Chongnyo is here." Hancock in the room had a distressed expression on her face, and big drops of sweat kept falling on her forehead. But when she heard Chongnyo coming, she sat up instantly, showing a complete look of panic. A confused look. But when Chongnyo stood in front of the bed and looked at Hancock who was wearing pajamas, the shy expression on her expression revealed a look of helplessness in an instant. "Needless to say now, with my toes, I have already thought about why the other person became like this. Chongnyo, King." Hancock, who was lying on the bed, shouted shyly. Chongnyo was not polite at all. He sat on the edge of the bed and glanced at the two Sonia sisters who were still standing there. The two looked at each other sensibly, and then walked out obediently. Even the door to the room was closed tightly. "How do you feel now?" Chongnyo asked, looking at the other party with a smile. "It's getting better, but why did you get here?" Hancock asked still shyly. Chongnyo smiled and shook his head, and put his hand on the other person's forehead to feel it. At this moment, Hancock was like a good girl, without any image of a national emperor. She sat there blankly without moving. Chongnyo put his hand on his forehead. "Hancock." "Ah." Hearing Chongnyo's call, Hancock suddenly froze and raised his head slightly to look at the other party. "Let's get married and be my most beautiful bride. From now on, you will only belong to me. This is the testimony of our love." The moment Hancock raised his head, he began to have endless reveries. Even the details of getting married have been considered, facing such an outstanding man. The king of this country has no resistance at all. She looked at the man sitting next to her with piercing eyes, as if she was waiting for him to confess his love in the next second. In such a large room, there were only two people left, big eyes staring at small eyes, and as the ambiguous atmosphere gradually increased, Chang Nyo did not refuse the other party's kindness. He gently kissed Hancock's forehead, and whispered in his ear, "How about becoming my princess from now on?" Although he had said these words in front of the other party before, and even gave out the betrothal gift, this time in such an ambiguous scene, Chang Nyo mentioned this issue again. "Anyway, we have been together for so many days, and we have already thought about what we should have. In some respects, Hancock can be regarded as a very good woman." However, Hancock didn't have the slightest intention of rejecting him. He bit his lip, nodded slightly, and then hugged the other person directly. Chapter 114, Gaia Island. To be precise, these two people are not very old now, so it is a bit early to talk about this kind of thing. But for this era, 17 years old is already an adult. Chang Nyo has already reached this age, and Hancock is just 1 year older than Chang Nyo. The two people in the room did not do anything out of the ordinary, but Hancock's so-called serious illness disappeared overnight. On the second day, Chang Nyo has left gold, silver, and jewelry worth at least 500 million baileys to the daughter island. This money is enough for people in this country to live for a month or two without worrying. The next thing they started to prepare was to prepare for the next stop. Hancock has not yet started boarding the ship. At this moment, the port is already surrounded by many women. They are shouting loudly. Although most of them are shouting for their own king, the key is that some of them are shouting to the men on the ship. There is no need to say anything more. The current situation is very clear. Something must have happened on the ship yesterday that moved everyone. As the Nine Snakes ship began to slowly set sail, everyone on board was ready to leave. Now they are preparing to set off to the next place, which is also their ultimate goal after going to sea this time. The ship is still so crowded, but the voyage is relatively far this time, so living on this ship is not as convenient as imagined. The people are still the same group of people who came back before, and the boat is still the same boat pulled by two sea beasts. But this trip was much more exciting than the way back. The king's guards on the boat began to teach the women on Nine Snakes Island about the experience of practicing armed domineering. This was something that had been promised before. The people who were originally from the True Kingdom are now almost like a family to the people on Nine Snakes Island. Everyone has regarded them as partners. The most important thing is that everyone's name for Hancock has long been changed. From the moment they set off, when Junhee was the first to open his mouth to welcome Hancock aboard, he personally shouted, "Welcome the princess." From this moment on, everyone else's titles began to change. Even those people on Nine Snakes Island were a little surprised, but they were not surprised at all when they saw the two people's tired faces. The destination they are heading to this time, Gaia Island, is already quite far away from Nine Snakes Island, and without an eternal record pointer, it is indeed a challenge for them to cross half of the grand route. No small challenge. But after sailing for half a month, the outline of Gaia Island finally began to appear in front of everyone. This is a place that no one else has been to. The name is familiar, but the geographical location seems quite unfamiliar. "Your Majesty, Gaia Island has arrived." On the Nine Snakes ship, Junhee walked up to Chang Nyo who was chatting with Hancock and said respectfully, "In the past half-month, I have encountered a lot of things on the road. At least crossing the Grand Line, no matter how I walk, I will always experience some dangerous situations." Chang Nyo picked up the teacup, took a sip slowly, and then said calmly, "Within 2 hours, take over the main place on Gaia Island. Now they are sitting on a pirate ship. As long as they appear here, it means that they are all pirates and there is no national boundary at all. In this place where birds don't shit, the most common places are pirates. Although the island is not very big, it is simply a paradise for sin. It can even be said that from top to bottom, inside and out, this place has been occupied by pirates for nearly 100 years. Gaia Island is in such a situation. If Chang Nyo doesn't want what outsiders know about what he does next, he can only use force to take over the entire island. However, Junhee who was standing aside obviously did not understand what it meant, but Hancock stood up and shouted loudly, "Everyone in the Nine Snakes pirates, follow them into Gaia Island. Within 2 hours, use take over the entire island by force." Hancock's domineering power instantly swept across the entire ship, and wherever his voice reached, everyone else roared loudly. "I must have understood you correctly, right?" After Hancock finished shouting, he turned around and continued to sit opposite Chang Nyo, saying with a smile on his face. Chang Nyo smiled and said slightly, I understood that correctly. Junhee stood nearby with an embarrassed look on his face. The key was that he and His Majesty the King had lived together for so many years and had grown up together. They were not as good as a woman they had just been in contact with for less than a month. Abena suddenly appeared from nowhere, patted Junhee on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Don't think about it, let's go quickly. The port of Gaia Island is almost full of pirate ships, with various shapes and styles, and even the flags on each ship are different. You can imagine how many pirates they have staying here. This is a place where no one from the Navy or the world government normally has jurisdiction. As long as they don't make too much noise, the Navy is not willing to come here. It seems that the pirates and the Navy have already communicated, but in such a mixed place, many people from the larger pirate groups also stay here, which is why the Navy does not dare, or don't want to clean up the reasons here. As the Nine Snakes ship slowly approached the port, other pirates staying at the port also discovered that the Nine Snakes pirates at this time did not have a great reputation. They mainly sailed in the windless zone. So as far as they know, no one among the pirates on Gaia Island in the middle of the Grand Route will pay attention to this matter. But a pirate ship pulled by two sea beasts can still attract everyone's attention. There were only a few people in twos and threes at the beginning of the port. By the time the pirate ship approached, at least nearly 2 people had gathered in the entire port. About 100 people. Almost all of these pirates look weird, and none of them are attractive, but no one dares to say whether there will be any powerful beings in this place. The life of a pirate is nothing more than adventure, but no one who stays here is innocent. Hancock, after we send you here, you can go back directly. There are many things left that you don't need to participate in. You can just leave them to them when the time comes. Chang Nyo said gently to the person sitting opposite. Hancock said. I have never asked you before, why did you choose to come to Gaia Island? Hancock asked with some doubts. Perhaps you will know these things later. Chang Nyo said with a smile. Chapter 115 The person who controls the entire island. Hancock didn't want to know too much about what the man in front of him had done, but being able to become the emperor of a country meant that she was not without merits. At least it could be seen that Chang Nyo and his party chose this place to be as different as they had imagined. Simple. But after hearing what Chang Nyo said, Hancock could only stop talking, but she did not give up on what she had said. Although the area of Gaia Island is not very large, there are indeed many pirates on it, if you count them carefully. There are at least 5,000 pirates on this island. Junhee, Abena, you two, with the King's Guard, must gather all the pirates in one place within 2 hours. Anyone who encounters resistance will be killed on the spot. Chang Nyo saw that the ship was approaching the port. He stood up domineeringly and shouted to the 2 people over there. Yes, Your Majesty. All the while everyone was just sailing on the boat. Didn't experience anything. For such a long time. The bones in these people's bodies have already begun to ache. Now it's rare to encounter something where you can fight. Each of their eyes had become fierce. As the ship just docked, those who stayed on the shore saw so many beauties on the ship. They all looked at them directly and even whistled from time to time. But then they met their fate, that is, Hancock made a gesture and everyone turned to stone in an instant. Abena, we can drive in from both sides as a team. As soon as they reached the shore, Junhee patted Abena on the shoulder and said with a smile. No problem, let's see who of us reaches the central city first. How about the loser treating the winner to a drink? I agree. Junhee said with a smile. There is almost no pressure on this group of people to deal with the people on the island, because those relatively powerful beings are almost all at the level of big pirates, but in this place where nothing matters, they don't believe in the so-called big pirates. We'll be concentrated in this place. Gaia Island is small and pitiful. There is only one town on it called Mogu Town, but in fact it is just a few dozen businesses. Most of them are mainly pirates and a group of people living here. According to the strength of Abena and the group of people from the King's Guard, 2 hours is considered a relatively long time for them. Therefore, within even an hour, the entire Demon Valley town was already completely under control. Chang Nyo and Hancock walked leisurely on the streets here. On such a huge road, no one could be seen now. All the pirates have been gathered in one place, and even the merchants living here, almost no one can escape. Chang Nyo didn't want to see them at all. When he arrived here, he just glanced at them and then walked in another direction. Hancock, we are going to the next stop, and we may have to say goodbye from here. Chongnyo was on this street and said to Hancock with some reluctance. Hey? Next stop. Hancock didn't understand what Chongnyo meant at all. Okay, don't think too much. Since you are already here, there is a lot of money on those pirate ships. Let's just collect them and take them back. We may have to stay here for a while, and there are also I have my own things to do, so I definitely can't take care of you recently, Chongnyo said. I see. Hancock said. Now it is estimated that the most speechless group of people are the people living on Gaia Island. A group of people suddenly rushed out without any warning and directly used powerful force to gather them all in the center of the town. A little more after saying a few words, he was already beaten to a state of disgrace. If he was strong enough and resisted a little, he was massacred on the spot. This group of pirates never figured out why, suddenly someone would loot this place? In the center of the town, there was a large group of people standing there, but only about 10 people were standing around. They were all standing on the roof or other places to observe every move of these pirates. Everyone, we don't have any ill intentions, we just have some things to do. Just stay here for a while and don't move or resist. We don't have any thoughts about your lives, but the choice is now yours. In the hands of others, the right of life and death is held by us, I hope you can distinguish the importance. Abena stood on the highest roof and shouted coldly at these people. When the voice fell, he slashed forward with one knife at a time. In the next second, the buildings that had been built one after another were, a crack that was hundreds of meters long appeared in an instant. The pirates, who were still a little restless, all obediently shut their mouths after seeing this scene. But there was one person among them who shouted directly to Abena, I am a member of the Don Quixote family. Do you want to go against Doflamingo? So much nonsense. Abena didn't even bother to respond to him, and just stabbed him casually. The man who was still talking 1 second was already dead and dismembered the next second. This decisive execution made all the remaining pirates present tremble. Doflamingo was already considered a great pirate in the New World during this period, and even perfectly created the Don Quixote family. According to this period, Doflamingo should have become the king of Dressrosa. In the eyes of the New World or those big guys, Doflamingo should be considered a relatively powerful figure, but in this section of the Grand Line, there are very few people who can hear his name, not to mention that they don't care at all. Whose long promise is flamenco? Now all they have to do is to make these pirates shut up and stay in this place, at least not letting anyone know their next plan. There are so many pirates gathered here, and there must be quite a few other people of all kinds among them. Even reporters from other countries must be among them. But now all of them have only one identity, that is, pirates. Coming on a pirate ship, no one will regard them as a national force, or in other forms, but will only think that it is caused by the involution among pirates. Chapter 116 Ready to go. Therefore, this situation is already a good cover for their identity. The Navy and the world government will not consider the kingdom of Toru at all. But now that the opportunity has come, the next thing naturally needs to be done. If you want to go to Kangdeo, there are actually not many ways that Chongnyo can do. There is such a thing as system space, but it doesn't take much effort to go up to a height of 10,000 meters. Standing on the edge of Gaia Island, Chongnyo raised his head and looked upward. Above the white clouds he could see was their inevitable destination this time. Hancock stood behind him in confusion. Now she realized that she could not understand the man standing in front of her. Even though he had been sailing for more than half a month, he never knew that Chongnyo came to Gaia Island. Purpose. However, the other party had already begun to control everyone on the island as soon as he came to this place, and now he came to the beach regardless of it. Hancock, that's where we're going next. As Chongnyo said, he stretched out his hand and pointed directly towards the sky. Just a finger, but at this moment there is nothing in the sky except white clouds. Hancock didn't understand the reason at all, and asked with some confusion, could you be talking about the empty island? Yes, that's the purpose of going this time. But isn't Sky Island a legendary place? How could such a thing really exist? Hancock asked incomprehensibly. Hancock, Sky Island does exist, and we need to go up this time. To be honest, Sky Island is of great use to me. From now on, you will be our princess true, and there are some things that are important to you. I don't have to hide it either. The Devil Fruit ability I possess is a superhuman space ability. After arriving at Sky Island, I will build a space channel connecting the Toru Kingdom. If you think it is possible, I can also connect a channel to you, at least for the future, even if we no longer become pirates, there will still be smooth communication between the two countries. When the two of us meet, we can reach each other quickly. What do you think? Chang Nyo asked with a smile and attentiveness, staring at the other person with piercing eyes, and the emotion in his eyes seemed strange even to him. Hancock only heard the last words, and didn't care about the front ones at all, and his face turned red again. For Hancock, no matter what Chang Nyo said or did at this moment, it was right. As long as it was something he wanted, this woman would do it without hesitation. Hancock nodded without hesitation. Now that the two of us are here, there is no need to hide it. But after being sweet for a while, Hancock suddenly returned to his normal appearance. He looked at Chang Nyo with confusion and asked, "Where is the empty island specifically? None of us know how to get up there." "Don't worry. Since you can say such things, we will naturally have our way, but we still need to work hard for you. The identity of the true kingdom cannot be exposed. Those pirates will be left to you for the time being. In 2 days, you can go back directly in an hour." Chang Nyo said. "Don't worry, we'll leave this place to us, but we don't know when you can see us again once you leave, so you must pay attention to your own safety," Hancock said worriedly. She understood the strength of the man in front of her, but for a woman who was already in love, no matter how strong she was, she could not stop her concern. They arrived at Gaia Island in the morning, and an hour or two have passed now. Both Junhee's people and Chang Nyo's preparations have been put in place. As for what they will do next, the thing is to head towards the direction of Sky Island. After handing over everything to the 9 Snakes pirates, all the people of the Toru Kingdom were evacuated from it. Those who had no strength in Barlow directly robbed a pirate ship and started heading towards the Toru Kingdom. "Depart in the direction you are in. There are only a dozen people left here, and Chang Nyo will take Junhee, Abina, and the dozen or so king guards, all heading towards the empty island." As evening approached, everyone had gathered at the seaside location where Chang Nyo was located. Every one of them was full of expectations, and their hearts were also full of questions. How to get to the empty island was the biggest problem. But these guys completely ignored the strength of their king. Indeed, according to Chang Nyo's current development of devil fruit abilities, it would be quite difficult for him to directly use space to jump to an empty island with an uncertain target. If they didn't land on the empty island along the way, wouldn't they just fall into the sea? The most important thing is that there is sea water on the empty island, which can also make people with abilities such as them completely lose all actions. "Junhee, have everyone arrived?" "Yes, Your Majesty, everyone is here now. The number of people we have prepared for going to Sky Island this time, including you, is a total of 19 people. The other members of the King's Guard will all escort Gagoya and the others back to the Kingdom of True," Junhee reported. This has already been the beginning of a turning point in their lives. Everyone is paying great attention to it. Even Abina, who has just joined, has a stern look at this moment. He also wants to see what the legendary Kangdeo is like. But for so many of them, the key to reaching the empty island is that there is no ship yet, which makes this group of people confused. Chang Nyo looked back at everyone and asked firmly, "I don't know what will happen when I go to Kangdeo. If you are worried, you can stay directly and return to the true kingdom. I will never be blamed. Your Majesty, please be able to trust the people brought out by Your Majesty. Even if they die on the journey, no one will frown," Junhee shouted loudly. Seeing this momentum, Chang Nyo smiled slightly, and then said in a calm tone, "The next step will be an opportunity to change the destiny of our Kingdom of True. I hope everyone can work together this time." Junhee smiled knowingly. After all, they were friends since childhood. They had already planned and set what would happen next. The only problem now is how to get to the Sky Island at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Chapter 117, Arrival at Sky Island. After Chang Nyo finished speaking, he turned around and looked in the direction of the sea. Since everyone had decided to take this step, it was time for everything to begin. When everyone was feeling confused, a dozen bamboo dragonflies suddenly appeared in Chang Nyo's hands. The key was that these things looked very ordinary, and no one could feel anything unusual. This thing was purchased by Chang Nyo from the system space. It can fly tens of thousands of meters at a time, but the key is that this thing is one-time use. Once they cannot reach the Sky Island this time, then what will happen next? Facing almost falling into the sea. "Junhee, give this thing to everyone." Chang Nyo didn't turn around, but calmly shouted to Junhee. Junhee was completely confused, but he still followed the instructions of His Majesty the King, and even gave one to Abena. Just when everyone was wondering, Chang Nyo took the lead and placed the bamboo dragonfly on his head. Then when he let go of his hand, the bamboo dragonfly naturally floated above his head and began to spin rapidly. In less than a moment, Chang Nyo had slowly left the ground and was suspended about 3 meters above the ground. Wow! Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief at this moment. They never thought that this thing could actually lead them to fly. Anyway, this pirate world is already incredible enough, and it is normal for more incredible things to happen. But this bamboo dragonfly is very expensive. Although it is only a one-time thing, the price of a single thing has reached tens of millions of belly, and it is still the kind of thing that does not guarantee after-sales service. You are still in a daze, hurry up, we will go straight up after it is done. Chang Nyo looked at everyone with a speechless expression. Is this thing really that difficult to understand? Driven by curiosity, others began to slowly put bamboo dragonflies on their heads, but then, this feeling made them feel really good. The feeling of flying is something that ordinary people cannot experience. Even Abena felt that he was dreaming. This thing is a one-time use and can only fly to about 10,000 meters. However, it has reached the location of the Sky Island at about 7 kilometers from the ground. Everyone must remember it and must not separate under any circumstances. When everyone was already suspended 2 or 3 meters above the ground, Chang Nyo began to give serious instructions to everyone. Yes. More than a dozen people answered together, and then they saw figures flying directly into the sky. Even though they were flying in mid-air, these people kept their formation and started to move forward. Even Chang Nyo was not sure whether there was an empty island above his head at this moment. In addition, and most importantly, there was an island above his head. White Sea, Sky Island is also located on the White Sea above the White Sea. The White Sea is also the same as the sea. It has the power to incapacitate those with abilities. But before flying, Chang Nyo had already considered this problem. As long as he can determine the location of the empty island, he can lead everyone to directly move through space without worrying about falling into the so-called sea. For them, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, especially with the powerful cold wind above, if they are not careful, these people may be blown away directly by the wind, and the consequences are unimaginable to anyone. So when they encountered strong winds, they held hands one by one and continued flying upwards. Abena, if you are not afraid of the sea water, go ahead and confirm whether the thing above your head is the White Sea. Chang Nyo shouted loudly towards Abena. In this howling wind, Chang Nyo found it hard to understand how the future protagonist pirate group could enter an empty island thousands of meters away in such a huge storm, and still drive a boat. The incredible luck is really enviable. Abena flew at the forefront, but then the humidity in the air became thicker and thicker, until in the end it felt like he couldn't breathe. In the end, he had no choice but to retreat quickly and directly report what happened above. At a height of 3,000 meters, there should be no problem. Chang Nyo said to himself, then looked at the group of people holding hands, and also went directly to grab the clothes of Junhee and Abena, and a blue light instantly covered everyone. When they appeared again, the scene in front of them had completely changed into something else. There was a clear sky above our heads, and there was no strong wind at all. It felt like bathing on the beach. And wherever they looked in front of them, everything was shaped like a bunch of white clouds. Although we have reached Sky Island now, we are in the outermost area of Sky Island. The feeling this place left them with was indeed very refreshing and refreshing. Is this an empty island? Abena couldn't help but exclaimed directly. Abena, you must trust His Majesty from now on. What His Majesty says must be right, but this empty island looks different from what you imagined, and I'm already a little excited inside. Junhee said with some excitement indeed. Everyone else also had a look of shock on their faces. No one could have imagined that there was actually an island above the sky. The appearance of this Sky Island only subverted their knowledge. Chang Nyo had already known about this thing for a long time, but looking at this land suspended in the sky, he felt that it was too strange. Everyone, please be careful. The energy of the bamboo dragonfly is about to be exhausted. You can stand on those white clouds in front. Get closer first and count the number of people. Chang Nyo shouted to everyone. This is also the most important thing. The number of people must be kept intact. After all, everyone was too panicked just now, and there was no way to count the number of people in mid-air. Who knows if someone will be left behind? In today's pirate world, even staying on an empty island almost always requires a ship to navigate. If you only rely on your legs to move, many places are still difficult to get to. Fortunately, the strength of these people was quite good. They kept finding jumping points that they could use their strength to gain strength, and soon they arrived at the iconic gate of Sky Island. There was no one who paid the fee in Chongnyo's impression, and no guards could be seen here. It was just a gate cut out of white clouds. Chapter 118 Ganfu. The current Sky Island looks sparse and ordinary, without any noble look. Even at the gate, there is not even a guard. It seems that because no one has been here for a long time, their vigilance has been relaxed to the extreme. A group of people walked in swaggeringly, but the only thing that existed in their impression was still here, and that was a huge lobster staying here. Your Majesty, what a big lobster! Can this thing be eaten? One soldier shouted excitedly. The main reason is that this lobster is so big, at least as high as 2 or 3 stories, and its body length is hundreds of meters. It is a complete giant. If this thing eats meat, this group of people can probably been eating for 2 or 3 days. Facing such a big guy, others were quite surprised, but this express shrimp obviously seemed to be able to understand human speech. After the guard yelled, Express Shrimp seemed to have seen a demon. He didn't even look towards them and disappeared in front of everyone. This thing runs pretty fast. Junhee looked at the disappearing shrimp and suddenly said with emotion. Everyone who wants to eat him probably thinks so, and Chongnyo is no exception. Thinking about such a big guy is a delicacy. But the express was scared away. Now if they want to reach the real place of Sky Island, they probably can only go there on foot. Fortunately, all the white clouds here are solid. Stepping on them is almost the same as stepping on land, just soft. But it still feels pretty good. You guys. We don't know how much time we can save by sitting on this guy's back. Chongnyo said speechlessly for a while. The key is that it's a pity that that thing has escaped now. Junhee both started to speak with laughter. What he lamented was not that people like him didn't get on the express shrimp, but that they didn't catch him and let everyone have a feast. Everyone, please be careful later. Kangdeo still has their strength. Don't be careless and get knocked down. It would be bad. Chongnyo began to shout in warning. Although I don't know what the situation is like on the Sky Island now, the people on the Sky Island do have some strength. The most important thing is that they can fly. Everyone nodded understandingly. No place should be underestimated, especially a place like this that has never had many records. 2 powerful people might suddenly appear. When they walked into the gate, all the scenes here were reflected in front of them. The white clouds seemed to be a spiral road leading directly to the top, and in the middle was the water connecting to the White Sea. Although the sea water here is different from the one below, the abilities they exude are almost the same. In this team, not only Chongnyo and Shunye are devil fruit users, there are also several among these guards who are also devil fruit users. Once someone falls into the sea, according to the rapid river here, it's almost cool. The entire river spirals upward for a distance of 2,000 to 3,000 meters, giving everyone the impression that there is still a lot of distance to go. This is just the first step to the Sky Island. The real Sky Island is still far above them. Immediately afterwards, they walked all the way on the white clouds. Nothing special or unexpected happened. Everyone was full of expectations and curiosity about this place. They chatted with each other without feeling bored at all. Abina is responsible for observing the surroundings, Junhee is responsible for being on guard, and the others are moving forward quickly. Chongnyo began to shout orders. He didn't want the people who came this time to encounter any unexpected situations. Even though they might be much stronger than Kangdeo, no one could guarantee whether any unexpected situations would happen. Abina and Junhee nodded immediately and started doing what they should do at the same time. At least within the scope of this empty island, the precautions needed in the early stage must be there. As we walked up the road, we were able to walk more than half of the way and it was quite peaceful, and nothing special happened. But good luck can't always be maintained. Just as they continued to walk up, Abina suddenly raised his fist directly and made a stop. Junhee could no longer wait for the other party. After talking too much, he started shouting everyone on alert. Not long after, a man riding a flying white horse and wearing a suit of armor appeared in front of everyone. Of course, he came alone. Even so, facing this man who suddenly arrived, everyone was on guard and ready to attack. Who are you? Why did you come to my Sky Island territory? Ganfu shouted directly to the Chongnyo group, and the spear-like thing in his hand seemed to be preparing to attack. Appearing on such a mount, Chongnyo recognized him in just a moment. It's just that at this time, Ganfu's beard had not turned grey yet and his hair was all black. He looked to be about 50 years old. The aura he exuded looked very impressive, but his strength was far inferior to everyone present. For example, it is impossible to defeat even a guard. Facing the other party's inquiry, Chang Nyo silently took 2 steps forward and said with a smile on his face, "I'm just here to look for something. I don't want to have any dispute with Kangdao. People from Qinghai, what are you looking for in Kangdao?" "Treasures." Ganfu asked coldly again. "We are not interested in many things about Kangdao. You can maintain your original life, or we can use force to directly suppress the entire Kangdao." Junhee immediately acted on guard and looked at Ganfu with a serious voice. "Junhee." Chang Nyo called him, signaling him not to continue talking. Chang Nyo didn't want to do anything to Kangdao. He just wanted to use this area, or directly incorporate Kangdao into his country's territory. Chang Nyo looked at Ganfu with a smile and said again, "I am Genji Chang Nyo, the king of the kingdom of Toru in the West Sea. Is it possible that I can't even be a guest on Sky Island now? Didn't you expect to be the king of a country?" Ganfu was talking to himself, but he understood the meaning of Junhee's words just now. The other party's purpose was probably not as simple as imagined. Until now, his eyes were on guard. If he saw something was wrong, he could attack at any time. Chapter 119 Young Enelu. But at this moment, Chang Nyo slightly released his overlord lust, without thinking of using it to directly suppress Ganfu. But just like that, the flying white horse he was riding fell directly onto the white clouds in an instant, and even Ganfu fell down without being able to stand firm. At this moment, he finally realized the terror of the group of people in front of him, and his inner guard and panic became more prominent. "What exactly do you want to do?" Ganfu still sat up unwillingly, looked at Chang Nyo and asked. But at this time, he didn't have the thought to communicate with Ganfu anymore. He waved his hand directly, and the 2 guards behind him immediately stepped forward, dragged the other person up and started walking forward. "Your Majesty, who is this old man?" Junhee asked curiously. "You and I both came here together. You don't even know how I know." Chang Nyo said speechlessly, but after turning his head and taking a look, he continued, "This guy is Ganfu, the god of Sky Island. Don't you know him? What's wrong with him?" Junhee walked directly behind and muttered something. Ganfu still didn't understand what happened. The strength of these people was indeed beyond imagination, but why they came to the empty island and why they drove him directly towards the empty island. He still didn't know all this. But the only thing that can be done now is to follow them and continue walking forward to see what they are thinking. After officially arriving at the empty island, the scene in front of them was refreshing for everyone. There are many various buildings on the empty island in front of you, but most of them are still made of white clouds, but this unified color and shape does look very beautiful and elegant. Moreover, all kinds of strange traffic on the empty island also attracted their great interest, but none of them left directly to investigate, but still stayed here to watch. The image of a group of people in Changnyo is easy to distinguish. Almost everyone can tell at a glance that they are definitely not from the empty island. Therefore, after they first entered, many people's eyes were attracted by this group of people. "Come over." Not to mention that they were dragging the current Sky Island god Ganfu behind them, which surprised everyone even more, but no one stepped forward to say anything at this time. "Let you steal things, let you steal things. I'll beat you to death next time I see you, a foreign waste, something like the Sangmin star. Kuo, what's the point of talking to someone like this trash? I think hitting him will dirty our hands." A group of people from Changnyo just walked onto this road that should be regarded as a street. They were met by 4 or 5 children. They were bullying a big boy who looked about 13 or 14 years old. They were sitting and cursing. But the beaten boy lying on the ground never said a word from beginning to end. Just standing here and looking at it for a few times, the 14 or 15-year-old boys who were beating people just stared at Changnyo and shouted, "What are you looking at? You are outsiders again. You are really nothing. I don't know what you are doing on our empty island." Several children left directly after scolding, leaving only the one lying on the ground. He slowly sat up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He didn't say a word from beginning to end, as if he was mute. Changnyo walked over and slowly squatted down to look at this dirty big boy. His clothes were all in tatters and he didn't even have a pair of shoes that fit his feet. He was a complete beggar on an empty island. "Junhee, bring some food over here." Changnyo shouted leisurely to Junhee who was standing behind him. Without any hesitation, Junhee directly asked for some food from the guard and handed it to Chang Nyo, who was squatting on the ground. The big boy who sat up was wiping the blood that spilled from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were also curiously staring at Chang Nyo, who was squatting on the ground and looked a few years older than him. This is something unique to Qinghai. You can try it and see if you like it. Chang Nyo took the piece of bread handed over by Junhee, then placed it in front of the boy sitting on the ground and said, "Don't pay attention to me. They all say that I am a Sangmin star and will bring bad luck to those who come in contact with me." The injured boy sitting on the ground refused directly in a calm tone. "May I have your name?" Chang Nyo asked again without giving up. "Anilu." After the big boy finished speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave without taking anything from Chang Nyo's hand. But the moment he said his name, Chang Nyo was stunned for a while. He never thought that the legendary Enel was actually so old now and looked several years younger than himself. "Got it. Before I came to the Sky Island, I was still thinking about whether the natural fruit on the Sky Island would stay here, but at least it seems now that this thing has not been eaten by Enel." When he thought of this, Chang Nyo smiled slightly and stared at Enel, who had left. "Let's go, let's find a place to rest first, and we'll discuss the details later." Chang Nyo stood up, still looking at the direction in which Enel left, with a slight smile on his lips, and said to Junhee next to him, "Your Majesty, how should we find a place to rest in this place?" Junhee asked curiously. The key was that no one on the island seemed to welcome them. "Isn't there that guy at the back? If I remember correctly, there should be a shrine on Sky Island. The area is quite large. Let's go there first today and observe the terrain of the entire Kong Island." Chang Nyo, he said leisurely, then turned to face the other direction and said, "Abina, you are responsible for sensing where the place is with your sense of sight, and then leading them to rest there." "Okay, Your Majesty." Abina held the knife of dawn in his arms, nodded and said. Ganfu still didn't understand the purpose of these guys coming here. They didn't show any strong desire. The key was that they seemed to be quite familiar with the terrain of this empty island, which made him feel very familiar. Surprised and puzzled. How could Chang Nyo explain these things to him? After speaking, he walked straight in the direction where Anilo left. Sky Island is still very bright now, and the sun is still hanging overhead. It is estimated that it will take at least several hours before it gets dark. Chang Nyo is like this, walking alone on the street to observe the specific conditions on both sides. Chapter 120 Enel's ability. The monetary unit currently used on Sky Island is the same as that used on the sea below, and Bailey is widely used as currency settlement. As for the currency in the later period, it should be a currency that was re-established after Enel became a god. Walking on this long street, the rate of turning heads was very high. Everyone stared curiously at this man from Qinghai, but at the same time, they were also very hospitable and did not discriminate against foreigners. Up here. Even when you walk into a store, the store boards will warmly welcome you and even introduce your own products thoughtfully. Although the Sky Islands will not welcome outsiders for many years, occasionally one or two will appear, and sometimes there may be many. After all, there is more than one Sky Island, and the Sky Islands in the entire sky are connected together, adding up to less. It is said that there are 20 or 30 empty islands. But most of the Sky Islands are dominated by island clouds and have no land at all. Only in this place will there be a holy land with soil as the main area. Chang Nyo wandered around this place alone, trying to understand the overall structure of Sky Island first. When it was almost dark, he finally spotted the figure of the big boy Anilu. Now this guy is lying alone on the white clouds. Fortunately, the weather in Kangdao is still relatively good. It is like spring all year round, and there is no too cold or hot weather. Moreover, the softness and heat preservation of the white clouds make him, if you sleep on it, even if it gets colder at night, it won't cause much harm. The area where El Nilo is located is already very close to the periphery of the entire Sky Island area, and even closer to the Holy Lands with mud forests. When he saw Anilo's figure, Chang Nyo turned around and walked into a restaurant. After ordering 2 meals, he walked out directly. When he came to Anilo's side, the little guy seemed a little wary, but after all, after having a good impression of the first meeting, Anilo didn't have much resistance to Chang Nyo. "Little guy, why are you here? Judging from the look of you, you probably haven't eaten yet. I happened to buy an extra portion. Let's eat some together." Chang Nyo also sat directly on Bibyun, then took out the meal he had bought in advance and handed it to Anilo, who was lying there. Seeing Anero at this period, Chang Nyo finally understood why he chose to use that method to give back to everyone on this empty island in the later period. When a child who is not taken seriously and is often bullied grows up and becomes powerful, his inner desire for revenge has been infinitely amplified. After Chang Nyo handed a portion of the meal to Enelu, he picked up his own portion, sat next to him and started eating without saying a word. Seeing this image, Enelu didn't say anything else, and he didn't even refuse Chang Nyo's kindness this time. The two people are sitting here. In terms of appearance, they look like two people of different classes, but they can stay here quietly and have dinner together. After a while, Enelu finally wiped his mouth with some satisfaction, turned to look at Chang Nyo, who was still eating elegantly, and said without any warning, "Thank you for the dinner. This is the best meal I have received in all these years. The best meal I've ever had. You're welcome. Since we can meet, it's fate. My name is Genji Chang Nyo. You can also call me Brother Chang Nyo, or call me Your Majesty like everyone else. I am the king of a country in Qinghai below. I am 17 years old. I should be older than you." Chang Nyo said with a slight smile. "My name is Enelu, I am 14 years old." In a simple sentence, the two of them got to know each other. Although Enel had already said his name before, he just said it casually at that time. This time it was considered a formal introduction to himself, but he still felt quite good. "Okay." But then Enelu said, "Don't get so close to me in the future. The people who are closer to me are all dead. They all say that I am a disaster. No one is willing to play with me or even accompany me. There aren't many people chatting." Enelu said with some frustration. "Why should you care about other people's opinions about some things? Do what you want to do. This is the most perfect life. We still have a long way to go, so we don't have to think like this." Chang Nyo didn't mind what Enelu said. Instead, he still smiled and said comfortingly like a brother. For Enelu, who has never had any friends, the feeling Chang Nyo gave him at this moment was indeed very warm and made him happier. "Can you tell me what Qinghai looks like?" Enelu asked suddenly. "Sure." Chang Nyo said with a smile, then he lay directly on the white clouds, put his hands behind his head, looked at the stars in the sky, and then said leisurely, "Qinghai. It's a big, big area. The sea area is completely endless. In addition, there are many things in Qinghai that are not found on the empty islands. The area is also many times larger than the empty islands. There are many strong people and many interesting people. Likewise, there are also many partners, each of whom has a distinct personality. I live in Qinghai, but sometimes I envy the leisure and comfort of your island life. Of course, this may not be possible for you. There is always something to pursue in life." Chang Nyo said, then turned sideways and looked at Enelu there, and asked casually, "Enelu, what is your dream?" "I want to go to the moon. It is a dreamy place. I have heard people say it before, so I have been holding on to this dream. When I was young, I wanted to create something that could go to the moon, but that sometimes, I just left for a while, but I was accidentally knocked over by someone else, which ultimately caused serious consequences. At that time, all the people in the village disappeared overnight. It was probably caused by that thing. As a result, this is the reason why no one on this empty island wants to see me. They all think that I am a leader. An unlucky sign." Enelu said sadly. "Things of the past have passed. There is no need to think about those things anymore. It is always good to have ideals." Chang Nyo once again comforted the other party and said. But through this chat, Chang Nyo at least knew one thing, that is, when Enel was a child, he caused everyone on the entire Baikakong Island to disappear. The fundamental reason was exactly what he thought. Same thing, that's Enel, a creative genius from birth. After all, in the later period, this guy was able to create a flying golden ship by himself, which was enough to prove the extent of the other party's creative ability. Chapter 121 Control of Sky Island. The two of them just lay on the white clouds and chatted. Even though it was getting dark, it didn't matter to them now. Unknowingly, the two of them lay directly on the soft white clouds and fell asleep happily. In Chang Nyo's view, Anelu's life is a bit pitiful. At only 9 years old, he has created an existence that can destroy an island. After he was 9 years old, he wandered here. Until now, he has not made any friends in the past 4 or 5 years. When it comes to any close friend, everyone has regarded him as a scourge and looked on with cold eyes. This led to the distortion of the mind of this young child in the end. Sometimes I have to admit that Enel's ability is simply beyond everyone's imagination. The original plot did not introduce the situation about Enel at all. It only told that when he was young, he had killed everyone on the island. But now that the other party said these words, Enel is indeed he has an extraordinary presence. This time when he approached Enero, Chong Nyo got a preliminary understanding of him. He was not as bad as he had imagined, and was even many times better than expected. If this guy were in the hands of the world government, he would most likely become as good as their greatest scientist. But now that he has been discovered by himself, he should naturally use this relationship to cultivate him into the kind of talent that is most beneficial to his country. This is the first day on Sky Island, and it has already achieved an unexpected happy ending, at least for Chong Nyo. Junhee here. Abena and two of them, with a team of guards, accompanied Ganfer to what they called the shrine. This place was completely built on a piece of earth continent. The size was not particularly large, but the so-called there are many priests. Ganfu was not restrained, but at the same time he did not dare to resist. He still did not understand what the purpose of these people coming to the empty island was. Along the way, I could only carefully observe every move of these people. At first, Ganfu thought they were just looking for treasures, but after following these people to the palace where they lived, everything completely changed his mind. These people have no nostalgia for treasures, but they keep looking at the surrounding environment along the way, and even plan the specific situation while walking. Although it was somewhat surprising, Ganfir didn't say anything else from beginning to end. After entering the shrine, there were about 40 or 50 people in the entire shrine. Everyone was wearing white robes, with two small wings on the back of the clothes as decoration like those on Kumdeo. Abena, sense the situation around you. Junhee said to Abena. After entering the palace, Abena immediately turned on his perception state, while other guards stood guard beside him. Their combat rules are based on the team, and the training rules are also based on the team, so every time when others are exploring, the remaining people need to be in a state of preparation to prevent sudden and unexpected events. Unexpected situations happen, especially in such a relatively unfamiliar environment. Upon hearing this, Abena looked domineering and immediately spread within a radius of 2 kilometers. After confirming that there was no danger, when he withdrew his senses, he said to Junhee next to him, "It's still relatively safe here, so just stay here. There are dozens of people in this place." Junhee nodded after hearing this, and then began to observe the appearance of the priests. In fact, the people on the other side are also very curious, why did Ganfa bring this group of strange people here? "Everyone, I have come to the land of the shrine in accordance with your request. Although I don't know what your purpose is in coming to Sky Island, please don't hurt anyone on Sky Island." Ganfu looked at the group of people and said tactfully. Although he is the most powerful being on Sky Island, after all, he is still not enough in front of these people. Even if you really put it all together, the final outcome may only arouse the anger of others. "I heard His Majesty said your name is Ganfur, right? The purpose of our coming here is very simple. At least we don't have to worry about harming anyone on the empty island." Junhee stepped forward and said calmly. "Thank you very much, but I also want to know what is the purpose of your coming to Sky Island?" Ganfur asked again. "Take over the management of Sky Island." Abena didn't have such a good temper and just spoiled the other party. He took 2 steps forward and said in a cold voice. "So that's how it is." Ganfu was not too surprised. He had seen the world. When these people appeared on the island, he could already feel it from their names, and from Chong Nyo's self-introduction, he could already feel it. Can learn some information. As the king of a country, he will definitely not come to the empty island to travel to the sky for no reason. He definitely has his own purpose. But during the process of following him, he saw Chang Nyo asking his subordinates for food to give to Enelu, and Ganfu felt that the man should be pretty good. "Since you already know our purpose, I hope you can stay here well today. After tomorrow, our Majesty should have a good discussion with you. Regarding the future situation, we come to this place not to hurt anyone. But Sky Island is very important to us, and we hope you can cooperate." Seeing that Abena had revealed the purpose of these people, Junhee could only helplessly start to speak. Before coming here, Chong Nyo had already told them to avoid conflicts in the Kumdeo area and try to avoid them. After all, they would be regarded as belonging to the same country from now on. It is now imperative for them to take over Sky Island, and they also have too much confidence in being able to completely rule it. Not to mention the entire True Kingdom army, with their current people, it is no longer a problem to rule this small sky island, which is not particularly large. Junhee has always maintained a gentle and elegant image, trying his best to make himself feel to the other party without any predatory intentions. But if the other party really doesn't cooperate, he will use all the means he has at his disposal without hesitation. After all, in this era where pirates are rampant, any kindness is full of irresponsibility to one's own people. Chapter 122 Fruit from the Sky Island. The priests in the original shrine looked at each other in confusion, not knowing at all what kind of situation they were in now. But from the conversation between the two parties, we can understand a lot of things. They were not fools. In just a moment, they had fully understood that these people were here to compete for control of the Sky Island. My lord, who are they? Finally, a priest couldn't hold back and started to ask Ganfor loudly. From now on, everyone will obey their orders. No one is allowed to resist or make any unnecessary resistance. I will personally explain the specific matters to everyone tomorrow. Ganfu said calmly. His current thoughts do not contain any complicated emotions, but he just wants to at least stabilize these people before meeting Chongnyo, so as to avoid any conflicts. Ganfu knew very well about the strength of the people on Sky Island, and he did not want any accident to happen to any of his priests. From now on, everyone will take a break in Shift 3. All matters will be discussed in detail after His Majesty comes over tomorrow. Junhee immediately started shouting orders to his people, not paying attention to the priests in the shrine at all. They could just leave the matters belonging to Kangdeo to themselves. Junhee believed that Ganfu would be able to handle it properly, and then conflict issues may arise. The fact is exactly what he said. Ganfu brought all the priests together. Although they didn't know what they were talking about, everyone could imagine what kind of result he would tell them. The people on both sides were in peace, and they waited until dawn the next day. Just after dawn, Changniu, who was sleeping on the white clouds, felt such a comfortable environment. This was the first time in his life that he had lied in such an open-air environment, but lying down and resting in this place was much better than on a boat. After waking up, Chongnyo sat up and stretched directly, but when he turned his head and looked over, Anilo had already disappeared. Chongnyo didn't have much doubts. Just when he was about to stand up and go to find June and the others, Anilo came out from nowhere, holding a lot of wild fruits in his hand. "Brother Chongnyo, are you awake?" Anil said with a smile on her face. It seems that after last night's chat, Anilo seems to have opened his heart to Chongnyo at this moment, and his whole person at least looks a lot brighter. But he was still wearing the tattered clothes, and he didn't even wear a shirt at all. He appeared here shirtless and wearing a pair of tattered trousers and bare feet. The tattered clothes that were originally worn on the top were now used to wrap the fruits picked from who knows where. "Where have you been?" Chongnyo asked curiously. "Let's eat something first, brother. I just ran to the Holy Land. There are many strange things there, and there is also this kind of delicious fruit. Give it a try." Looking at Anilo's appearance, Chongnyo couldn't help but laugh. But he did not refuse the other party's kindness. Although the clothes wrapping the fruits looked tattered and a little dirty, the fruits inside had obviously been washed with water. Chongnyo simply sat down on Bibyun again, picked up something like a green apple and started to bite it. It is estimated that few people eat fruit on the empty island, so even if they bite into something that is more sour than sweet, it can make them feel fresh and delicious. You couldn't be more likely to have grown up eating this stuff these past few years, right? Looking at Anilo's relatively thin figure, Chongnyo raised his head and asked directly. "Fortunately, not entirely. I just eat this occasionally. There isn't much to eat on this island. Most of the time I go to the sea to catch fish." Anil said without any concern. "It doesn't matter. Now that you have recognized me as your eldest brother, I will definitely let you eat and drink well from now on." Chongnyo directly rubbed the other party's messy-looking hair, smiled and said kindly. It's just that these green apples are really hard for Chongnyo to swallow. Even the sour taste in his mouth as soon as he bites them is already a bit difficult for him to accept. In today's huge empty island, Anilo is indeed the child with the worst life. "Brother, why don't you eat?" Anilo watched Chongnyo pick up a green apple, but he just put it to his mouth and took a bite, leaving the rest untouched. But the food he ate already looked very delicious, so he had some doubts as to whether what he was looking for was not in line with the other person's appetite. It was rare for an elder brother who could talk to him to appear and bring some joy to his boring and sad life. A glimmer of light, Anilo was very worried about something like this happening, so he asked with a sudden expression. Don't think too much. I'm just not hungry. Eat quickly. I'll take you to a place after eating. Chang Nyo said with a smile. At this moment, Anilu does seem to be physically stronger, which may be related to the fact that he has been living alone, but more importantly, he is still relatively thin, and he doesn't even look like he has any flesh on his body. But in terms of appearance, Anilu's image now is quite different from that of a few years later, especially the long earlobes, even without the gold earrings, they still hang above the shoulders. As soon as he heard that Chang Nyo told him to finish his meal quickly and was willing to take him to other places, Anilu immediately started to devour the apple. He didn't even spit out the core of the apple. He just started eating the apple in one bite. In less than a while, there were only 2 or 3 apples left in the original pile. He raised his head and glanced at Chang Nyo, smiled sheepishly, and then picked up all the remaining 3 apples. He took it in his hand and handed it to Chang Nyo. It was probably because there were too many apples stuffed in his mouth. After whining for a long time, Chang Nyo didn't hear clearly what the other party said. The key is that Chang Nyo still knows the meaning of his move quite clearly. You can just eat these things by yourself. Don't pay too much attention to me. Now that you've eaten everything, let's go. Chang Nyo stood up with a smile, still holding the half-drawn apple in his hand. There is no land and no plants in this empty island. There are only some trees in the so-called Holy Land, and now they have become holy places in the empty island. Ordinary people cannot set foot in it at all. For them, to say that I can taste the taste of fruit in this life is already a fantasy. Chapter 123, Sky Island Shrine. Anilu stood up quickly as he spoke, without wasting any time. As for his worn-out coat, he continued to wear it after taking the remaining fruits into his hands. Chang Nyo looked at him like this, smiled slightly, and ignored it. Where are we going? I am very familiar with Sky Island. Anilu hurriedly began to introduce. There seems to be a place called the Shrine here. I wonder if you know it. Chang Nyo turned his head and asked with a smile. That's the place you're talking about. Of course I know. I've been there several times, but the people there often don't let me go there. But a few times I've sneaked into that place. It's the largest on the entire Sky Island. A place like this? Anilu said in introduction. I didn't expect you to be really familiar with this place, so let's go, I'll take you there this time. Chang Nyo said, and then started walking directly in front. It is still quite far away from the shrine. Although the Sky Island is not particularly big, it will take at least about an hour to get there on foot. It is a place like this that can accommodate Chang Nyo's previous overall arrangement. Brother, why do we go to the shrine? No one there is a good person, at least I think that's the case. Listening to Anilu talking to himself, Chang Nyo felt that this little guy could be considered a chatterbox, but when he thought about it, it was true. For a person with such an active mind, it was normal for him to be a chatterbox. Facing a life alone, suffering the cold eyes of everyone, and still being able to stick to the status quo, even if he becomes the god of this empty island in the future, he still does not choose to kill anyone. In terms of character, Anilu can be regarded as a very good kind of person. Now he just needs a correct guidance, without a sense of right and wrong, and lacks mutual help among friends. There is still a long road ahead for him. Anilu, have you ever thought about becoming a strong person? While walking on the road, Chang Nyo turned his head and looked at Anilu, who was following behind him, always thinking about it. Strong. Anilu directly touched his chin with his dirty little hands, as if he was thinking deeply, and then said blankly, what's the use of becoming a strong man? After becoming a strong person, you can protect the people you want to protect and do many things you want to do. At least when you are helpless in the end, your strength will also be able to protect the things you want to protect. Chang Nyo said leisurely. Then I have decided that I will become a strong man in the future. I will definitely find a way to help you, brother. Anilu said with some assurance. While they were talking, they had already reached the edge of the lush woods. As they walked forward, the rest was all land. This is the Holy Land among the people of Kangdao, an island that came up from 10,000 meters below. Compared with the white clouds of Kangdao, this place is almost out of place, but because of this place, whether it is woods or other, has become a forbidden area in everyone's mind. After all, the presence of something like dirt at such a high place is indeed enough for generations of Sky Island people to protect it. Standing on the edge of these woods, it is really refreshing to see such huge trees growing in this place. Brother Chang Nyo, follow me this way. I know a more convenient and faster way. There are too many traps in this place now, all set by the Sandians. If you are not careful, you may be trapped. We're going to die in the woods. Enilu said quickly, and then ran directly in front, starting to guide the way for Changnyo, who was standing there motionless. Enilu, don't go so fast, I'll take you there later. Changnyo glanced around, just feeling curious about this place for no reason. Then he looked at Enilu jumping up and down and shouted directly to him. The other party was still standing on the root of a huge tree. He was surprised when he heard Changnyo calling him. While he was dazed, Changnyo had already arrived in front of him in an instant, and then grabbed his shoulders, and the two of them directly disappeared in place. But the moment they disappeared, two people rushed out from where they were originally. These two people were bare-chested, had dark skin, and looked very strong. Their hair was tied into a small braid, and they were wrapped in something similar to animal skins. If it weren't for the things on their feet, they would have walked out. If you do, you will most likely be considered a savage by others. The two guys were wearing something unknown on their feet. It looked a bit like skates, but it could keep the two people suspended in the air, and there was the sound of wind blowing toward the ground from below. Wei Bai, didn't you say you just found two people here, and why are they suddenly missing now? The man wrapped in an animal skin apron, holding something similar to a mace in his hand, looked at another man with dark skin and a spear in his hand and asked. You ask me? How could I know that I could hear someone talking here just now, but they seemed to disappear in an instant? The man named Weibo said. It's better to ignore this matter for now. If we continue to stay here, the group of priests will probably come again later. Shouldn't we leave first? Braham, can you be like this every time you come out? It's just the priests. I feel like they won't show up at all today. Yesterday, I sneakily ran to the shrine and took a look. A group of people have come from Qinghai, and they are all living in the shrine now, so they probably won't be able to take care of us. Weibo said with a serious expression. The specific purpose of these two men who came to this place is not clear yet, but looking at their eyes, you can already tell that these two are definitely weaklings. But the things on their feet are indeed very good. They can put a person who is not an ability user in a flying state. This is probably a lot more for the bonus on attack. But now no one would pay attention to these two people at all. Changnyo and Enilu had arrived at the gate of the shrine in just a blink of an eye. The white clouds are still used for processing and transformation here, but it is obviously different, because after the white clouds are processed, the hardness seems to be quite high. Chapter 124 Ganfol's question. The difference from before is that there are now two people from the Toru kingdom standing guard outside the shrine, especially at the gate. The moment Changnyo appeared, they immediately bowed their bodies and shouted, Your Majesty. Are everyone in there? Changnyo asked. Yes, Your Majesty. After listening to what one of the members of the King's Guard said, Changnyo smiled slightly and was about to start striding towards the inside. However, Aniru, who came with him, was still staring at the boss at this moment. He had no idea what was going on. He was clearly staying on the periphery just now, so why was he suddenly at the gate of the shrine? But looking at the appearance of his brother Changnyo, he was surprised and he hurriedly followed him. The two people guarding the door did not stop him. As soon as we walked in the huge courtyard, the priests were still enjoying the sun leisurely, without any sense of restraint. This group of people just basked in the sun leisurely, without any sense of crisis or discomfort. They seemed to be staying in their original homes, one by one. The key is that there were so many people around to protect their safety. But as Changnyo walked into the courtyard, the true kingdom personnel who were responsible for guarding this group of priests all respectfully shouted Your Majesty. It wasn't until the voice came out that the priests, who were leisurely and comfortable, finally had some reaction. They stood up one by one and looked at the teenage boy who came over, their eyes full of curiosity. Abina and Junhee who were in the house also walked out after hearing the noise, followed by Ganfur. This time was considered a formal meeting. After watching the two people walk out, Changnyo asked directly, Did anything happen? Your Majesty, nothing happened. Ganfur is very cooperative with us, and he didn't sleep all night yesterday in order to wait for you. Junhee said standing at the front. Of course, Changnyo had noticed Ganfur walking behind the two of them. He looked haggard now, and it seemed that he had not rested all night. Let's talk after we go in. Changnyo glanced at the people around him. The priests who stood up had no expression on their faces and did not feel any sense of honor or disgrace because of the issue of control of Kangdeo. The expressions of these people seemed as if that was how things should be, and it didn't matter who was in power anyway. After reading it, Chang Nyo began to walk towards the main hall. As for Enlil who followed him, he was a little at a loss. He didn't know whether he should go in or stay here, but he saw the appearance of the priest here. Enlil still felt sour in his heart. There is no special shape in the main hall of the shrine. It is completely white. Even the furniture, sofas, and the like are made of white clouds. There is no sense of flaws at all, but it does give people a very good feeling. It has a solemn look. This place is not like the royal palaces of the countries below. There is no place to sit in the middle of the top. Instead, there is a huge statue, and she is dragging a purple devil fruit in her hand. This thing is everywhere. People had already discovered it when they first came in, but no one has touched it until now. As soon as Chang Nyo walked in, he stood there and stared at the statue in front of him. To be precise, he stared at the devil fruit in the hand of the statue. Your Majesty, it seems you have noticed it too. Abena stepped forward and said with a smile. The thunder fruit is one of the natural devil fruits with the strongest attack power. Are you interested? Chang Nyo looked at Abena and said with a smile. Your Majesty, don't be ridiculous. I have no interest in this kind of thing. Abena quickly refused and said. How could there be a devil fruit here? When I came here yesterday, I thought I had seen it wrong. But when I took a closer look, I realized that it was indeed true. Junhee said with a wry smile. Leave it for now, this thing will naturally have its use in the future. Chang Nyo said calmly with a smile on his face. The natural thunder fruit, if developed well, can definitely become a super powerful being, and it may dominate the entire One Piece world. But for Chang Nyo, no matter how good this thing is, it has no effect on him at all. A person can only use one fruit in his life. No matter how good or powerful the thing is, it has no effect at all when placed in front of him. Any effect? Regarding this, everyone is well aware of this. In the main hall of this shrine, there is such a good devil fruit, but no one on the entire island has touched it. It cannot be said that they are ignorant, it can only be said that these people have too high a belief in the gods. The so-called statue of a god in front of him is an image of an angel, a seraph. The key is that it is a woman, but it has to be said that the sculpture of Su Sushui is indeed too lifelike. Chang Nyo ignored these things. He turned around and looked at other conditions in the hall. There was not much space in this place. 40 or 50 people would be enough to fill it. There are only a dozen chairs placed on both sides of the main hall. These things are obviously made of bibyun. Their pure white appearance blends in with the entire building. It is not clear how they made these things. In terms of hardness and comfort, everything has been achieved. There were only 4 people standing here. Chang Nyo did not choose a chair to sit down. Instead, he turned around and looked at Ganfur and asked, I don't know the purpose of our visit. Have they told you? I've said it, but I don't understand why you people from Qinghai want control of Kangdeo. Ganfu asked in confusion. This is also a question he has been thinking about all night. After all, the Sky Island is 10,000 meters away from the Qinghai below. For ordinary people, no matter if they are careful or not, they will be shattered if they fall down from this height. Even if they are super strong, even those who are extraordinary cannot escape this ending. It is very inconvenient for them to go up and down the empty island. Why do they have to spend so much effort to get here and then fight for the control of the empty island? Ganfuer also wants to know urgently. It was precisely because he had some doubts that he asked directly. After all, this was likely to involve the happiness of living in Kangdeo in the future. Although I know that my strength is not as good as theirs, but even if I want to abdicate, I still need to give myself a more reasonable explanation. Chapter 125 The Golden Land of Shantora. Faced with Ganfuer's question, Chang Nyo didn't want to say much, but since he wanted to control this place, the next process arrangements must be done well. He looked at Ganfuer leisurely and said, You can become the god of this empty island in the future, and you can also form autonomous management, or in other words, our Kingdom of True will carry out a better optimization method. At least Kangdeo can no longer worry about food resources or other resources in the future, and the True Kingdom can carry out talent transportation, resource education, and security. I understand that disputes have been constant in Kangdeo for 400 years. For this reason, we can also mediate, so that the people of Kangdeo can live without any worries. What do you think of such conditions? Such conditions are already very good for Ganfu. He has been the god of Kangdao for decades, and the people of Kangdao are almost like his children. As for who will be in the future? Ganfu didn't have much obsession with managing this empty island. But Chang Niu mentioned resolving the 400-year-old dispute on the empty island. This is what makes Ganfu more excited. From his birth to now, Sky Island has not been as peaceful as imagined. From time to time, wars break out between Sandians and Sky Island Aborigines. This is already a scar left over from the history of Sky Island, and between the two parties there was no consultation at all. As for the other things, they can all be considered as additional items. What Ganfu recognized more was Chang Niu's attitude at this moment. Although he didn't understand the division of forces in Qinghai and the form of the country, since the other party was the king of a country, and he was surrounded by being able to bring out so many powerful beings is enough to prove how powerful the opponent is below. King Chang Niu, I can agree to the conditions you mentioned, and they are indeed very desirable for our current Kangdao. But how can you prove that you can do these things? Ganfu asked. Although he saw that Chang Niu's group was relatively powerful, he still had some doubts about these things. Although Kangdao is not big, the connected area plus Bibyun can be considered a large area. The Sandians have always been at odds with Kangdao. This has happened for hundreds of years. How could it be possible because of one person? Can the sudden appearance of this situation change the situation? Chang Niu didn't want to talk too much nonsense and said directly, as for how to solve and deal with it, that is our business. The next thing you have to do is to start publicizing our situation to all the Aboriginal people of Kong Island, and to empty the island. We will tell you about the actual control of the island and the subsequent planning issues in detail in the coming days, and we hope to provide us with better cooperation in the days to come. I hope so. Ganfu was not depressed, and even said calmly that the other party's attitude, words and deeds, and even his future plans were more in line with what Sky Island needed now. Apart from this holy land, there is no land on the empty island. They cannot grow food and rely more on the Bibai Sea to survive. If the other party is indeed capable of ensuring future life, then this empty island, does it matter who has the final say on the island? But Ganfu's atmosphere really impressed Chang Niu. Although Sky Island is not a country now, and the population living on it is not very large, but from another perspective, Ganfu here can be regarded as quite a person. For a king of a country to be able to hand over his country so casually and grandly requires considerable inner strength. Now that the matter about the empty island has been finalized, let's arrange the specific work. Junhee, lead a team of people and give you 3 days to mark out all the topography and detailed locations of the entire Kangdao. In addition, there is a land of Shantora in Kangdao. This place is marked as a key point. He is in it was an ancient city more than 800 years ago, and all the buildings in it were made of gold. Explore the current land area of Sky Island, the areas that can be developed, and the size of the islands formed by those island clouds, and lead the lithification ability users to try to see if they can transform all these island clouds into ones that can provide training. Sight. Before Chang Niu finished speaking, Junhee's eyes started to shine. It was really hard for him to imagine what an ancient city made entirely of gold would look like. He couldn't help but drool just thinking about it. The living thing flowed out. This thing was hard currency, but he had never thought of it before, nor was he curious about how His Majesty the King knew about it. But before he could finish his fantasy, Chang Niu hit his head with his finger and said with a speechless expression, saying with some dissatisfaction, "Put your little thoughts aside for now. Your ideas will all come true in the future, but now let's do the things in front of us first, and can you just give me an answer?" "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will spend 3 days here to complete everything as soon as possible. I will never betray Your Majesty's trust." Junhee stood up straight and said seriously. Looking at the other party's current state, Chang Niu is relatively satisfied. Everything has just begun when he comes here. Everything has not been scrutinized. If you are more rigorous in the early stage, there will always be no mistakes. And as a future military base, this place must be completely controlled by oneself to be considered safer. Ganfu, as the original god of Sky Island, all your positions will not change. If possible, I also hope that you can become an official of the Kingdom of True and assist everyone in managing the people on Sky Island, and your subordinates, those priests, can continue to perform their original duties. At that time, it will just be a matter of refining these things. What do you think? Chang Niu looked at Ganfu. There was no need to say more about the other person's prestige on the Sky Island. Although he was not very strong in terms of strength, he was really good at personnel management and interpersonal communication. How could Ganfur refuse these things? Originally, he had planned to raise such a question, but he didn't know where to start. But now that the other party has said it, Ganfur naturally didn't refuse. With a smile on his face, he said, "Leave these things to me, don't worry, as long as it is beneficial to the people of Kangdeo, I, Ganfu, will definitely do it." Chapter 126 Mission. Seeing that Ganfu agreed, Chongnyo also laughed directly, mainly because everything went much smoother than expected. As long as Ganfu can accept the entire Sky Island, then for them to have the management rights of the Sky Island, more than half of the success will be achieved. Since you have agreed now, then it will be equivalent to one of our own. As for the so-called job title, we don't have to discuss too much next. But you still need to do the next thing. Your main thing is, first, to count the information about all the current aborigines on Kangdeo. I need the specific number of people, the nature of their work, and their living conditions. Second, we should publicize the fact that the Kingdom of Toru has management rights and dominance over Sky Island, so that the people will recognize our existence in their hearts. We need to give immediate feedback on how the people of Kangdeo feel about the change of leaders, educate their minds, and talk about the benefits that our control and management can bring. Chongnyo said leisurely to Ganfu. This step is also the most important factor in ruling the Sky Island. When fighting foreigners, you must first settle the domestic affairs. At least let these people believe in their country from the bottom of their hearts. Then it will be more convenient for subsequent management and other things. Ganfu thought about it for a moment, and this kind of bloodless method directly changed his concept of ruling a place. From the beginning to the end, all the people on the Sky Island have never experienced any war or chaos. They still have their original way of life, and even have better future life scenarios, which can indeed make their already peaceful people unable to mention it at all. Any thought of resistance? For the people living on the empty island, it doesn't matter who rules the empty island. As long as it has no impact on their lives and can even improve their quality of life, this is what they are more concerned about. And all this time, except for the chaos caused by the Sandians on the empty island, the rest of the time is almost peaceful, and no special situations will occur. Regarding these two requirements, Ganfu believed that he was completely able to fulfill them without any impact, so he readily accepted them directly. Facing Ganfu's nod, Chongnyo looked at Abena in the next second. Abena's strength was compared to the strongest one besides himself, so the last mission was considered a relatively difficult one. Abena, I'll give you half a month to find out where the Sandians are. Your knowledge and experience on Sky Island can help you complete this task to the maximum extent possible. Try not to cause disputes at that time, but at the same time, we don't want any special situations to arise. We can use force to deter if necessary. At that time, you can ask the chiefs of the Sandia people to come to see me and talk about their demands. Your main purpose in the past was to shock and convey, and you don't need to do the rest. Another point is that there are huge creatures on the Sky Island that are beyond our imagination. There is no need to kill them. Once they are found, they can be controlled together and then notify me. Abena can easily understand these topics. Their stay here yesterday was not without merit. At least they had a brief understanding of Kangdeo's current personnel structure. The most important thing was to understand the division of forces. Junhee has been chatting with all the priests from the beginning, and has learned a lot about the situation from their mouths. And currently, neither the Sandians nor the aborigines of this empty island are involved in this island made of mud. Seeing that several people were silent, Chongnyo said seriously again, everyone has half a month. I hope that after half a month, you can hand in an answer sheet that satisfies me. I will, Your Majesty. Junhee spoke first. Don't worry, Your Majesty the King, I will definitely complete the task as soon as possible. Although I am older, I am confident that I am still capable of completing the tasks assigned by His Majesty the King. Ganfu also opened his mouth and said directly. Things were resolved so perfectly. From the time they arrived at Kangdeo, it took less than a day for them to perfectly resolve all possible disputes. The actual control of Kangdeo has also been completely controlled, which is a happy thing for everyone. Although Ganfu didn't sleep last night, he also learned what he wanted to know. I have some preliminary understanding of the Kingdom of True, especially about His Majesty the King in front of me. Now that the tasks have been assigned, everyone in each team has already begun to do what they should do in full swing. Junhee led this group of people and began to measure the area of the entire Sky Island step by step, and recorded everything he saw. These will later be used as landmarks to map the airspace of the Sky Island area. In fact, these things already existed before Sky Island, but the map involved in Sky Island was not so detailed. Now that the ruling power has been changed, these things will naturally need to be changed. For the people of Sky Island, Ganfeur's reappearance directly announced an explosive news. In just one day, all the people on Kangdeo have learned that the ruler of Kangdeo has been replaced by someone else, and Ganfo has lived up to Chongnyo's expectations. When all the Aborigines on Kong Island first received the news, they were mostly shocked, but they did not take any substantive actions. Most of them were curious about their next lives after the change of rulership. Will there be any impact? Ganfo led all the priests and the police on the island, and began to go door to door to collect statistics on everyone, and informed them about the situation of the new ruler of the island. Most of the people did not have any resistance, and even faced this kind of lack of resistance. I don't have the slightest feeling about changing the rule, and I'm even less interested in it. But when everyone learned about what Chongnyo had promised, the look of anticipation on everyone's faces was indeed particularly obvious. The total population of Sky Island is approximately 8,000, and these are only the Aboriginal people. As for the Sandians, the data is still unknown for the time being. After the incident was notified, all the people on the empty island only had a lively life for 2 days, and then returned to their normal lives, because they did not feel the slightest change in rulers. Life was still the same as before, and it was nothing more than the gods above has become someone else. Chapter 127 Sandia's Lair. Everything went smoothly without any obstacles. For Kangdeo, even if the ruler was changed, they didn't have any big feelings. Life was still the original life, and Kangdeo was still as peaceful as ever. Junhee and his people began to observe the situation of the entire Sky Island, especially starting from the soil under his feet. He brought a total of 10 people, and the rest were taken away by Abena, because facing the Sandians, there was no need for so many people to accompany them forward. Abena could deal with them as a group alone. It's enough. There is no need for so many more people to help out. But observing the entire island is not as easy as imagined. But at least for this group of people, they are still quite looking forward to it. Captain Junhee, you said that His Majesty said that there is a place here where a large amount of gold is stored. Even the buildings are made of gold. Is this true? During the boring measurement, a young man from the King's Guard approached Zai Junhee with a curious look on his face and asked with the same expectation. Others have already heard about this matter. Everyone's mood is different, but one thing can be confirmed in general, that is, this group of people is quite excited. Junhee also had a smile on his face. Looking at everyone, he couldn't help but start chattering and said, Your Majesty will definitely not lie to us. It seems that it is a place called Shantora. Shantora, where it is rumored that it was an ancient capital 800 years ago, and it was all made of gold. Not only the buildings, but also other things were like this, so the gold in this place may make us, the Kingdom of True, make a huge fortune. Really or not, where is Shantara? The guard asked. You said this, how could I know? If we don't have to visit the entire island next time, won't we be able to find this so-called Shantora place by then? Junhee said with a smile on his face. As soon as these words came out, everyone who was still in the boring measurement life seemed to have been given a shot of blood at this moment. They began to run forward tirelessly. They wanted to end the exploration of this area as soon as possible. Then move on to the next unknown place. June and Captain, let's not waste time now. His Majesty has only given us 3 days. We must use these 3 days to explore the entire island. All of us have already started to make preparations. A guard stood up and shouted directly. There are 11 people in total, and it is enough time to explore this area for a while. Although they are not very good at using the color of sight, at least a few of them can use it to sense things, and there is still no problem at all within 100 meters of the surrounding area. Everyone was working in full swing, and they didn't even want to stop and rest when it got dark. They just wanted to explore the place they wanted to find as soon as possible. The gold everywhere made this group of people stay there just thinking about it. They drooled, they really couldn't imagine what that situation was like. Abena's side is completely different. His power of knowledge and color has even surpassed Chongnyo's. Although the latter didn't put much thought into this aspect, it already explains everything. For this small sky island, his knowledge can even directly cover all places. Looking for the Sandian lair is just a matter of thought. So he walked straight in the other direction with 5 or 6 people. There was no sign of being anxious on the way. After all, Chong Nyo only gave him half a month, and he had no intention of taking anything too seriously on this matter. Impatient. Lord Abena, if we encounter resistance later, can we attack? That's right. According to what the priests said, the Sandians are very difficult to get along with, and they might pop out of nowhere and start attacking us. But His Majesty asked us to try not to have any disputes. Several guards began to talk to each other, and Abena walked in front alone. It was not that he had not thought about these problems, but it was still a little early for them. The area where the Sandia people live is also on this piece of dirt, but through perception, he can check that the number of people in this group is not very large, and it is estimated that there are only about 200 people at best. But in the face of the guards who followed him, Abena could only say leisurely, "Just follow. We went there to negotiate this time, not to make trouble. Besides, I am here. By then, everything will be fine. If you really meet those stubborn people, even if you kill them, His Majesty the King will probably not have any objections. That way I'll feel relieved," the guard said with a smile. As Abena walked, he sensed the surrounding situation with a sense of dominance. He did not show any arrogance. In such a strange place, especially when he was in the main hall of the temple, he saw the seraphim holding a with his natural devil fruit. He naturally wouldn't think that there wouldn't be any strong ones on the empty island. But Sky Island is only such a big place, and no matter how slowly they walk, they have reached the outskirts of the Sandian area in 2 hours. The life here can almost be described as miserable, and the houses we live in are almost the same as those produced hundreds of years ago. As soon as they appeared here, several people suddenly rushed out with weapons. They confronted the people brought by Abena. "People from Qinghai? What are you doing here?" Weibo, who was the strongest, stood in front of him with an unknown weapon and asked in a wary tone. "I need to see your clan leader," Abena said calmly. The entire peripheral space where the Sandians live is covered with huge trees and vines. It is really difficult to find their location without using the haki of knowledge and information to sense their whereabouts. Originally, the priests and policemen on the empty island only totaled about 100 or so people. For a group of people who didn't know how to be domineering, it was really difficult to find this place with just 100 or so people. It is not difficult to find such a secret place, but no one would have thought that this place could actually be inhabited, let alone such a large group of people. If the crowd is separated, even if they find their location, there will be no way to transmit the information. But this time the Sandians encountered a completely different existence. Chapter 128 Sandia Clan. Abena appeared here, maintaining the same posture as before, with his hands surrounding Don, the supreme sharp knife. From the moment he got it, he never left his body. He would put it next to him even when he was taking a bath. This image made Weibai and the Sandians who rushed out not sure how to view it. But they are not as easy to talk to as the people on Kangdao. They all look like savages. Especially when they heard that Abena was looking for their clan leader, Weibo's eyes immediately showed that he was ready to attack. But in Abena's opinion, this little thought had no effect at all. He stood on the spot, slowly pulled out the long knife in his hand, and just slashed towards the side where he was, and a sword light shot out instantly. Suddenly, within 100 meters of sight, all the trees, no matter how big they were, fell down in an instant. The force of this scene can indeed have a great effect. As the leader of this group of people, Weibo has discovered the strength of the opponent in just a moment, and his group of people is not someone who can match it at all. Not only Abena, but the guards who followed him were also eager to try. After all, His Majesty the King said that there should be no armed conflicts as much as possible, but he did not say not to show off. One of them directly concentrated his armed domineering energy on his hand, and then punched the 1-meter-thick tree next to him. With one punch, the lower half of the tree exploded, and before the tree above fell down, at this moment, other people rushed up one by one, whether with their hands or feet. Anyway, the moment the big tree did not fall, it had already turned into dregs and fell to the ground. After seeing it, Weibai clenched his fists and the spear-like weapon in his hand was trembling. He had no idea that the people who came here were so powerful. "We are ordered by His Majesty the King to come to see your clan leader," Abena said calmly again. "I don't know what you guys have to do, I'm willing to convey it on your behalf." Weibo kept his expression firm and looked at the group of people in Abena and said, "Currently, the ruling power of the entire Sky Island is in the hands of our king. He is willing to coordinate the peaceful coexistence between you and the people on Angel Island, so let me come over to meet your clan leader and discuss specific matters then. Arbon said. Change of people. Wei Bai and the other friends who came with him were a little surprised. When did Kangdeo change its owner? But now that they see the strength of this group of people, they can't help but believe that the Sandians can't even parry, let alone the so-called priests on Sky Island, all of whom only know how to eat to make them fat. Without any strength at all, how can we resist this group of people? How can I trust you? Weibo said again warily. According to our strength, do you need to believe it? Don't be kidding me. If it weren't for the order of His Majesty the King, facing you people, we would go straight through. I'm afraid that none of you Sandians would be alive. Is there any need to waste more words with you here? Abena said coldly. Although the words didn't sound very nice, what he told was also true. He didn't want to cause any disputes when he came here this time, but he didn't want the other party to know what was good and what was bad even now. The strength of people like myself has been demonstrated, and they have seen what they should see, but if they are still insisting on their ideas, it is completely impossible. Hearing what Abena said, Weibo sighed suddenly, and then said to the friends who came with him, put down your guard and take them over. Wei Bai, we still don't know who these people are. Is this really going to happen? A young man who followed Wei Bai asked unconvinced. Do you think you have the power to stop them? Weibo looked over with a cold look, instantly leaving the other person speechless. It was so smooth that Abena and his party didn't encounter any obstacles and went directly to the Sandian people's lair. This place is almost consistent with what we imagined and guessed before. The site where this group of people lived should be the ruins of hundreds of years ago. Some houses have even tilted down, but there are still people living here. It is obvious that it is a ruins, but I didn't expect that a group of people have lived here for hundreds of years. Fortunately, there is a small stream here that runs directly through the middle of the area where they live. For the Sandians, the most lacking thing here should be food and other resources. They have received this kind of thinking and education since they were young, and they have grown up happily. He looked like a savage. Abena followed Weibo as he walked inside. Everyone he met along the way, including children and women, looked at Abena and his group. Whether it's in terms of clothing or appearance, the two of them are completely incompatible with each other. You have been living here all this time, why haven't you ever thought about going out to live? On the way, Abena looked at Weibo who was walking in front curiously and said. Apaidu is our homeland, that's why we live here. As for the people on Angel Island, they are a group of bandits who occupied our homeland 400 years ago, which is why so many of us are huddled together. We are struggling to survive in this place, so no matter which generation we belong to, we will focus on regaining our own territory. Weibo walked in front and said fiercely. However, Abena behind him smiled and shook his head. Perhaps the place Apaidu did belong to the Sandians before, but it is completely different now, and it will be completely taken over by the true kingdom in the future. Brother Weibo. Wei Bai. He's back. As they got closer and closer to their base, they met more women and children. Weibo was obviously very popular here, and everyone kept saying hello. Abena can believe that if there is no clan leader above, the entire Shandia people will probably obey Weibo's orders. This is probably because of the issue of strength. According to this backward place, generally whoever is strong and can bring everyone a sense of security can naturally become the next clan leader. Whether it was the woman or the group of children, everyone was curiously looking at the people coming from Abena and his party. Each of them was quite curious, but they were not ignorant. Chapter 129 Communication and Coordination. Some people in Abena are still on alert, ready to respond to emergencies that may arise. Under the leadership of Wei Bai, they came to a house that looked relatively good. This house was covered with plants and looked green and beautiful, but the ground looked very green. Moisture. I don't know how they can survive in a place like this and continue to live here. I'm afraid no normal person would choose such a life. Chief, we have a visitor. Weibo stood at the door and shouted respectfully. It was only at this moment that Abena realized that this group of people did not refer to themselves as clan leaders, but called the leader here as chief. He and the few people behind him stood here waiting quietly. Other Sandians quickly gathered around, but more of them were women and children. Maybe the other men should go out and look for them. Food went. This group of people are all curious about the purpose of coming here, especially the children. They are even more curious about what Abena looks like in these clothes. However, Others are also starting to remind them. Something like Qinghai people. At the door, even Wei Bai was waiting respectfully. After a while, an old man who looked to be in his 70s slowly walked out of the dilapidated house. From the looks of it, he must have lived in such a humid place. For too long, the body doesn't look so strong. Chief. The moment the old man walked out, everyone saluted and shouted to him respectfully. Little Wilbur. Did you call me out for something? After the old chief came out, he saw the arrival of Abena and the others at the first sight, but he still turned his head and asked Weibo calmly. Grandpa Chief, I'm not looking for you, it's these Qinghai people who are looking for you. Weibo also pointed his finger at Abena, but the people here remained unmoved and watched the two people chatting quietly. After confirming that it was indeed Abena and the others who came to look for him, the old chief took 2 steps towards their location with a somewhat shaky cane. His expression was not as good as expected, and it could even be said that he was treating her with a cold shoulder. When he was still 5 or 6 meters away from Abena, the old chief asked in a cold voice, I wonder if you Qinghai people would come to see me. What's the matter? People from Qinghai? Don't divide everything so clearly. Your ancestors are also from Qinghai. If you are so rude, I don't know how you became the chief of this tribe. Abena said with the same sneer. You are looking for death. As soon as Abena's voice fell, a young man who couldn't hold himself back wanted to rush over, but he was stopped by Weibo and pushed to the ground in an instant. Everyone else was watching this scene blankly, and even the old chief was a little surprised. Weibo and the other 3 people in his group have witnessed the strength of this group of people with their own eyes. For them, it is impossible to match them. The attitude of this group of people has been expressed before the critical point. There are still people above them suppressing them, otherwise it is estimated that these Sandians have long since disappeared. The old chief seemed to realize something at this moment, and his tone began to calm down and asked, What do you mean you came to see me? Grandpa Chief, they are now the rulers of Sky Island. It seems that Ganfu has given up the throne. These people have come to you to meet with their king to discuss how the people on Angel Island can coexist peacefully with us. Before Abena opened his mouth to speak, Weibo spoke directly first. However, as soon as these words came out, the old chief lost his composure. He slammed the crutch in his hand to the ground, and he was immediately on the verge of rage. He shouted angrily at Abena, What's there to discuss? That group of people has occupied our land for more than 400 years, and the 2 sides have completely formed a fight to the death. What is there to talk about? No matter who is in charge of Kangdao now, it belongs to us Sandians. No one can take it away. Faced with the attitude of the old chief, Abena unexpectedly laughed. He looked at everyone present. There were about 100 people, and this should be considered the majority of the entire Sandian people. They are all here. As for the remaining 3 melons and 2 dates, you can accurately find where everyone is by using your senses. At this point, Abena took 2 steps forward and asked leisurely, It seems that your attitude is that you are unwilling to compromise and communicate with His Majesty me. Abena's expression looked very indifferent, but Weibo discovered at this moment that the 5 or 6 people following him had soared in momentum and were ready to fight. The old chief was about to say something, but judging from his angry look, he would definitely not have anything nice to say, but at this time Weibo rushed directly in front and said first, Grandpa Chief is willing to discuss with your Majesty the King. But now that Grandpa Chief is very old, he still allows us to discuss it. Many other people still don't understand what Weibo means. Why did they suddenly give up the pride of the Sandians? But at this time, the other 2 people who had followed him to witness the strength of Abena and others, one of them also stood up and said to his tribe, You have to believe Brother Weibo, this is definitely the best for us. Sighed. He is completely betraying our people at this time. Even in hundreds of years, we have never surrendered to those guys on Angel Island. What is there to discuss? At this time, a woman also stood up and pointed directly at the Sandian who just spoke and shouted. But most of the people present were watching the excitement. They wanted to know what the situation would be like in the end. The main reason is that in their impressions, their understanding of strength is not too strong. The most powerful ones are their ancestors, and even the current Kangdao Ganfu, their understanding of the word powerful, they are all in a relatively vague concept. After Weibo heard these words, his face became even paler. He was afraid that if the other party failed to negotiate a deal later, he would directly destroy all the people here. This would definitely be called annihilation for the Sandians. Disaster. With the strength of these people, How could he stop these people? His mind kept thinking, hoping to think of a more suitable method. Chapter 130 The new chief of the Shandia clan. The entire Sandia tribe has now begun to discuss this matter. Everyone has begun to express their own different opinions, but most of them hope to integrate into a better living atmosphere. At least I don't have to stay here anymore, living a life without enough food and clothing. Little Wilbur, what on earth are you doing? The old chief's angry voice finally came out. When Wei Bai stood in front of him and spoke, the old man was already very dissatisfied. Especially when he said such words, the old chief became even more angry. He really couldn't imagine why the person he thought was the most suitable successor would be in this state now. What on earth could have changed his mind like this? All along, the Sandian people's goal has been to fight for their own land. No matter who the ruler is at this time, it cannot stop their determination. Grandpa Chief, can we go inside and have a chat with you? Weibo said with an embarrassed look on his face. His biggest idea now was to quickly get the old man into the house and then explain to him the current situation. The guys on Angel Island are not fools. They have quietly handed over the control to others, which must mean that the other party has sufficient means and capabilities. Now that people have found their own place, and they are super powerful, how can the Sandians, the only ones who exist, stop them? I would like to hear what you want to say, if you can't give me a satisfactory answer. Weibo, we are not done with this matter. The old chief glanced in Abana's direction, and walked directly into the house with an angry look on his face. Weibo also hurriedly followed, while the others continued to wait outside. Abana did not show the slightest sign of anxiety. He watched the performance of this group of people as if nothing had happened. Others had also begun to take back their guard. After all, at this time, if they could avoid causing trouble, they would not cause trouble, but if something really happened, if so, then they really don't mind wiping out all the Sandians. Everyone outside was staring at Abana and the others quietly, but inside the room it was already a different scene. Weibo, tell me why you did this. As soon as he entered the room and closed the door, the old chief couldn't help but asked angrily. Have you ever gotten to know them? I have seen with my own eyes that any one of them can destroy our entire Shandia tribe. What are we going to use to fight against? And what they said is very clear, but they just let us go over and negotiate. Maybe we can get what our tribe wants. Now go out and see how many people are still willing to live in this place. 400 years ago, there are only so few of our tribe left. Is it possible that we still can't let go of our grudges and hatreds? Before coming, the other party had already said that if we did not agree to negotiate, then they would not mind directly clearing us Sandians. The group of people on Angel Island have now made a compromise and transferred the right to rule. Let it go. Do you think they will think about these issues? Whether it is for the survival of our Sandia tribe, or for future life, I also hope that you, Grandpa Chief, can participate in this matter, and at least listen to what are the conditions they give. Weibo said respectfully. What he said is absolutely correct. Although these people have always wanted to take back their land, there have been fewer and fewer Sandians. By the time they pass on to the next generation, it is estimated that there will not be many people left in the entire tribe. Individual. Now is there an opportunity for a turnaround, which at least allows them to no longer live in such a place, so Weibo doesn't want to give up, nor does he intend to give up. The old chief turned his head and glanced at Wei Bai. There was still anger in his eyes, but it was much better than before. He didn't know the purpose of this group of people before, and he didn't know the strength of the other party, but now when he heard this, the old chief also realized something. After the room was quiet for a while, the old chief sighed suddenly, looking a little depressed. He slowly sat on the chair, looked out the window, and then said leisurely to Wei Bai next to him, "You go. Well, from now on you will be the chief of the Shandia people. I am old now, so I will lead the people to live a good life from now on. Grandpa Chief, No need to say anything else. We, the Sandia clan, have been fighting with the people on Angel Island for hundreds of years for this land. Maybe it's time to end it." The old chief said directly. There was a lot of vicissitudes in his voice. After all, from childhood to now, for decades, the biggest idea for him was to take back the land that belonged to them. But everything the Sandians have done over the years, in the end none of it could be implemented, and even now my people are facing the risk of genocide. Grandpa Chief, I will definitely do everything well. Wei Bai bowed down directly and said respectfully. Weibo himself is a person who is unwilling to admit defeat, but the situation is stronger than others. At this moment, even if he does not think about himself, the entire clan is tied behind him. If he makes a slight mistake, he believes that the other party will personally, I won't be soft-hearted at all. It was precisely because of this idea that Weibo was willing to do such a thing. At the same time, he also wanted to know what better conditions the other party could create for his tribe. When Weibo raised his head, the old chief was lying on the bed without knowing it, and he didn't even want to turn his face. This time's decision really made the old chief very sad. He had been chasing his lifelong goal, but at the end of the day, he had not realized even the slightest hope. However, now another ending has appeared. Wei Bai slowly exited the room, and the moment he gently closed the door, everyone's eyes were focused on this young man. The moment Wilbur, who was all dark and shirtless, turned to look at everyone, he took a sudden breath, as if he had made up his mind, and shouted directly to everyone, "From today on, I am Sandy, the chief of the demi-humans." When the other Sandians heard this, they immediately became quiet while they were whispering to each other. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief, but it was relatively normal after thinking about it. Weibo was originally the Sandian people's default candidate for the next chief, and now that something like this happened, they didn't find it too strange. Chapter 131 Golden Bell. For this Sandian people, who originally only had 100 or 200 people, they had always believed in the relatively powerful existence among them. So as long as they are strong, anyone can be the chief. Abena and the group of people were still watching quietly. In just a short time, the chief candidate had changed. He was not too surprised, because Abena had no idea about the affairs of this group of Sandians. Care. Now that you have become the chief, should I choose to come with us next? Abena said in a calm voice. I will. I don't know if I can tell you the location. I'll settle my people here first, and then I can go to your place on my own. Weibo said. Abena smiled slightly, and then said directly, it is in the current shrine. After finishing speaking, Abena turned around and started walking in the direction he came from, but as he walked, he said, as a friendly reminder, the time given by His Majesty the King is only half a month. Within half a month, if Chiefya does not come, it will be deemed that you have given up voluntarily, and if there are still disputes in the Sky Island area in the future, we will not deny it and will use force to resolve all matters. Weibo looked at the back of Abena who had left. Listening to what the other person said, his fists clenched unconsciously. Weibo and the Sandians were very disgusted with the sudden appearance of these Qinghai people, but what if they were disgusted? The strength of the opponent is there, and in the early stage, it has shocked everyone here with its own ability. If you are not an opponent, you are not an opponent. You also need to understand your position clearly within a certain period of time. Weibo had no reason not to believe that if he was unwilling to negotiate, people like him would still be allowed to remain in this state. But those tribesmen who didn't know the truth all showed angry expressions at this moment. They Sandians have lived on the empty island for hundreds of years. How has this situation ever happened? Especially for their always warlike nation, this conversation was simply humiliating. But Abena, who has already gone a long way, would still care about these problems. Another place. Captain Junhee, what kind of plant is this thing? It grows so tall. On Junhee's side, a group of people gathered around a huge vine and looked up. This thing was completely as far as the eye could see. At such a high altitude of 10,000 meters, this huge vine didn't know how far it had grown. To what extent? It's indeed quite big, but this thing is quite strange. You must mark it in detail on the map logo you make. Junhee also said with a little emotion, but after all, their work must be carried out. This place is surrounded by ruins, but it is hard to tell which era they are from. The only thing that is certain is that this place has existed for many years. This is already their third day on this empty island, and there is not much time left for them to continue to waste. The 10 guard members started to climb towards the huge vine out of curiosity, wanting to test how high it was and whether there would be anything else on it. Junhee was calmly observing the situation around him. He was holding the map of the previous Sky Island in his hand. Although it was not refined enough, for this group of people, having the previous map was at least very useful for doing many things. Much simpler. Seeing the group of people still climbing up happily, Junhee did not blame them. Although they were given 3 days to complete the task, there was still 1 day left, and the entire island had already been explored. That's almost it. Now that we're here, there's nothing wrong with relaxing and having fun. Captain Junhee, would you like to come up and take a look? The view here is really good. One of the team members who climbed to the top was almost invisible from the height. He stepped on a leaf and shouted to Junhee, who was still observing the surroundings below. The huge leaves of this vine are completely unaffected even if 2 or 3 people stand on it. Such a huge plant is almost rare in the world of pirates. That's why this group of people are so curious and want to climb up to find out. Junhee also heard the call and smiled slightly without saying anything else. He didn't have so much free time to climb to such a high place. His eyes were always staring at the ruins. Those team members had forgotten about the gold, but in this guy's mind, there was always His Majesty the King. That thing you said? Tabaru, guess what I saw? The guard who climbed on the top looked at something in front of him and shouted to his companion standing on the leaf below with a surprised look on his face. At this time, they had already climbed above the clouds and could no longer even see clearly the crowd standing on the ground. For this group of young men in their 20s, it is normal to have such curiosity. On top of the vine, a huge golden clock was displayed in front of everyone. He was hanging on the branch of the vine. Just looking at the weight, this thing could be worth at least tens of billions of belly, and it was completely astonishingly big. That kind of thing. The few people who climbed over with them all stared dumbly at the golden clock above their heads, and one even rubbed his eyes in disbelief. This thing was probably the biggest they had ever seen since they were born. Of gold products. No wonder they were surprised. Such a huge thing was a miracle for everyone, not to mention that these things were products that existed hundreds of years ago. Before they started to set off, they had received news that even the ancient buildings in the land of Shantora on Kumdeo were made of pure gold, but they had never seen anything gold along the way, but this time these people completely convinced from the bottom of my heart. With such a huge discovery, these people did not move any hands or feet, and did not even think about touching it. They started jumping directly downwards, landing accurately on the vine leaves below each time, until they panicked. Reached the lowest base. June and this guy are also having the same sweet dream, and now they have begun to walk into the ruins, kicking the stones lying on the ground with their feet, as if something unexpected will appear in the next second. Same. Chapter 132. Naturally, it's the thunder fruit. The people above jumped down quickly, but the people below also began to observe the surrounding situation. Junhee stayed among the ruins. He felt that this place was almost the same as what His Majesty the King had described, so he wanted to take a good look at the overall situation here. As the people above jumped down quickly, they came to him as quickly as possible and told what happened above. After hearing these words, Junhee finally began to smile. The land of the shrine. While staying in the shrine, Changnyo did not choose to do anything else. He stayed here almost the whole day without taking a step out. However, the one who has been staying here with him is Enilu, this little guy of 13 or 14 years old. Now even when facing the priests, he is not nervous at all, and even behaves very calmly. This time, for the first time, he knew how capable the man standing in front of him was. Enilu, what are you looking at? In the main hall of the shrine, Changnyo looked at Enilu, who was standing in front of the angel statue, and asked. The other person's eyes were always staring at the angel at the top, or he should be staring at the thing in the angel's hand. Brother Changnyo, I heard other people say that that thing should make people very powerful, but there is a demon living in it, so it has been left here without anyone using it. Is it true? Enilu turned his head and looked at Changnyo curiously and asked. They are right. That thing can indeed bring people unparalleled abilities, and at the same time, it can also make people lose something. But for you now, it is best not to think about this, if it is too early. It won't do you any good. Make good use of these few years to strive to make yourself stronger, and then you can acquire this ability. I think there should be few people in this world who can limit you. Of freedom. Changnyo said with a slight smile. Enilu is completely different now from when he first came here. At this moment, he is wearing a white long coat, and his hair has been washed. After passing the cleaned Enilu, he really looks like a person at this moment. Quite a handsome young man. There is a big difference from the previous image, but for him, this image seems to be very unaccustomed, especially wearing clothes that he has never worn before. But nothing comes without adaptation. Although Enilu is not adaptable, he is still working hard to accept this kind of life. Can I really become stronger? Enilu lowered his head in disbelief and said. The scene of being bullied all the time, including the self-blame for his mistake in causing all the people on the island to disappear, still lingers on this young boy. Chang Nyo stepped forward, smiled and gently ruffled his hair, and then said in a friendly voice, "As long as you are willing to become stronger, no one in this world can stop you. The key is you. What do you think about the future? Don't let your previous life limit your future. You must always believe that you are the best, maintain a proud attitude, and nothing in the world can be hard for you." Chang Nyo was very sincere to this little guy. The most important thing was that he was indeed a great talent. It would be a waste to give up like this. Chang Nyo just learned about the innate ability to perceive color, knowledge, and sight today. Aniru's current knowledge has completely surpassed that of Junhee. He can intuitively feel things within a 1 kilometer radius in his mind, but for him, he has no idea what these things are at all. What happened? So for this special change, he identified this as the heart network. It's a pity that Anilo has not received any training at all since he is staying on the empty island. If he had been trained since he was a child, then at this moment, he would probably be able to surpass everyone in the King's Guard without relying on any ability. It was precisely because of this situation that Chang Nyo began to pay attention to this little guy. Anilo still believed in Chang Nyo's words. Although the two had only been in contact for 2 days, for Anilu, Chang Nyo was the only one who was willing to get close to him and didn't mind what he had done to him before. The people who happened to him were willing to give him food and teach him how to do things. This feeling of being recognized made Anilo feel from the bottom of his heart that Chang Nyo, who was standing in front of him, was the most trustworthy person. At this time, Anilo has not yet developed any great hatred towards Kong Dao, and he does not even have any resentment towards the children who bullied him. However, Chang Nyo understands that this should be the reason why he has always transferred what originally belonged to Baika. The lives of his friends on the empty island and the villagers all rested on his shoulders. But I don't know when the last day started, the power that sealed him was loosened, but it is estimated that developments like the original plot will never happen again in the future. In the main hall of the shrine, the two chatted for a while, but they just talked a little bit. Regarding the natural devil fruit ability, if you eat it now, if you want to practice it in the future, you will probably have to pay at least $10,000. Just work twice as hard. Especially when it comes to the practice of domineering, natural ability users cannot feel any physical damage at all. Over time, it will create a psychological sense of self-confidence. Once this happens, they will not be able to practice armed domination. It's almost nonsense. Chang Nyo had no idea about placing the thunder fruit here, and even the people in the King's Guard had no idea. They mostly wanted to rely on their own strength to achieve more things. Of course, not many people on the entire Sky Island knew about the thunder fruit staying here. Even if they knew, they would not go and eat this thing, otherwise this thing would not be around today. Arriving in the courtyard, Chang Nyo lay down directly. This lounge chair made of soft white clouds is infinitely more comfortable than the one I made down there. Anilo stood aside. He didn't know what to do now. Anyway, from now on, he hardly started to worry about food, and slowly began to integrate into this kind of life with more people. All this was just the beginning. In this huge courtyard, apart from them coming back from completing their mission, there were only 2 people left communicating and chatting. In the meantime, Chang Nyo also went to tell Anilo about the situation in other places without any secret, especially about the following navigation and science and technology issues. Chapter 133 Sky Island Data. A few days later. At this moment, a group of people were sitting together in the main hall of the shrine. This time, it was considered a simple meeting on the empty island. Chang Nyo sat at the top, and the angel statue behind him looked very conspicuous. He glanced at all the people sitting there. Except for Junhee and Abina, the only ones left were Gonfer and his priests. There are about 10 people in the entire hall. Ganfir now completely regards himself as a member of the true kingdom. He has no special pursuit of the highest position. As long as the people on the Sky Island live a better life, this is important to him. More important than anything else. So far, no one from Sandia's group has come, but the reason why they haven't opened their mouths in this meeting is to wait for them to come. After all, there are still 3 empty seats left in this hall, which are reserved for them. Your Majesty, the Sandians are here. While they were still waiting, the King's guardsman at the door came in and began to announce. Then I saw Weibo appearing at the door with 2 people. This is really their first time coming to this place. The biggest dream of these Sandians has always been to get all the land back. After all, this is their ancestral territory. But when he stepped into this place, Wei Bai first saw Chang Nyo sitting in the first place, and he was quite surprised in his heart, mainly because he was too young now. Looking at his teenage age, it was completely unimaginable to him that he could have such a powerful being like Abena under his command. Since you are all here, sit down. The main purpose of convening this meeting today is not only to plan the future form of Sky Island, but also more importantly, about the peaceful coexistence of Angel Island and Sandian people. Wei. Chongnyo sat there and looked at Wei Bai, who was standing at the door, and said leisurely. This is His Majesty the King of True Kingdom, Lord Junhee, Captain of the King's Guard, Lord Abena, and the rest you should know, Lord Gonfer. A priest sitting on the outermost side stood up, straightened out his slightly protruding belly, and began to introduce. Weibo, the chief of the Sandian tribe. Weibo introduced himself, and then sat directly in his seat with a domineering look. The other two people behind him also followed him and sat down together. Now that everyone is here, let's talk about other situations first. As for the issue of Sandia and Angel Island, we will leave this discussion until the end. Chongnyo said. Your Majesty, the terrain of the entire Sky Island has been mapped out. It is even larger than the terrain we have seen before, with a total area of 150 square kilometers, of which the land area is almost 20 square kilometers. The rest are almost all within the area of Angel Island. The other is the Bibai Sea, which connects almost all small Sky Islands. As far as the currently known Sky Island range is concerned, there are almost 13 islands in total, almost all of which are composed of island clouds. Now all of them are based on Angel Island, and the other is Apaidu, an island that came up along the sky current 400 years ago. The details have been mapped in detail. Junhee stood up and began to report. This was his mission in the past few days. He had almost visited the entire island, and more detailed things had been mapped. As for the land of Shantora above Apaidu, the matter of gold here has not been disclosed, but many people on Kangdeo still know it. The geographical area of Sky Island is indeed beyond everyone's imagination. This data was not only for Ganfu, but also Wei Bai, who was sitting next to him, was slightly surprised after hearing it. It's not that they don't understand this kind of data, but after hearing it today, they were indeed a little surprised. The True Kingdom, which had just arrived at Sky Island for only 4 or 5 days, now knew Sky Island in such detail. This efficiency really made them a little embarrassed. After Junhee finished speaking, he sat down directly, and then Abena stood up as well. He also has tasks in the past few days, so now he also needs to start reporting on his own tasks. Your Majesty, there are 2 tasks in total. One of them is about the Shandia people. Now their tribal chief has stayed here. As for the remaining thing, that is the investigation of the empty island that you arranged before. Large creatures on the planet. It is a huge python with a body length of about 600 meters. According to what the Sky Island people call him, this thing is called the God of Sky Island. It does not have particularly powerful attack capabilities. It is usually found in APA activities in the sub-region. It's pretty good, everything is done well. Chongnyo smiled slightly, and then praised the 2 of them. After all, these 2 people belong to his own people. As for what happens next, that is what Ganfu needs to explain. Seeing that the other 2 people had begun to report, Ganfu also stood up. He straightened his clothes and said, Your Majesty, the total population living on Sky Island is 8,672, but the Sandians are not here. According to the data, almost all of these people live on Angel Island. The other thing is about notifying everyone about the change of rule. The people on the empty island are not too disgusted with this matter. They just need to maintain their original lives, so next, Your Majesty can start doing what you want to do. Things. Ganfu's report was very simple. For Chongnyo, what he did was the most important. Other things could be done at any time. But he also knows that in the past few days, Chongnyo has been using his knowledge to begin to sense the situation on the entire Sky Island. But the fact is that, as Ganfu said, the people of Sky Island are indeed there is not much resistance. The 3 of them, Wei Bai, sat nearby and listened obediently. The data they heard this time was also of great use to them. At least they could confirm that there were only 2 Sandia people left. There are about 100 people, but there are actually so many people on Angel Island. And from what these people said, it obviously seemed that it was arranged by King True sitting in front of him, but I don't know what he did to get these data. He does not believe that these data are false. At least being able to sit here shows the authenticity of what the other party said. Chapter 134 Arrangements by the Sandia clan. It can be regarded as a simple report before, at least to explain the previous mission situation. Weibo just sat there quietly and watched. He didn't make any movement, but the two people behind him seemed to be unable to sit still. The three of them have been left here since they arrived, which has made them feel a little uncomfortable. But after listening to everyone's report, Chang Nyo tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair he was sitting on, and his mind was already filled with thoughts. When he saw Wei Bai sitting there, he directly asked calmly, "Chief of the Sandians, do you have any ideas about the future planning of Sky Island? We just want to go back to the place that belongs to us. Apaidu has always belonged to us Sandians. Apart from these, we think everything else can be discussed." Weibo hadn't opened his mouth to speak yet, but the man sitting behind him, who looked to be in his 30s, couldn't help but stood up and said seriously to Chang Nyo, "Lokamo." Weibo turned around angrily and looked at the people who had followed him. He had already made his plans when he came, and everything was done according to the situation. He didn't expect that his people had already done such a thing just after the beginning. "Your Majesty the King, regarding the Sandians, our initial thought was indeed the place Apaidu, but I don't know what your thoughts are? Since you have asked us to come over for negotiation, you must already have your own ideas, right?" Weibo looked at Chang Nyo and said directly, "Apaidu, don't think about it. I can tell you things clearly this time, but since I have informed you to come over to negotiate this matter, naturally everything in advance has been considered. Regarding the arrangements for the Sandians, in the future you can choose to live on Angel Island, or find you a small empty island for all of your tribe to live. The Kingdom of True will also provide you with corresponding jobs and money, and more will be announced later. We'll trade directly with Sky Island. But the specifics still need to depend on the arrangements of you Sandians." Chang Nyo said calmly. "Weibo, how can we agree to such a thing and let us live with those guys on Angel Island? How is this possible?" The 30-year-old Lokamo said again, and his tone was much harsher than before. Everyone looked at his angry look, and no one interrupted, including Ganfuer and the priests, who just sat there quietly and watched. "Lokamo, I am the chief." Weibo finally couldn't help but roared angrily. His eyes were fixed on Lokamo. After all, he knew very well the danger of coming here this time. If they couldn't reach an agreement this time, then the people who greeted him from Sandia would still be there. "Don't know what the situation is." Chang Nyo stared at them with interest, without any sign of urgency. "Your Majesty the King, we Sandians are willing to follow your arrangements, but we hope to have an independent area that belongs to us. We have lived on Sky Island for so many years, and we don't want to go to any small Sky Island. I don't know. Is it possible to have a place of our own in Apaidu that doesn't require too much space?" "No." Before Wei Bai finished speaking, Chang Nyo refused directly. "For the Toru Kingdom, the next Apaidu has extremely strong strategic significance, and it is impossible to give in to this kind of thing." Weibo was speechless immediately, but Lokamo behind him looked proud. "Ganfu, you know the situation best on Sky Island. I will leave it to you to arrange the living space for the Sandians. After all, the people on Angel Island are different from the Sandians. You must know the hatred between us best. Also, I don't want to see any surprises in this matter." Chang Nyo stared at Wei Bai, and his tone gradually became colder. Chang Nyo really didn't pay much attention to the Sandians, who numbered more than 100 or 200. If they really didn't understand current affairs, then naturally he wouldn't have to talk about other things. "Your Majesty, the feud between Sandia and Angel Island has been going on for a long time. Since they don't want to stay away from Apaidu, they can move other small islands here to give them a better place. A place to live." Ganfu stood up directly and said. He didn't want anything unexpected to happen to the Sandia people in the end, and so far, Ganfu didn't understand what the people from the True Kingdom wanted to do. But anyone with a discerning eye can tell at a glance that the other party is probably coming for Apaidu on the empty island. Looking at the current tough attitude, only Ganfu understands, and Wei Bai also understands that no one can take away this place in Apaidu from them. "Abina, how long do you think it will take to complete this?" Chang Nyo looked at Abina, not actually asking for his opinion, but to hand over the task to him. According to Abina's strength, it does not take much effort to move the island cloud of a small sky island to this position. "One day," Abina said seriously. "Then do this. I wonder what Chief Sandia thinks?" Chang Nyo asked again. "Yes, but as soon as we leave Apaidu, our people will have no food supply. I don't know this. What Weibo is most worried about is this situation, but now there is obviously no room for compromise, so on this basis, what Weibo wants to do is to give priority to ensuring the survival of his own tribe. Otherwise, just giving the Sandians an island without any source of food would be almost the same as seeking death. This was his last concession, otherwise there would be no room for compromise. The other party has already found its home base, which means that their strength has reached this level. The Sky Island is only such a large area, and it is no longer the time to choose by yourself. As for what you said, there is no need to worry. We can provide the Sandians with enough food for half a year. After half a year, all the materials you need to live will need to be obtained through your own labor. Regarding this, I don't know if you can accept and recognize it. Chang Nyo said. No problem, I accept it on behalf of the Sandians. Weibo said helplessly. This is already the best result, otherwise what choice would there be? Chapter 135 The Obliteration of Overlord Color. No one expected that this trip to the empty island would be resolved so smoothly. Everyone got the original result they wanted. For Kangdeo, nothing was lost, and overall the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Ganfur understood, and Weibo also understood that the centuries-long battle between the Sandians and Angel Island was now completely over. It seems that no one has lost anything in this matter, and everyone has gained endless benefits. For them, this is already a relatively perfect solution. Now that the situation regarding the Sandians and the Aboriginal people on Angel Island has been resolved, the next thing that naturally needs to be resolved is the True Kingdom's plan on this empty island. Chang Nyo was not worried about being known by them, because from Kangdeo to Qinghai, few people in Kangdeo knew about this kind of thing. Chang Nyo picked up the surveying map that Junhee gave him. Many things were described in detail on it, especially in terms of land. These things were marked even more clearly. But in the future, as a training area for 10,000 or more people, these things naturally cannot be too few. Your Majesty, your subordinates have already mapped out the area we will need for our future training ground. Now this forest can remain as it is. We just need to develop the Shantora area. When Chang Nyo picked up the map, Junhee already knew what the other party's purpose was and immediately stood up and started talking. Shantora was originally an ancient city. There were not many plants there, and it could be considered a barren land. Overall, it was a place that could be cleaned up in the most time-saving and labor-saving manner. How many people can be accommodated in the calculation? Chang Nyo asked calmly. However, Weibo and Ganfu, who were sitting here and listening, were already a little confused about all this. They didn't know what the communication between the two people was. But the only thing that is certain is that the reason why the Toru Kingdom wants to take over the Sky Island must have something shady going on. After hearing Chang Nyo's question, Junhee thought for a moment and said, everything within a 10-kilometer radius of Shandola can be used for development. At the most, it can accommodate about 50,000 people. Every 2 square kilometers can accommodate 10,000 people for training. This kind of space is completely enough, and what Junhee said is not wrong. And the entire land of Shantora is located on the edge of Sky Island, which is relatively hidden. Chang Nyo thought for a moment and nodded. 50,000 people were completely enough for the early True Kingdom. After all, to support such a huge family business, you really need to use your brain. The overall land area of the Sky Island is sufficient, let alone 50,000 people. Even if 500,000 people are transported to the Sky Island area for training, the venue here is completely sufficient. Weibo didn't understand much else, but one thing he had heard clearly was that there would be at least tens of thousands of troops stationed on this empty island in the future, and the purpose of the True Kingdom choosing the empty island was for training army. Ganfur has also thought about this situation. He had never thought before that the other party's purpose in choosing to take control of Kangdeo was actually in this regard, but this did not have any impact on the lives of the natives of Kangdeo. The impact, anyway, the benefits are already here. Both of them consciously did not raise any objections, because it would be useless for them to raise them now. Since they have now fought for control of the empty island, they will naturally not let this kind of thing go easily. The two of them didn't say anything. Lokamo, who was sitting behind Weibo, started acting like a monster again at this time. He stood up angrily and looked at Chang Nyo and said directly, "This is the place for us Sky Island people. Do you plan to move all the people from your country to this place?" Just as he was about to negotiate and discuss the next issue of personnel allocation and placement, Chang Nyo was thinking about how to deal with the future, but when he suddenly heard this guy's voice, he was instantly furious. Now that they have taken control of Sky Island, I didn't expect that someone would dare to stand up and oppose it at this time. He stared directly at the other person with a fierce gaze, and in the next second, his overbearing lust was directed at him alone. When no one else was in any condition, Lokamo fell directly to the ground in an instant and made no sound anymore. Such powerful overlord-colored domineering energy directly acts on a person, and if the person is not yet powerful, when the full overlord-colored domineering energy is applied, it can even crush him into a pulp in an instant. Chief Wilbur, this kind of thing can only happen once. If it happens again, I don't mind helping you manage it myself, Sandians. Weibo was still stunned. He watched his own person fall beside him. The key was that he appeared like this without any warning. Facing Chang Nyo's cold voice, he had no idea what words to use to express his shock at this moment. In his understanding, no matter how powerful a person is, it is impossible to kill someone with his eyes, but now this kind of thing has completely appeared in front of him. This scene can be regarded as a warning to the Sandians, and it can also be regarded as a warning to Genfwar and the priests behind him. No one dared to say anything else at this moment. There was even a priest who started to tremble. Although Wei Bai was angry in his heart, he could only say respectfully, I will definitely restrain the other tribesmen. We are going to be a family from now on. I don't want our relationship to become too rigid. I will give you everything you want, but at the same time, I also hope that some things will not cross our bottom line. Chang Nyo once again looked around at the crowd and said, people like Luo Kumo are definitely not a minority in the entire Sky Island, and he has no intention of taking care of these people one by one. Once a one-time deterrent is in place, it can also be regarded as a warning to them. Obviously, the warning this time was quite adequate. Originally, the Kingdom of True only wanted an Apayadu and was not interested in other places at all. The two parties were in peace, which is what they both wanted. After all, after arriving at Sky Island, what the Toru Kingdom did was always just a deterrent with force and did not hurt anyone, but this time it was really shown in front of them. Chapter 136 Space Transmission Channel. This is the first time Chang Nyo has lost his temper since he came to Kongdao, and he is still very angry. The entire scene was silent for a long time, no one dared to speak or do anything else. After seeing everyone quiet down, Chang Nyo continued to say to Junhee, prioritize the planning of the site area. The specific facilities, including buildings, can all be cut and processed by Bai Baiun. It must be done within 3 months. After taking care of all the matters, I will directly open the personnel channel in 3 months and come here to start formal training. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will complete the task within 3 months. Junhee stood up and said seriously. Although 3 months is not a long time, it is indeed enough for them. It is just a training ground of 10 square kilometers. For those who have devil fruit, it is nothing more than a little troublesome, but not strenuous. Your Majesty the King, if there is anything you need help from our people on Angel Island, just ask. Ganfer said. There are not many requirements for the time being, but you must make it clear to everyone that from now on, Apaido will become an absolute restricted area, and no one is allowed to set foot in this area. Another issue is about trade. After 3 months, all materials began to be transported here regularly, and then the trade problem began to be gradually solved. So for the Angel Island location, you need to pick out an area where you can buy and sell items. Chang Nyo thought for a moment and then said to Ganfuer. The 100 or 200 people on Weibo's side wouldn't have any effect at all. If it weren't for the fear that it would cause fear on Angel Island, Chang Nyo wouldn't mind killing this group of people directly. Weibo himself understood this idea very well. In this place, he had no right to express any opinions, and he had no choice at all. He could only obey other people's arrangements, but he didn't know whether his future life would be good or bad. Your Majesty, they all have missions here, so what should I do? Abina, who had been silent and had been sitting there watching them take the task, finally couldn't help but stand up and speak directly. There is really one thing that you need to do. Junhee has marked the location of Shantara. You and others must collect and sort out all the things inside. We will just take it back then. The other thing is to the Golden Bell is left behind, it is something that the Sandians believe in. Chang Nyo said, isn't this just the beginning of taking advantage of the gold in Shantora, since no one would use it anyway, so why not take it back directly? Thank you, His Majesty the King, for your understanding. Wherever we Sandians can be used, Weibo will never refuse. After Changnyo's words, especially when he finally left the golden clock behind, Weibo was already moved. They had been looking for this thing for hundreds of years but could not find it, and now they have heard the news about it. And the other party is willing to return this thing to me, which explains everything. It doesn't have to be like this. If you Sandians want a job, you will be responsible for guarding the gate of Sky Island from now on. Although few people will come here, it is inevitable that some fish will slip through the net. What do you think? Can you complete this task? Changnyo asked with a smile and calmly. Don't worry, Your Majesty the King, we Sandians will do this from now on. You will never be disappointed. Your strength is too weak. In the future, I will ask them to take time to train you people from Sandia. Don't underestimate the position of the gate. It is not as simple as you think. Faced with Wei Bai's promise, Changnyo spoke directly. This is completely like giving a sweet date with a hammer, taking advantage of people's hearts to the extreme. Although he killed one of the other party's people, the guy was purely seeking death. Weibo didn't mind this kind of thing. After all, in such a scene, any wrong words could cause disaster. Everyone else also understands that in any case, the villain dies because he talks too much. Weibo had seen with his own eyes that the strength of the king's guardsmen was much stronger than his own. Now that he could get a promise from Changnyo, for these aggressive people, it was already great. Couldn't be better. Wei Bai showed joy and immediately said respectfully, "Thank you, His Majesty the King. Go back and communicate with Ganfir carefully. There are 2 roads to Sky Island. During this period, it is very likely that you will encounter existences that you cannot stop. You only need to report at that time. The other thing is, tomorrow we will lead you Sandians to assist Abana in finding your golden clock. All gold except this thing will be arranged and sorted by Abana." Changnyo said. "Yes, Your Majesty the King." Weibo said. "Everyone is starting to prepare to do their own things. In the future, you will not only face opportunities, but also certain challenges. Whether it is the Sandians or the people on Angel Island, what we will do in the future, it means peaceful coexistence, taking life a step further, not creating unnecessary disputes, and making Kangdeo what it should be. From now on, you will all become my people, and I will treat everyone equally. However, in the Kingdom of True, the most forbidden thing is betrayal, and I hope you can know it." Changnyo stood up and said seriously. These words have already begun to summarize this meeting, because after saying this, the communication content of this meeting has been resolved. The content has even been arranged for 3 months later. However, Changnyo will not leave this place in a short period of time, and the most important things have not been completed yet. That is to build a space teleportation array that can connect the True Kingdom and Sky Island in the future. This is the most important thing to ensure everyone. As for the structure of the space teleportation array, this thing requires other things to assist, but for him who has the system space, it is nothing more than something that can be done with money. You can even directly purchase the teleportation array, but if you clearly have the strength in this area, why should you use the one in the system? The key is that the price required is a bit high. After the meeting, Wei Bai and Ganfu had left the place, and the entire hall returned to its former tranquility. "Junhee, which place do you think is suitable for placing the portal?" Changnyo thought for a moment and asked. After all, this guy has traveled all over the island, and he must know which place is more suitable. Chapter 137 Ways to Improve Strength. The Sky Island is just the first step in their military plan. There are still many steps to take. Even though they have now gained control of the Sky Island, in fact, it will take at least another year to completely control the personnel here. Or even a chance of several years. It goes without saying that the role of the portal is the most important part of all plans, and it is the one that cannot make any mistakes. Everyone understood this, so after Changnyo said this, Junhee had already started to think about it. On Sky Island, a place that can place this thing must not only consider safety, but more importantly, it must be secretive. No one knows what Sky Island will develop into in the future, but what is certain is that people will come to Sky Island one after another in the future. There are definitely not a few people in this position. "Your Majesty, what do you think of Shantora?" Junhee thought for a while and said it directly. Changnyo was still staring at the map in his hand at this moment. The content displayed on it included the marked land of Shandora. It was generally considered good to be close to the edge of the Sky Island. The location of the portal must not be on Angel Island anyway, so Apaidu, which can host a place that is both private and safe, is indeed a very good choice. Go and take a look in the next 2 days. As an ancient city, Shantora can be built with gold to its current level. I'm worried that there must be something we don't know about. At the edge of Shantora, find a location where a portal can probably be built, and then face other people there and start building a residence for the group of people who will come in the future. Chongnyo put down the map in his hand and then said leisurely. Your Majesty, do we need to keep the matter of the portal a secret from the people on Sky Island? Junhee asked. This thing is completely unnecessary. If people from Kangdeo want to go down to Qinghai, it's not as easy as you think. Chongnyo said, then slowly stood up and took 2 steps towards the door. Looking at Anilo, who was working hard in the courtyard at the moment, Chongnyo turned to Junhee and said again, from now on, that little guy will stay with you and bring him out properly. From now on, this guy's use will be to us. It might be huge. After hearing this, the other 2 people stood up at the same time and began to look towards the courtyard. The other person now was no longer the dirty little guy they saw before. Junhee and Abena really couldn't understand. How could His Majesty the King fall in love with such a thin boy? Your Majesty, Can you see that when you are only 9 years old, you can unintentionally kill everyone on the island? Have you ever seen someone who can build a flying ship with just one person? Facing Junhee's question, Chongnyo directly started to ask questions. The former one is something that has actually happened, but as for the latter one, it will take several years before it appears. I have heard about this child. The priests mentioned him when they were chatting the day before yesterday. He single-handedly turned the entire Baikakong Island into a ruin, and all the people on the island died. Abena crossed his arms, looked at Aniro who was exercising in the courtyard, and said the same to Junhee. Why didn't I hear about it? Junhee once again wondered. Enel has been staying in the temple compound in the past few days. He already lives here. Almost no one on Angel Island knows about his affairs. It is precisely because of this, Aniro became the reason why everyone stayed away from it. Many people think that he is an evil star. Being in contact with this kind of person for a long time will not do them any good, so even among children, not many people like him. He is a relatively pitiful little guy. Then he will be left to you, and you will train him well. Now you should understand what I just said. Chongnyo said with a smile. How could Junhee dare to refuse at this moment? Now he had a look of curiosity on his face, and he couldn't wait to know what the little guy who was exercising could do to make His Majesty the King treat him like this. Don't worry, Your Majesty. In 2 years at most, I will train you to be a master who can navigate the sea. Junhee said directly and confidently. You are still 1 step away from the strength of a vice-admiral. My requirements for you are not high. I need to see you reach the level of an admiral within 5 years. There are many things that will be needed in the future. You are not allowed to slack off. Facing Junhee's careless look at the moment, Chongnyo said helplessly. This is not just for Junhee, but also for himself. So far, if there is no place where Chongnyo's strength can be reasonably reflected, according to his own feeling, if he faces the Admiral of the Navy, he should not a problem either. But we won't know what the specific situation is until we meet each other. So he doesn't know much about himself, but there are still many areas that need to be strengthened. Your Majesty, that is the strength of a general you are talking about. How many people in the whole world are so strong now? Junhee said with an aggrieved look. Of course he knew what Chongnyo's so-called general-level strength was, but if he was really asked to do it, such a thing would be really difficult. Junhee, there are 2 ways for you to improve your strength now. One is to strengthen your domineering practice. As long as you cultivate your domineering power to the point where it can be attached to weapons, you will have fully reached the level of a lieutenant general. Armed domineering is the key to survival in this world, so you must be strict with yourself on this point. Regarding the application of your own armed color haki, it can be said that it has reached the extreme level. In the past 2 years, you have made up for all the shortcomings in this area. In addition, I have learned how to practice haki in the aspect of seeing and hearing. I told you in advance, as for how to do it, it depends on you. Another point is your devil fruit ability. Up to now, you probably haven't developed even 1/10 of its ability. But in the future, you can only explore it slowly by yourself. I hope you won't let me disappointment. From today on, the management of Sky Island will be handed over to you. As for those people on Angel Island, you don't need to worry too much. From now on, some supplies will be sent up regularly every month. I will only set up the space portal in the early stage. Make him one-dimensional. So during this period, I hope you will not disappoint me. Chapter 138 Enel in Training. Chang Nyo talked for a long time, and his ultimate purpose was to tell Junhee that his next task was indeed very heavy. Of course Junhee himself understood that his expression was no longer as playful as before, but remained serious. It seems that His Majesty the King has high hopes for you. Abena stood aside and said with a smile. I know what I should do. After the Kangdeo military base is established, my subordinates will train hard day and night and control the troops of the Kingdom of True well. Junhee said with a serious face. Then I'll leave this to you. Hurry up and find the location of the portal. After setting up these things, I will return to the True Palace first. As for the follow-up matters, we can communicate with you later. Chang Nyo said, and then began to move towards the direction of Ainulu in the courtyard. Junhee stood there obediently and began to think about his inner thoughts. It seems that you have a long way to go with the tasks on your shoulders. It is really possible to become a general in 5 years. Abena said this without any hint of joking. He is very aware of the current situation. Shunye's potential is quite huge. Even among pirates in the New World, it is not very common to have people like him. Junhee listened to what the other party said and just smiled without replying. Why doesn't he understand? It's just that there is no huge pressure on him now. All he lacks is time. As long as the time comes, Junhee believes that he can do what His Majesty the King said. In the courtyard. Enel is currently undergoing basic training. According to his age, it is the best time for training. Everything can only be done step by step. The main goal of his current training is to enhance his own abilities. As for other things, he can only leave them behind. Only after he has gained combat experience and physical strength can he proceed with the next step of planning and training. At present, in the entire Toru Kingdom, almost all those who are preparing to go to Sky Island for training have completed all basic preparations, and the remaining things only need to start large-scale training. Enilu, how do you feel about these 2 days of training? As soon as he walked into the courtyard, Chang Nyo looked at Enilu who was doing push-ups and said with a smile on his face. However, the other party did not stop his movements at this moment. He just raised his head slightly and said with a smile, I'm just a little tired, but I feel very fulfilled. You are doing very well. I believe you will be able to surpass everyone in the near future. Chang Nyo sat on the stone bench next to him, quietly watching the other person still sitting and doing push-ups, but his face was indeed very satisfied with what Anilu was doing now. At least in Chang Nyo's view, Anilu's character is remarkable and he is very kind. Even though people on Angel Island still have many misunderstandings about him, in this little guy's heart, without the slightest resentment. Anilu, I will leave Sky Island in a few days. How about I let the guy standing over there teach you your future fighting skills? Chang Nyo said with a smile. But after hearing this, Anilu stopped what he was doing. He stood up quickly, looked at Chang Nyo in disbelief and asked, Are you leaving? It will take at least a few days. There is a big country waiting for me down there. I can always stay here. Chang Nyo said while still maintaining a smile. Then can I go back with you? The sea is too dangerous and your current strength is too low. Practice hard and it will take up to 3 years. Then I will personally take you to our country. Chang Nyo said. Anilu suddenly fell into deep thought. For this 13 or 14-year-old boy, it seemed as if something was missing at this moment. Junhee and Abena also walked over at this moment. Looking at the stunned Eniro, Junhee said, Even my current strength is already a bit of a hindrance to His Majesty. If you follow him, if we go together, in order to protect you, he will probably be injured. Are you willing to see such a situation? After hearing this, Anilu shook his head quickly, with a look of confusion on his face. He looked at Chang Nyo sitting there quietly, and licked his dry lips before he could speak. The Sky Island is very important to us. In the future, this place will become a military base for our country and will also be the biggest trump card of our entire Kingdom of True. I hope you can stay here during this period, at least until after we become stronger, we can fight side by then. Chang Nyo said. His words were full of emotion. Even if Enel wanted to get out of this empty island, he didn't know what words to continue speaking at this moment. I will be here from now on, and you will learn from me well. When you are strong, you can protect our king, and you will not be in vain for his trust in you. Not many people on the entire Sky Island can set foot here. His Majesty the King has ordered that the entire Apaido will be an absolutely forbidden area on the Sky Island. Even the natives of the Sky Island cannot set foot here even half an inch. But you can stay here in the future. Can you think of the reason? Junhe said. Brother Changnyo, I have decided that I will become a strong man from now on. I will train hard and practice hard. I will definitely protect you in the future, at least I will not let anyone bully you in front of me. Enelu didn't know if he heard what they said, but he suddenly shouted. This not only comes from Changnyo's trust in him, but also from Changnyo's recognition. Since the destruction of Baikakong Island, Changnyo was the first person to appear in front of him and recognize him. For this recognition, Enelu was willing to obey the other party's instructions. Well done. I believe you can stand at the top of this world in the future and fulfill your dreams. Changnyo stood up and patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile. Yes, I will. Enelu showed his silly smile again, then hurriedly lay on the ground and continued the training just now. Keep these basic trainings to restore all your muscles first, and then start training other aspects. The first thing you need to do is definitely start with the 6 style skills. This is also the easiest way to practice domineering. Kind of Link. He has never wanted to become stronger as he did at this time. Armed haki itself is a kind of beyond the limits of his body, and it requires constant training to reach this level. Chapter 139 Underground Golden Palace. Everyone can believe that as long as they have faith, stick to it, and rely on it as a source of motivation, then Enel will be able to directly train armed haki in less than a year. Such a persistent young man is very rare, and Junhe can't help but have a feeling of approval towards him. The scene changes. On top of the ruins, it is overgrown with weeds and trees, but you can still see the history of civilization thousands of years ago. This is Shantora, a place full of gold. There are at least 50 people staying here now, most of them are Sandians. Each of them is shirtless and wearing primitive clothes, but everyone is still searching these ruins seriously. Everyone was not even willing to give up any rubble or broken bricks, and would always check any place that could be lifted up. This task belongs to Abena, but this guy Junhe actually appeared here. He was very curious about what kind of gold would exist in Shantora. Although he had seen the golden bell last time, even though it had already, he was extremely shocked, but according to His Majesty the King, the buildings here were even made of gold. It wasn't just him who was curious, everyone else was wandering around in the ruins tirelessly as if they had been given a shot of blood. The ruins of 800 years ago are not as small as imagined, and the area is surprisingly large. In addition, after hundreds of years of wind and rain, this place has already changed its original appearance. In a place overgrown with weeds, no one knows what will happen next second. Take the huge golden bell, for example. He is now thousands of meters above the sky, and the huge vines directly brought him into the air. If it weren't for the fact that the members of the King's Guard were more curious before, they wouldn't have discovered it at all. To this huge thing. What are they looking for? Next to Changnyo, Enelu also followed. They all wanted to know how far it could reach this time, and Changnyo still had his own ideas about the gold. Gold, they are looking for buildings made of gold. Changnyo said calmly. But those things are not here? More things are underground. Enelu opened his mouth and said directly. How do you know? Changnyo suddenly became interested and asked curiously. I have been to this place many times. I once accidentally entered an underground palace. Everything there was made of gold, and every pillar was amazingly big. I don't know whether it was gold or not. In the end, there is also a square stone about 5 meters high in the middle. The most important thing is that there is a big snake living there. I almost got eaten by him last time. Enelu said with some lingering fear. His expression didn't look like he was lying, and there was absolutely no need for him to lie. These people had already started searching on the ground. Although this ancient city 800 years ago was relatively large, it would not let 50 people. Several people searched for nearly half a day, but no trace of gold was found. The title of Golden Country definitely does not mean that it only exists outside. Orakai. Changnyo said to himself. He recalled that after the official plot began, the gold that the protagonist took out from the belly of the big snake could completely confirm the authenticity of what Enero said. Now the ground is completely in ruins, and this thing only came to Sky Island 400 years ago with the soaring sea currents. So in the 400 years of this ancient city 800 years ago, Changnyo doesn't believe that no one has come here. This place. In the end, it was just a matter of Noland accidentally discovering the land of gold. So based on these circumstances, it is already obvious that gold exists in the underground palace. Do you remember where the entrance is? Chang Nyo asked with a smile. After hearing this, Anilo suddenly became energetic and immediately raised his hand to point to the right side of where they were standing. There are no ruins there, and everything is lush with forests. However, Anilo pointed in the direction of Chaozhou with certainty. Chang Nyo could only smile and said, "Let's go. Take me there to have a look. But that place is very difficult to get down to. I accidentally fell in there last time, so I discovered these things." Anil said. "It's okay, you just need to bring the directions. I will take you there myself later." With what Chang Nyo said, Anilo didn't have any worries and ran quickly in that direction. Although Shantora is an ancient city, it is impossible for any building to be built with gold. This situation is obviously unreasonable. If Apayadu is originally a country, then this kind of thing can still be said. Past. A palace that can be built with gold, you don't need to think too much to know what the prosperity of this dynasty will look like. Even now, the Tianlong people dare not say that they can build a palace with gold. There are more and more mysteries in all this, but for the current true kingdom, none of them care about these things. As the two of them continued to move forward, their steps had completely entered the forest. Apart from the huge trees, there was no trace of any ancient city in the surrounding area. "Anilu, since you have discovered the underground palace before and you don't have a place to live anyway, why don't you stay there?" Chang Nyo asked curiously. "Brother Chang Nyo, have you forgotten what I just said? There is a big snake inside, which is the god of Sky Island, so I was afraid of being eaten by this guy when I stayed there, so I never dared to come here again. Been to these places?" After Chang Nyo heard this, he suddenly remembered that people had indeed mentioned the existence of this snake just now. And he specifically asked Abena to search for this big guy. Now he should be lying quietly in the corner of Apayadu, somewhere. For him, maybe his hometown is the Golden Palace. Even the snake is probably still there now. As for the later development of the plot, it should be that Enlil turned over the entire Golden Palace, and then used the gold in it to start smelting it into a flying ship. According to the later stage, not to mention the protagonists and others, even those who are soy sauce can lift a golden pillar from above. It can be judged that the golden spaceship did not use the gold of the entire Golden Palace at that time. Chapter 140 Golden Lion. The gold on the empty island has always been ignored by people. Even now, no one in the big world knows what is here. It is estimated that except for the pirate king Roger, no one would believe that there is a golden country above 10,000 meters in the sky. Others are still searching tirelessly for the ruins of the ancient city of Shantora, mainly because they want to learn the whereabouts of the gold. Except for the golden clock that has been discovered so far, they have begun a carpet-like search for the rest, but in the end they did not find a few gold items. But just so many things have been found from those ruins, which is enough to explain how much gold is worth here, and even the extent of the prosperity of this era. While others were still searching, Chang Nyo had already followed Enilo to an area nearly 1 kilometer away. This place was already far away from the land of Shantora and completely incomparable with the ancient city. But as soon as he arrived here, Enilo pointed forward and pouted and said, "This is the place, but I fell from here last time, but it was already 2 years ago, but now it seems the entrance to the cave seems to be gone." Looking at Eniro, he didn't look like he was lying. There were no traces of this place. It was already covered with fallen leaves. Next to him, he had almost reached the edge of Apayadu, and there was already an abyss below. If an exit appears in this place, the final outcome is really possible. It's right here. Chang Nyo sighed, and then he saw that the domineering energy spread out instantly, and the entire area, including the underground space, was already within his perception. The final result was just as he imagined. There really was a lot of space underground. It would have been difficult to discover it if you didn't sense it carefully. "Let's go. I'll take you in." Chang Nyo looked at Enlil with a smile and said. He put his hand on the other person's shoulder. The hole he said before actually still existed, but it was blocked by something. In addition, it was covered with fallen leaves, so it looked completely different from the outside. Couldn't find anything. Chang Nyo directly used space jump, ignoring all obstacles. The two people appeared with a white light and disappeared instantly. When they appeared again, what was displayed in front of the two of them was a huge golden door. This door is at least 10 feet high. Looking at this situation, you have no idea how heavy it is. Fortunately, this door opened a weak gap. It was only a weak gap from the perspective of the whole door, but it was not a problem for two people walking at the same time. The top of the golden gate is all a shape outlined by some lines. The lines outlined on the gate are more exquisite, and there are some strange patterns on it, but overall it is very shocking. Normally, in this underground palace, sunlight cannot shine in at all, but in this underground world, it appears as bright as day, and these light sources are reflected from the golden door. There are two huge golden lions placed in front of the gate. Judging from the weight, they must have reached at least dozens of tons. If these things were moved to the real world, they would probably become the world's richest man. The area at the door is not particularly large, only about 50 square meters, but even so, his entire floor is made of gold. For hundreds of years, except for some dust on the ground, the rest nothing manifests itself. This is just standing in front of the gate of this palace. The scene inside has not been entered yet, but now it is enough for Chang Nyo to feel how the word shock is written. He stepped forward, stretched out his right hand, and slowly placed it on the dusty golden lion statue. This statue was almost 2 meters high, and it was also lifelike in terms of carving. All of this seemed so unexpected, and it made him feel for the first time what the real rich world was. System, analyze how much is the golden lion in front of you worth. Chang Nyo directly entered the system space and started asking. His right hand was still tightly placed on the 2-meter-high golden lion statue. He was not only sighing with emotion, but also touching the feeling of truly having money. Answer, the golden lion statue can be exchanged for Pele and is worth about 5.5 billion. Would you like to exchange it? After hearing the specific answer, Chang Nyo did not answer the system's answer. Instead, he exited the system space and quietly looked at the huge golden lion in front of him. Just such a lump of gold is already worth 5.5 billion Baileys, and there are 2 more here, not to mention the contents inside. This thing is probably enough to make him the richest man in the world, but once so much gold flows into the market, according to the law of currency exchange, the purchasing power of the pirate world can be greatly reduced in an instant. Brother Chang Nyo, what's wrong with you? Enelu, who had been staying behind, looked at Chang Nyo's appearance at the moment and asked curiously and worriedly. Hearing the sound, Chang Nyo suddenly came back to his senses, and then said with a smile, "It's okay, I just feel too shocked. I didn't expect so much gold to appear here. It's really surprising." "Is that so? But there are many more inside," Enelu said casually. He didn't know what the value of these things was. After all, these things were not valuable on the empty island. No one even cared about these things at all, even if they were discovered, it didn't matter. But he doesn't know the price of this thing below. A subject with an absolute market, but it is impossible to sell so much gold. Enelu, have you ever told anyone about the situation here? Chang Nyo suddenly thought of this topic, and then opened his mouth to ask. No, there is a big snake here, so since I left here that time, I have never come down again. Others are not very good to me, so there is no need for me to tell them about the situation here. Said. It seems that you have already walked in last time, so let's go in and take a look. Chang Nyo said with a smile. After the words fell, he reluctantly let go of the hand touching the golden lion. He already wanted to convert this thing into Bailey and store it in the system space. Chapter 141 The History of Kangdao. If all the gold in this place is converted into Bailey and stored in the system space, Chang Nyo feels that he can really become a god at once. In the future, let alone in this pirate world, even to any place. He can become a god-like existence. It is impossible to sell such a large amount of gold in the world of pirates. A small amount is fine, but such a large amount is almost unthinkable. The 2 of them haven't walked in yet, but the gold at the door is enough to make people stunned. Chang Nyo walked in front, and Enilu followed behind somewhat obediently. After all, in his impression, there was a big guy inside, and his own strength was not that good. If he rushed in, he would be bitten by someone. If you bite it into your belly, then this thing is not very good. There is a gap in the entire door, enough for 2 people to pass through. The thickness of this golden door is at least 1 meter, and with such a huge thickness, compared with the golden lion, this thing must be at least tens of billions of shells. And it's just one of the doors. For an ordinary person, even if such a golden gate is placed here, he has no way to take it away. The thick golden door seemed extremely precious at this moment. However, after just walking in, there was no candlelight underground in the golden palace. However, relying on the sparkling gold and silver jewelry and the degree of reflection of the gold in this spacious hall, all the scenes in the underground palace were vaguely visible. After this scene appeared in front of Chang Nyo, he already had some doubts about life. Such a large amount of gold was really unbelievable. "Brother Chang Nyo, be careful, there is a big guy here." Anilu stood behind and reminded softly. Although there are some places where you can't see the end of this empty hall, when you came in, Chang Nyo had already used his knowledge to sense the scope of the entire underground palace. "There are no living creatures here. I'm afraid that the god of the Sky Island, the huge python, should be on the periphery now. The entire underground is very quiet, so quiet that even the sound of breathing can be heard echoing, and the sound of every step here is particularly clear. This golden palace is bigger than anyone's imagination, and even the entire palace is already under Shantora. However, the entrance to the underground palace is 1 kilometer away from that ancient time. The palace is still a little dark, but you can still clearly see the golden pillars that are tens of meters high. The diameter of this thing is at least 3 meters thick. Anyone who can get it in the pirate world will definitely become an absolute rich man. People. Not only is this palace built with pure gold, there are also some gold products in the palace, including chairs, decorations, and a series of other things. Each pillar has a completely different shape. Just standing at the gate, you can already see such a scene." Chang Nyo slowly began to walk forward, and kept looking at the surrounding situation. It seems that these golds are not made by human beings. The only ones who can achieve this level should be the golden fruits. After looking around, Chang Nyo finally understood. After all, there was so much gold. Even if a kingdom devoted all its efforts, it would be impossible to find so much. All he can think of now is this possibility, but the golden fruit cannot create gold out of thin air. It can only mobilize the gold hidden underground in this world, and then condense it into what you see now. This state. But even so, in this pirate world, gold products still have their price. In such a splendid underground golden palace, the total amount of these things can definitely make Chang Nyo take off completely. He was still thinking that the gold and silver jewelry he got from Marie Joya would be enough to make him fly, but he didn't expect that it was in this underground gold palace that he really subverted his 3 views. "Not to mention my future self, even in the future true kingdom, I am afraid I will never have to worry about any money matters." "Brother, what are you observing?" Anilu looked at Chang Nyo, who was in a daze, and asked worriedly. "It's nothing, but seeing the state here reminds me of what this prosperous city was like hundreds of years ago." Chang Nyo said with a smile. "Anyway, no matter what, they have declined by now, and there is no information left at all. There is only this empty palace left, and I think it's nothing." Anilu said with a confused look on his face. "I still left something behind," Chang Nyo said, and then began to stride towards the front of the hall. The reverberating sound produced by each step can be clearly heard. The entire underground palace, including the floor under the feet, is made of gold. However, in the center of the hall, there is something out of place. Because he placed a cube of historical text that was almost 5 meters high by 5 meters wide. Just after coming down, Chang Nyo had already sensed the existence of this thing. At the beginning of the official plot, this huge historical text was on the ruins of Shandola. If you think about it, you can understand that this must be the later Anilu. After becoming a god, in order to clear out this golden underground palace, he threw that huge thing out. Not far behind this historical text is a huge staircase, which extends to a height of about 10 meters, with a golden seat placed on it. Moreover, there are 4 gold sculptures standing on both sides of the seats. As far as the eye can see here, except for the historical text, everything else is made of gold. The amount of gold is so large that it is completely unbelievable. Chang Nyo no longer needs to care about the amount of gold at this moment. Anyway, from now on, everything here belongs to him. Including the historical text placed in front of the 2 people. "Brother Chang Nyo, what is written on this?" Anilu also saw the text on the history text and said. "The words engraved on it are very clear and have not been polished by the years and are quite neat and perfect. Compared with the historical text in the Alabasta Palace, this piece of text already looks much fresher." "Anilu, this thing is called a historical text. It records a lot of things, but almost no one knows this kind of writing now," Chang Nyo said leisurely. Chapter 142 Ancient Weapon Sea King. He knew very well what the above content was about, but he still didn't care about these things now. The historical text clearly had 2 more rows of text in the corners, and it was also the writing pen left by the pirate king here. But this point left Chongnyo speechless. Why didn't the other party ask for the gold here after coming here? But sometimes when I think about it, I understand that in such a large underground palace, it is enough for them to just grab a few things and squander it, and there is no need to think about these things. System, interpret the contents of the historical text. Chongnyo started shouting about the system directly in his mind. As his system balance dropped by more than 10 million, the historical text in front of him seemed to have begun to change versions, directly transforming into text that he could understand. However, this thing is exactly the same as what exists in Alabasta, and it also records the appearance of an ancient weapon. The only difference is that the ancient weapon introduced in this thing is actually from Fishman Island. Ancient weapon Poseidon, King of the Sea. Although Chongnyo had known about it before, the text reflected in it was too detailed. Even when this kind of weapon appeared, the above records were very clear. The main reason why I spent 10 million Baileys to decipher the historical text is to find out what is written on it. As for what form the so-called King of the Sea Poseidon appears in, Chongnyo is less clear than others. After seeing the specific content clearly, Chongnyo waved his hand, and the entire huge historical text was immediately covered with a layer of light blue light, but the next second, this huge historical text disappeared directly between the two. In front of people. Chongnyo was not very interested in this historical text. He was mainly interested in the huge underground gold palace. System, evaluate the value of the entire golden palace. Chongnyo once again began to call out the system in his mind. He was still quite curious about the value of these things. After all, the things here can only realize their normal value if they are exchanged into the system space. Otherwise, if you get so much gold from the outside world, you really don't know where to find a better place to sell it. Answer: the value of the entire underground gold palace is approximately 1,235.3 billion belly. Do you want to recharge? After Chongnyo heard such a huge amount, his expression did not change at all, but the waves in his heart had completely blossomed. Recharge the entire underground gold palace, and convert all the original foundations into stones to support the ground. Chongnyo said in his mind with a smile on his lips. But Enelu, who was standing aside, looked curious after seeing this scene, but what followed immediately shocked him. I saw that the underground golden palace at this time had gradually turned petrified starting from the gate, and then spread to the top throne. All the furnishings were exactly the same as before, even the patterns on it were missing. Changed. Enelu sat down on the ground in fear, but Chongnyo was still in his mind, looking at the constantly beating recharge amounts. The whole process lasted for almost a minute, until the entire original golden palace turned into a completely petrified state. The so-called land of gold here may be completely gone in the future. It can't be said that there is no gold on this empty island, at least there is still a lot of stuff in the big guy's belly. Brother Chongnyo, what exactly happened here? Enelu looked at Chongnyo, who was still standing there with some horror, and asked. But the other party was completely unaware of what he said at this moment, and the whole person was still immersed in the system space. As the mechanical sound of the system space appeared, the feeling of taking off on the spot was no longer enough to describe his current state. Congratulations to the host for successfully recharging more than 1 trillion yuan. He will become a VIP member of the Wanja Mall system in the future. Member rewards have been distributed, please check in time. The mechanical sound was so beautiful that Chongnyo couldn't feel anything else at all. There are more than 1 trillion belly in the account balance. These things are enough for him to do whatever he wants in this world. If he is not the king of a country, he really wants to be a pirate at this moment and control this world. Fortunately, he didn't like life on the ship, otherwise he might have had such an idea, but that was enough for now. With so much money to spend, no matter what he does in the future, he can no longer worry about other things like before. The scene was silent for a while, and Chongnyo slowly began to come back to his senses. But when he saw Enelu sitting on the ground, he suddenly asked curiously, "Why are you sitting on the ground? Brother Chongnyo, are you okay? I just called you many times. But you didn't listen to a word. I was almost scared to death." Enelu said with tears in her eyes. He was really frightened by the scene in front of him just now. The entire underground golden palace suddenly turned into stone. His most trusted elder brother did not know what happened at this moment. A person's helplessness made him become such a look. Facing Enelu's words, Chongnyo walked to him and knelt down next to him. He smiled slightly and said, I'm sorry for making you worry. There's nothing going on here. Let's go. When the two of them appeared in Shantora again, Abena and his group were still looking for the gold left here. As for June and him, they had already started to do what they wanted to do. The Sandians who stay here are much more diligent than expected, and everyone is meticulous in their work. At least they are much better than before. Abena, there's no need to look for it. Let all of them start going back. Changnyo walked up to Abena and said. Your Majesty, has something happened? Abena asked doubtfully. Although I have been searching for most of the day, I haven't found much, but I haven't found anything. That's why Abena asked with some confusion when faced with Changnyo's sudden words to stop. It's no longer necessary. What we need to do now is to end the matter on the empty island quickly and then return to the country. As for the gold here, there is no need to look for it. Yes, Your Majesty. Although Abena didn't know what happened, he didn't ask too much. Since His Majesty the King had already said such words, he could just follow them. Chapter 143 Construction of the Portal. It has been a week since they arrived at the Sky Island. In addition to the days of sailing on the sea, nearly 2 months have passed since they left the True Kingdom. So now that the Sky Island matter has been dealt with completely, all that needs to be done now is to quickly set up the space portal. When I return to the True Kingdom, I can open the other connected door and then directly open the official portal. The journey to the empty island military base. 2 days later. Junhee, are you sure the location of the portal is here? Changnyo looked around and asked Junhee who was standing next to him curiously. There are lush trees all around, and not far from the front, you have reached the edge of Apaidu, which is also the edge of the entire Sky Island. Your Majesty, this place was carefully selected by your subordinates, and considering the surrounding situation, this is the best location that can be chosen, not only because it is secretive enough, but also because this location is right in the middle of our building. Directly behind the military base, if people from outside need to come to this place, they must pass through the entire military base. From a safety perspective, it is more appropriate for my subordinates to choose this place. Junhee said. What does Abena think? Changnyo turned to look at Abena who was holding Dawn in his hands and asked. Your Majesty, I don't understand this thing, but according to what Captain Junhee said, this place is indeed a good choice. Abena said. Seeing what the two people said, Changnyo looked forward, pondered for a while and then said, since you two think so, then just choose this place. Changnyo didn't care too much about this kind of thing, but for the space portal, the importance of this thing no longer needs anyone to mention it. Now that the position has been determined, Changnyo did not hesitate too much. After observing the surrounding terrain, a layer of blue light began to appear on his entire body, and his eyes also turned sky blue. State. The surrounding flowers, plants, and trees seemed to have been blown down by the strong wind, and began to tilt in all directions. Seeing this situation, the two Abenas hurriedly retreated some distance in other directions, fearing that something incredible would happen later. Changnyo stared at the position in front of him, his two palms crossed with each other, 2 blue rays of light shot out from the palms of his hands in an instant, and then they all condensed at a position about 50 meters in front of him. After that, the two spaces began to rotate rapidly, and within a minute, a huge vortex was formed there. This vortex is just like Changnyo's usual long-distance space jump. The inside is black and the outer edge is blue light. But the difference this time is that this space vortex is particularly huge, but with the eerie feeling when I woke up was also more obvious. When the whirlpool first formed, the nearby flowers, plants, and trees had all been uprooted and swept in. What is certain is that none of them fell down, but the specific location is unknown. The two Abena looked at the scene in shock. There were no king's guards around, and they were the only 2 people left here. Originally, the Sky Island was located 10,000 meters above the sky, but the moment the space vortex began to form, a large number of dark clouds began to gather above the head, and there were lightning and thunder. Everything was converging in this direction, even if ordinary people staying on Angel Island can also see the strange scene in Apayata Shantora. Although ordinary people don't know what happened, what is certain is that such a strange situation can occur at an altitude of 10,000 meters. It is definitely not as simple as what you see in front of you. The power of space at the edge of the space vortex is also slowly disappearing. If there is nothing to block it, then this space vortex will completely disappear soon, and the so-called space portal will not be established at all. After the whole process lasted for 15 minutes, the space vortex had begun to gradually take shape. Although the vortex was still a vortex and had not changed much in shape, at least the soil and trees on the edge were not attracted in any more. This is enough to show how stable this thing is. Chang Nyo stood still with his previous light, and his eyes were still sky blue. He continued to stabilize the space vortex with his left hand, raised his right hand towards the sky, and shot about 100 meters above the ground. There, a black space crack suddenly appeared, and then a huge and pure black object fell down. The moment he fell, the entire ground shook violently. This huge thing landed just above the space vortex. This is like a huge door, about 50 meters high. It has a pure black appearance with many runes appearing on it at the same time. Above the top of this huge door is a huge suspended sphere. What material is it made of? I'm afraid no one knows it clearly, but this thing is floating quietly at the top. After the space door completely fell, the power of space outside the dissipating space vortex began to slowly shrink, until it was finally connected to this huge door. This thing is something Chang Nyo purchased directly from the system space. The price is a bit expensive, more than 20 billion baileys each, but for Chang Nyo, who is now a rich man, more than 20 billion is already it's not that much money. When all the dust settled, all the flowers, plants, and trees within a radius of 50 meters had turned into bare soil, and everything was attracted into the space vortex. Abena and Junhee watched all this blankly. The situation in this scene was enough to subvert their three views. Although they had known before that the devil fruit eaten by their king was the power of space, this method of directly constructing the portal really shocked the two of them. It is estimated that it is impossible for any ordinary person to calm down at this moment. For the two people who witnessed all this with their own eyes, being able to see the construction of a space portal with their own eyes, this half-hour allowed them to appreciate what is wonderful. Chapter 144, Sky Island Military Base. This space portal stood quietly in place without making any sound. There was still a black vortex spinning in the middle. If you look at it from the outside, the inside of this thing is full of weirdness. Even being close to this place can make people feel a lot of pressure. After Chang Nyo finished all this, the blue light on his body began to slowly disappear, and his eyes returned to their original appearance. The surrounding flowers, plants, and trees were swept away and only a piece of bare land was left. The construction of the entire military base had not even started yet, but as a space portal for transporting personnel, this thing must be completed as soon as possible. Good. The entire military base will be handled by the personnel of the Kingdom of True next. As for the people on Angel Island and the Sandians, they have their own way of life and work. The place of Apaidu, that is, from now on, it has officially become a restricted area for all of them. When everything was settled, Chang Nyo still stood there admiring his work. Except for this space portal, there was nothing around him. Junhee was shocked for a while when he saw this scene, and then he hurried to His Majesty the King and asked curiously, "Your Majesty, is this the portal?" "That's right, this plan is for two-way transmission. After returning to the True Kingdom, I will directly build one as soon as possible, so the planning of the military base here needs to be handed over to you. After the planning is completed, after the people from the True Kingdom arrive, I hope to build the entire military base in 3 months." Chang Nyo said that he had planned all this time in detail, and Junhee himself also understood that after all these matters had been communicated before, so there were no unexpected situations. "You said before that other people can access the Sky Island. Should we directly seal the entire Sky Island?" Junhee suddenly thought of this question and asked. After all, the military base of the Kingdom of True will be related to the life and death of the entire country in the future, and it must not be known to the outside world no matter what the circumstances. They no longer plan to join the world government, so everything they do must be done carefully. Although the country is developing at full speed, there are some things that not everyone can consider in full. If any detail goes wrong, it will be a fatal blow to them. Chang Nyo thought for a while and then said, "There is no need to block the empty island. Not many people below will be able to get up here. Even if they can, for those who take the risk, maybe you don't have the confidence to do it. Can you beat them? As for those who don't need to come up through the sky current, I guess you have no power to resist them at all." "Your Majesty is right. I think the most important thing now is to control the personnel on Sky Island. From now on, Apaido must become an absolute forbidden area." Abena also said. "The relationship still needs to be maintained well, Junhee. You will be responsible for the affairs here from now on. Kong Island is not useless. If there are better talents, they can be included in the army." Chang Nyo said with a smile. I understand, Your Majesty. Junhee said. Send people to guard the space gate. We will need to do this in the future. The most important thing now is to prevent danger. So far, this thing has been randomly transmitted, and you can't tell where it will go, so at this time you have to pay more attention. Chang Nyo said. Okay. After listening to Junhee's reply, Chang Nyo smiled slightly, and then began to look at the portal carefully. Unexpectedly, a gadget can be worth more than 20 billion belly. Although the cost is not particularly high for him now, on the other hand, the price of this gadget is already quite expensive. However, this thing is already a lot cheaper for him. After becoming a member of the mall system, the price of this thing has been half. However, so far, he still has one member's gift package that he has not opened. On this empty island, Chang Nyo would not do such an uncertain thing before many things were completely determined. Now that things on Kangdae's have finally begun to settle down, it's time to leave the kingdom after being away from the kingdom for so long. The construction of the portal has been set up, and this is already the biggest purpose of coming to Sky Island. When I came to Kangdae, I spent 2 days to determine the issue of governance, another 3 days to resolve the dispute between the two tribes on Kangdae, and half a month to stabilize the entire Kangdae people. Idea, and at the same time determined the establishment of a military base to create a portal belonging to the true kingdom, all within a month. This is already relatively fast, and for Sky Islanders, most of them have not seen what the current ruler looks like so far. But life on the Sky Island is really not that good. Although they live a relatively comfortable and peaceful life, their quality of life is simply terrible. Let me inform you that an Air Island meeting will be held in 3 days. It will include material distribution, personnel distribution, and other matters. We will have all of them resolved and implemented by then. I will return to the True Kingdom first in 3 days. June and you are solely responsible for the specific situation of staying here. Next to the portal, they have been standing here studying for nearly 20 minutes. Anyway, most of the things they need to know are already known, and most of the things that need to be done have been done. The only thing left is to solve the finishing work. There are almost no problems. The most important thing is about the distribution of supplies here. Since I have decided to be the ruler of this empty island in advance, what I said before still needs to be implemented. Fortunately, there are not many people on the entire empty island. The total number of more than 8,000 people is simply something that should not be too simple and easy for Chang Nyo. Spending some money can not only maintain a relationship and make others grateful, but also allow the other party to directly help you with your work. Although the things on the empty island cannot be sold to outsiders, the key is that they can be used in your own country. Speaking of this, Junhee stood aside and nodded without much hesitation. His Majesty the King must definitely leave the Sky Island. As for when the space portal is successfully established, whether it is going to the Sky Island or special the Kingdom of Lu is just a blink of an eye, and there is no need to worry too much at all. Chapter 145 Material Distribution. The portal established on Sky Island is like this now. From now on, 4 members of the King's Guard will take turns to guard it every day, observing the surrounding situation day and night. In fact, for Sky Island, these people don't need to be so cautious at all. After all, outsiders cannot enter, and people on Angel Island here will not come here. It can be regarded as a sparsely populated place where birds don't poop. 2 days have passed since the incident, and Chang Nyo is already ready to leave. Now he only needs to deal with the remaining matters. Basically, the matter on Kangdae has come to an end for the time being. The main hall of the shrine was already full of people at this moment. Chang Nyo sat at the top and looked at the people who had arrived, including the Angel Island and Sandia people, as well as a few people on his side. The main purpose of letting them come this time is to distribute supplies. Since the Sandians have left their original place of residence, they have lost the basis for their survival. So what happens next? Material support must be put on the agenda. I have no other intention of letting you come here today, just to arrange things for the future. Currently, in the backyard of this place, various foods have been piled up, including staple meats, fruits, and a series of products. Sandians can receive them according to their actual needs, and they will not have to worry about not being able to afford food in the future. Of this kind of thing. From now on, the Kingdom of True will transport a large amount of supplies here every once in a while, so you don't have to worry about life-related matters. In 3 months at most, the Kingdom of True will build a commercial economy on Angel Island or a separate island. At that time, some daily necessities will be sold. This is also for the living arrangements of the people on our empty island. I don't know if you have any objections to material matters? Changyo stood up again and looked around everyone and asked. I wonder if what you said is true? Can we just collect it or do we need something else? Weibo stood up quickly. This thing was what he was most concerned about. After half a month, the food of the Shandia people has long been at the bottom. If this matter is not put on the agenda, then their people will face the situation of having no food to eat. He looked particularly excited, not to mention him, and the two people who followed him were also the same. Ganfu from Angel Island also smiled. After all, these things were the price of Changnyo's promise to rule Angel Island. Facing the other party's questions, Junhee stood up and said, I will be responsible for the issue of resource allocation from now on. If you have any questions about this, you can come to me. Now let me explain clearly the distribution rules this time. The Shandia clan had already made a promise, so they could provide half a year's food supply free of charge, which would include staple foods, meat and fruits. As for Angel Island, we will provide mainly staple foods, and we will also provide 3 months' supply of fruits and meat. But after this period has passed, all of you will need to rely on labor to enjoy this kind of thing. Weibo, you, the Sandia clan, will be mainly responsible for the entrance to the Sky Island. Although there are very few people coming, this kind of thing cannot be completely guaranteed. In addition, your strength is too weak. In the future, you can take time to bring 2 people over to participate in training. This is also what His Majesty wants. Junhee directly arranged the Sandian people, and they did not raise any objections. They were just guarding the gate of an empty island. This was extremely easy for them. Everyone understood that they believe that many people can indeed come to Qinghai, but this situation may only happen once in 10 or 20 years. It is precisely because of this situation that the guard responsible for the gate of Sky Island is already worthy of the Sandia clan. Captain Junhee, our Sandia clan has no objections to this matter, and we will definitely guard the location of the Sky Island gate in the future, and we will never let anyone else enter from the outside. Weibo said respectfully. Ganfu, Junhee has already explained the mission and specific situation of the Sandia clan. As for Angel Island, we can still maintain our original life. We will not force or mind about this. But in the future, life on Angel Island can be maintained by exchanging items of the same price or collecting them for work. You can also sort out the shellfish from the Sky Island, including blowing shells, volley shells, and other shellfish, as well as other specialties from the Sky Island. We will also directly transport these things to the True Kingdom for sale, so you can make preparations in advance so that every Sky Islander can experience their own high-quality life. Changnyo said to Ganfur. I understand, Your Majesty. Ganfur said. For more detailed details, you can communicate with Junhee at any time in the future. I will not stay on the island for too long, and he will be responsible for everything more. In the future, as a partner of a country, Sky Island can enjoy independent autonomy and is not bound by the general direction of the Toru Kingdom. However, I still hope that you can understand each other better in the future. Changnyo said with a smile again. No one else had any objections. Everyone else knew very well that the king of this kingdom would definitely not stay on the empty island for too long. As for their actual purpose, these people no longer wanted to study it. The content of the meeting itself is not much, and the rest just needs to be slowly adjusted over time. Changnyo does not expect that he can perfect everything in just 1 month. Now he just needs to slowly be satisfied slowly. Sky Island has its own natural barrier. As long as their original life is maintained, it will be the greatest benefit to the True Kingdom. In a place with more than 8,000 people, as long as there are no disputes, everything will be fine. This meeting is probably the most satisfying one for everyone. After all, the issue of material distribution was discussed, so the first thing everyone wants to see is probably the materials they call stacked in the backyard. This is what everyone is more concerned about. Things. The people who are most concerned about it are probably the 3 people from the Sandia clan. They were almost hungry before they came. It is rare that what they promised before will be realized now. Naturally, they should be better than the group of people on Angel Island. Much more excited. Chapter 146 Distribution Standards. As soon as the meeting ended, everyone could not wait, led by Junhee, to the backyard of the shrine. This is a completely open space with no yard at all, but the overall space is still relatively large. But at this moment, the whole place is completely filled with supplies, including staple food rice and noodles, vegetables and meat, and some fruits. Most of the things are things that these people living on empty islands have never seen before. Whether it's rice or vegetables and fruits, everything is packaged, and these are all things Changnyo purchased directly from the system space. In terms of daily life, these things have covered all supplies. The overall height of the pile is about 10 meters, which is nearly 1,000 square meters at least. For the people on the entire empty island, these supplies are enough to live for half a year. Long. Master Junhee, are these things for us? Wei Bai looked very excited at the moment, and tears were about to burst out of his eyes. For such a rough man, this scene was probably something that even he himself could not have imagined. These things that they had never seen before made them extremely excited. Not to mention those fruits and vegetables, even if it is piles of rice, people like them rarely see it. These will all be yours from now on. You just need to remember one thing. These things are gifts given to you by His Majesty the King, so the peace of this empty island in the future will be guarded by you. We only need Apayadu. This place serves as the military base of the Kingdom of True, so you can keep it in mind for the overall safety of Kangdeo in the future. Seeing the excitement of this group of people, Junhee looked around the crowd with a smile and said, "What you said is what we should do. From now on, the safety of Kangdeo will be left to me. I will definitely not cause any trouble to His Majesty the King." Ganfu also said with a smile. Now everything is developing in a good direction. After all, when these people saw this batch of supplies in front of them, their eyes were already shining. There are very few families who can have enough food for every meal on Sky Island. The most important thing is that the resources on Sky Island are not sufficient. There are no living products such as rice and noodles at all. They completely rely on free food. They live on the sea, but such a huge ocean makes it impossible for them to even set foot in the middle ground, let alone meet their daily needs. Even these priests were all drooling, and the excitement in their hearts could not be increased. So at this moment, they all began to express their loyalty. No one was curious about how these things came to the empty island. What was important was that they could at least have a delicious meal. Don't be so excited. There is a lot of work to do next. Your Majesty has already ordered that all these things be distributed based on head. Weibo, just be responsible for your Sandia clan. The distribution standards have also been determined. Each person will receive a bag of rice, a basket of fruits, a basket of vegetables and 10 kilograms of meat per month for half a year at a time. Dosage. The ones on Angel Island are also distributed according to equal portions, but the amount you receive is for 3 months. Ganfu is responsible for ensuring that everyone can get their own share. Junhee started to give instructions. Each bag of rice here weighs 150 kilograms, and a basket of vegetables weighs about 30 kilograms, not to mention meat. The supplies piled here are enough for their survival, and it is even infinitely better than their previous life. How could this group of people refuse now? This thing has exceeded their imagination. For a family, they simply can't use so much food in a month. It's just that the arrangement is to let them eat well. Standards. This is still based on the capita standard, not the family standard. For almost every family, such a standard can feed them for half a year or more for a year and a half or more. Sir Junhee, as for the distribution, you can rest assured that we will definitely be fair and just and will not let anyone get more or less. Ganfu said. That's right, Lord Junhee, don't worry, we know it well. One of the Sandia clan also said with a grin. Now that you've said that, what are you still waiting for? Take it away quickly. As for the meat, vegetables, and fruits, His Majesty has already said that they have abilities attached to them. As long as you don't open the packaging, you can leave them there for as long as you want. This problem will arise. Junhee said. Because each of these things has a weak layer of space power attached to it, just to prevent the mutation of these foods, it can be regarded as a relatively careful operation. What are you still waiting for? June and the adults have already said it, why don't you move back quickly? Weibo looked at the two people who were still stunned and said. It wasn't until this moment that they began to react, and then one person carried at least 100 kilograms of cargo, which felt like it weighed nothing, and quickly ran towards the place where his tribe was. Relying only on the 3 of them, we don't know when we will move, but this is also an unavoidable choice, because not everyone can come to Apayadu. If it is not for a meeting or special circumstances, they are not allowed to enter, but it is already very good to be able to allow the 3 of them to transport back and forth. There are quite a few priests, and there are more than 20 priests staying here, but if they are responsible for the supply of 7 or 8,000 people on Angel Island, it is really a bit laborious and complicated for them. But although it is painful, it is also enjoyable. This can be regarded as a direct use of such a small amount of supplies to win over the hearts of the entire Sky Island. At least in their future understanding, the Kingdom of True or His Majesty the King is indeed a person worthy of trust and support. In the future, if we use some other means to use our brains, Chang Nyo can even become the belief of this group of people. If this happens, it will be a very scary thing. In fact, the final result was exactly what they thought. After everyone received their supplies, they were so moved that they shed tears. At least what he did at this moment, His Majesty the King, whom they had never met, won everyone's unanimous favor. However, these people in power did not embezzle anything from the middle. Everyone was distributed according to the standards. Regardless of whether they were poor or rich, at least what they got in their hands was the same. Chapter 147, Leaving Sky Island. The current Sky Island is in a happy mood as a whole, and everyone has put aside their prejudices against each other. No one from the True Kingdom showed up this time, but it was praised by the entire Sky Island. But now it is time for Chang Nyo to leave Sky Island. It has been exactly 1 month since he has been on Sky Island. It is also time to leave here and return to his own country. The trip to Kangdao is now over. This time he is not leaving, but the official beginning of everything. The True Kingdom can also start its own formal plan. After returning to the country, Chang Nyo will begin to develop its own economic and military plans. At least in the next 3 to 5 years, it will complete its initial goals and understanding. Outside the main hall of the shrine. Brother Chang Nyo, do you really want to go back now? Why don't you stay for 2 more days? Chang Nyo has already begun to prepare to leave. Now, the entire shrine hall is already crowded with people. Ganfur brought his group of priests, and Weibo also brought 2 members of his Sandia clan. They saw each other off, but the only one who was crying a little was Enilu. The little guy's face was full of reluctance, with tears already covering his face. He didn't care about his image at the entrance of the courtyard. Looking at Chang Nyo who was about to leave, he asked with some reluctance. Anilu has now begun to flourish on the entire Sky Island. At least in terms of treatment, it has been many times better than before. After a month on the entire Sky Island, no one has ridiculed it anymore. In other words, he dislikes his origin. Anilu, it's not like I won't come back after I leave this time. I estimate that I will definitely come back in 3 months at most. By then, whether you come here or you go to the True Kingdom, I think you will be able to come back. There's no big problem anymore. Chang Nyo smiled and patted the other party's shoulder and said. Is what you said true? Enilu asked again. Of course it's true, but I have to train hard during this period, at least to reach the standard I want to see. The world is going to be big in the future, so work hard to change yourself. I believe you can do it. Chang Nyo said seriously. He has also taken special care of Enilu. Although this guy is 2 or 3 years younger than him, from another aspect, this guy's mind and understanding are indeed terrifying. In just 1 month, he has completely touched the threshold of the knowledge. Although he may have had this reason before, so far, the application level of this knowledge and color has surpassed Junhee. Although so far, there has not been much outstanding performance in other aspects, but relying on the other party's hard work mentality, everyone believes that it won't be long before he can become a strong person in the eyes of others. While everyone else was looking at Enilu, he seemed to have made some huge decision. He wiped the tears on his face and said firmly, Don't worry, brother Chang Nyo, I will definitely be yours. The strong man in my eyes will definitely be able to help you in the future. I'm really looking forward to that day. Chang Nyo said with a smile. Your Majesty, if you don't want to bring 2 more people back with you, just you and Abina, what if along the way? What? Do you not believe in His Majesty's strength? Or do you not believe in my strength? Before Junhee finished speaking, Abina looked at him with a dissatisfied expression and said. After hearing this, others also had bright smiles on their faces. Indeed, just as Abina said, his strength is much stronger than Junhee. This time the 2 of them go back. If they don't encounter special circumstances on the Grand Route, they will definitely not encounter any opponents. The most important thing is that they are just returning and don't want to get involved in any trouble. Okay, there's no need to say more. We should meet soon. Now hurry back and try to perfect everything as soon as possible. I will leave Kangdao to you. I hope that next time we meet, it can be much better than it is now. Changniu looked at everyone and said directly. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will handle Angel Island properly and will never distract His Majesty the King. Ganfwar said. Even at the gate of Sky Island, we will definitely fulfill our guard duties as soon as possible. Weibo also said. It's good that you have such a heart. Next time, when the military base on Kangdao is established and completed, I will bring some wine to have a drink with you. Changniu said while looking at everyone with a smile. We are waiting for His Majesty the King. Ganfu said with a smile on his face, stroking his beard. Now he no longer has the armor attached to his body as he first saw. Instead, he is wearing more casual clothes, and it seems that he has begun to completely take over the overall mission of Angel Island. But his flying horse still often follows him around. Everything seems to be completely on track. In just 1 month, everything has achieved the results Changniu wanted, and it went smoothly beyond everyone's imagination. Looking back, you put the video equipment in a corner of Angel Island. When something happens in the country, you can let them know in time. I will leave it to you here for now. I hope that when I see you next time, you will be a little stronger than you are now. Stronger. Changniu patted Junhee on the shoulder and said with a smile. The other party had a simple smile on his face, or to be precise, an embarrassed smile. Faced with these words spoken by His Majesty the King, he really didn't know how to respond. Your Majesty, it's getting late, let's leave quickly. Abena couldn't stand it any longer. Looking at them who were still chatting, he asked directly. Okay, everyone, take care. Your Majesty the King, walk slowly. Everyone bowed and shouted together. When they raised their heads again, the two of them had completely disappeared from sight. Even though they had doubts in their hearts, no one said anything. For them, they have only seen His Majesty the King get angry once, and he didn't even move his hands. He killed one of the Sandia clan instantly with just a look. The strength of the other party was beyond guessing. Even Junhee, who has been following him, doesn't know what the extent of His Majesty's strength is. Let alone them, Changniu himself probably doesn't even know. He can only feel that his strength should be about the same as that of a naval admiral, but he has not studied deeper things, or has never fought such a thing at all. Chapter 148 Infinity Cruise Ship. On Changniu's side. He took Abena's arm, and now both of them had started to fall freely in mid-air. The howling wind and white clouds quickly disappeared from both sides of their faces. Abena looked nervous and frightened. He looked at Changniu in disbelief and shouted, "Can you be more reliable? If this thing falls, it will die." Haha, what's there to worry about? Changniu laughed without taking it seriously. Falling directly from an altitude of 10,000 meters, if there was land below, the two of them might be able to survive with their abilities. However, in that vast sea, the most important thing is that there is a landlubber here, so if they fall, they will almost die. Abena Moon is speechless and helpless. Now she is in this position. Her tension and roaring have no effect at all. Now she can only pray that there will be a good ending when she falls. And he still remained the same, with his arms around Li Ming. The knife was almost inseparable from him. To this extent, he was not willing to let go. Even if he died, he would stay together. Falling from an altitude of 10,000 meters to the sea, based on the free fall time, it took them almost 50 seconds to fall. During this period, it was enough for them to think about it. In order not to separate, Changniu was still holding Abena's shoulders, but the other party was determined to hold on to the long knife in his hand, and did not show much. After smiling slightly, Changniu instantly entered the system space and shouted directly, "System, buy a smart yacht." Answer, is the host chosen randomly? Choose randomly. Changniu said it directly without any concern. How much money can a yacht cost him? For the more than 1 trillion belly in the current account balance, these things are just a drop in the bucket. By the time they could see the seaside, Abena was beginning to feel a little nervous. Fortunately, the vast expanse below was all the sea, with no islands at all possible, and they still stayed at such a high altitude to look at it. So when you really land on the sea, you still don't know where you will be. Your Majesty the King, it seems that the two of us can only hope for happiness. Abena said with an embarrassed smile. The howling wind from both sides was still blowing in the ears of the two of them, and even the hair had begun to stand up, especially Abena, whose hair had reached his shoulders. At this moment, his whole person had no image at all. Word. It wasn't until we were still 200 to 300 meters away from the sea at most that we saw a silver-white cruise ship on the vast sea. The things coming out of the system space just look a little different, and they're still directly below them. After seeing the specific crash site, Chang Nyo immediately pulled Abena and disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he had landed firmly on the cruise ship. The other party was still in shock. He had already sensed that there were no ships at all under the sea, but when he got closer, there was actually a ship under his feet, and it still looked like this. Not to mention that he had never seen a ship like this before, even Chang Nyo himself was quite surprised. But the good thing is that now that we have a place to stay, all that's left is to start heading back to our own country. After arriving on the ship, Chang Nyo couldn't wait to observe the appearance of the entire ship. The overall length of this ship is about 120 m, and the width is at least about 20 m. Not to mention in the world of pirates, even in his previous life, this thing is still a giant. At the top of the cruise ship is a luxurious swimming pool. The position where they landed just now is at the edge of this swimming pool. And the level of luxury inside is simply beyond everyone's imagination. After seeing that all the sofas and seats were made of leather, Chang Nyo was already a little skeptical about how much this thing was worth. Is it possible to get the best one by himself if the system said it was random? But when he entered the system space to check, this thing was actually worth more than 30 billion belly. But now that things have reached this level, it is completely useless to worry about these amounts. From the beginning of recharging to now, he has directly wasted nearly 100 billion belly. Of course, this cannot be said to be a waste, but at such a consumption rate, the Tianlong people may not be able to keep up. Your Majesty, what is this? Abner's face was full of curiosity and shock. The ship he saw before him was completely like being in heaven. It was so different from the ship in his impression. I didn't see the flag of the true kingdom on it. This thing belongs to us. Chang Nyo said disdainfully. He can only use these words to cover up the embarrassment in his heart. Let alone the Toru kingdom, even with the technology in this world, it is not possible to create this thing. Welcome the owner to your private cruise ship. As a first-level landing party, you have the right to name this cruise ship. When he first entered the interior space of the cruise ship, sounds began to be heard from the cruise ship. What surprised Chang Nyo was that the system sound used by this thing was actually a Chinese system. Abena next to him looked confused. I didn't hear clearly what was said above at all. But for Chang Nyo, this language already has an inexplicable sense of familiarity and intimacy as soon as it comes out. From now on, your name will be with you. Chang Nyo said with a smile. The system has been entered, and the Infinity cruise ship is ready to launch. The first series of lander are also requested to go to the core of the cruise ship to confirm their identity. The sound of the cruise ship appeared again. The key is that they don't know what the core of this ship is now. They can only start to find it slowly, but according to normal understanding, this thing should generally be positioned at the bow of the ship. However, Abena didn't understand what this meant at all. He even looked unfamiliar with these words. He was even more curious that his own king could know such words. He didn't want to separate, so he could only follow Chang Nyo in confusion, wanting to know what this thing was. Chapter 149 Super Technology Battleship. The entire ship is now parked quietly on the sea. Fortunately, the sea is calm at this moment, and nothing special happens. Following the mechanical prompts on the ship, Chang Nyo began to walk directly along the middle passage towards the front of the ship. Everything inside is mechanically built, and the entire ship is now in its initial state, so no matter where Chang Nyo goes, the door next to it will automatically sense its arrival and open. Along this long walkway, when you reach the front of the ship, as the last door opens, you will see the state of ultramodern science. This is the frontmost position of the entire ship, and it is also the core of the ship. There are no extra buttons on this ship, everything is displayed in the form of holographic projection. Especially on the rudder at the front, there is a blue light ball with a diameter of about 50 centimeters. It is suspended above the rudder and rotating quietly, but the speed of rotation is not particularly fast. All text displayed on the surrounding hull is replaced by Chinese characters, full of high-tech feel. For Chang Nyo, this thing is simply a dreamlike existence. But just after he entered, the prompt sounded again, saying, "First sequencer, please place your right hand on the rudder suspension instrument to log in with your palm print." Following the prompts, Chang Nyo looked at the blue ball of light suspended on the rudder, and without any hesitation, he directly placed his right hand on the blue ball of light. As soon as the palm was placed, the originally blue ball of light began to slowly change from light red to deep red from its original appearance. Until the system prompts the first sequence of login is successful, Infinity is at your service. Do you want to choose holographic character projection? Yes. Chang Nyo said standardly. When the voice just fell, at the bow of the ship, next to him, a holographic projection figure slowly condensed from the feet to a slightly glowing blue figure. The image of a woman appeared on the holographic projection, and she seemed to be about 20 years old. The overall dress was very strict, and it made people feel very professional. Hello, first landing sequencer, I am the Infinity System. From now on, I will serve you. No matter where I am on the ship, you just need to open your mouth. The projected beauty has no entity, but in terms of language, movement and expression, she is almost the same as the real person. From now on, you'd better call me His Majesty the King. There's no need to call me the first series of Lander. Chang Nyo said. Yes, Your Majesty the King. Do you need to change my initial title? The Endless System said again. Then let's call Hai Ling. Now let's set off to the Kingdom of True. During the process, we will introduce the functions of this ship. Chang Nyo said. Sorry, the Infinity is currently unable to sail in any direction. His Majesty the King, please enter this world map. Hai Ling System said. Map. After hearing this, Chang Nyo was stunned for a moment, not understanding anything at all. He didn't expect that the system didn't match these things for him, but gave him a boat similar to Xiaobai, so he couldn't start sailing at all. In desperation, Chang Nyo once again entered his system space, and then confirmed that he had purchased an overall map of the pirate world, which was also an electronic version of the information. This map alone had already cost him nearly 100 million Baileys. If you say you don't feel bad, you'd be lying. The key is that this thing is worth 100 million, which is really an exaggeration. After getting the map, what appeared in Chang Nyo's hand was something similar to a memory card. The key thing was that he hadn't seen much of this thing before a space automatically popped up on the ship, which happened to match the storage card. The contents of the card. Without even having time to look at him again, Chang Nyo reached out and put the memory card in. After the mechanical sound in front stopped, the red ball of light that was originally suspended on the rudder began to slowly change its form, and suddenly the sphere equivalent to the entire pirate world was displayed on it. Their current location shows a place emitting red dots of light. With this gadget, at least wherever they want to go, they can reach it just by saying a word. This world map has been entered. His Majesty the King can assign the Infinity at any time to reach wherever you want to go. Hai Ling stood nearby and said. Go to the Kingdom of True. Chang Nyo said. Received, planning the route. After Hai Ling finished speaking, the spherical object on the rudder began to rotate, and slowly extended from the light point where they were now to the location of the True Kingdom. After seeing this scene, Chang Nyo suddenly had an idea, that is, if he commanded the ship to go to Ravdru, wouldn't it be the place that all pirates dream of, and he could reach it without needing anything at all? But that thing is at the core of the new world, and now he won't go looking for this kind of excitement. Your Majesty the King, the route planning has been completed. Do you want to sail? Hai Ling said. Set off. Chang Nyo said. He only focused on himself coming in, and didn't even notice Abena who had been following him. At this moment, he was completely locked out. Not to mention entering the core place, he couldn't even enter every door. He could only wait obediently on the periphery, hugging his knife and looking at the sea in the distance. After all the commands were completed, the Infinity finally started to slowly start. For such a big guy, the speed from 0 to 100 took much longer than expected. But no matter what, this thing is definitely many times faster than those ships driven by sails. The Endless has started sailing. The current speed is 15 knots. It is expected to reach 60 knots in 3 minutes. The whole journey is expected to take 5 days and 8 hours to reach the location of the Kingdom of True. Hai Ling began to say. Then let's introduce the functions of this ship. Chang Nyo said. The Infinity cruise ship is 124.6 meters long. It is powered by conventional micronuclear power. It is 5-axis linkage power and can accommodate 500 people at the same time. The entire ship adopts the most advanced intelligent system, has independent attack capabilities, has absolute defense, and can move forward invisibly. Chapter 150 All-Round Strength Improvement. Chang Nyo stood there with his hands behind his back, quietly listening to Hai Ling introduce to him the capabilities of the cruise ship that he spent tens of billions of dollars to buy. She basically introduced it in detail, including specifications, and so on. Chang Nyo didn't know much about most of the things, but she could tell that it was very high level. As for whether it can attack independently, it doesn't matter. The key is that this thing can also move forward invisibly, which is more awesome. A nuclear-powered cruise ship is indeed quite nice. After listening, Chang Nyo smiled slightly and said, I understand. But in these words, he also noticed a key issue. From here to the True Kingdom, you can actually pass through the windless zone directly, and there is no need to start from the upside-down mountain. So in terms of time, it takes a little more than 5 days to get there. But what made him feel even more miserable was that this ship did not provide food supplies, and he had to do everything by himself. But with so many functions already available in the early stage, why bother to demand too much perfection? After thinking about it, he felt relieved. Currently, the entire ship is moving forward rapidly. It is automatically changing directions and can automatically detect the situation ahead. Compared with those ships that sail forward, there is almost no bumps on this ship, and there is almost no feeling of shaking. It may only be possible to feel the shaking experience except in the case of strong winds and waves, but at least in the current state of rapid advancement, there is not much difference between walking in the cabin and walking on land. Or maybe they have already begun to slowly adapt to life at sea. There are many rooms on the entire ship, almost 50 or so. The hull is built on 3 floors. Whether it is the upper deck or the lower cabin, the design of every part is very in place and exquisite. Ignoring these things, Chang Nyo walked out of the core control room, and then came to the outer deck. Looking at Abena who was blowing the sea breeze, he also walked to sit next to him. What are you thinking about? Chang Nyo looked at Abena who was in a daze and said. Why, it's just that suddenly, it seems that I can't find the direction. Abena said calmly. Why can't you find your direction? It's just that you haven't set a goal for yourself. For example, becoming the best swordsman in the world, or fulfilling other ideals in life, is this okay? I have no interest in becoming the best in the world. It's just a false name. Why should I care about these things? Abena said. If you have to find a reason, then don't let down the knife in your hand. Chang Nyo patted his shoulder and then stood up and walked to the edge. The water around them is moving very fast, and the speed of the ship is indeed the same as expected. It is many times more powerful than those sailing ships. Abena was still sitting there thinking about what Chang Nyo said. The knife he had been holding in his arms was also spread out on his lap at this time. He quietly looked at the knife Chang Nyo gave to him. Dawn, the supreme sharp sword, seemed to have regained a trace of emotion in his originally indifferent eyes. At night, Chang Nyo was alone in a large room. When he was lying on the bed, he leaned on the bedside and his thoughts had already entered the system space. In the past 2 days, he has not had time to check what the big gift package was after he became a member. Now that he has a rare leisure time, he just wants to see what impact this thing can have on him. In the system space, a red gift package exclusive to members was quietly placed there. Chang Nyo didn't know what good things could be obtained at all, but considering that he had invested trillions, it wouldn't be too bad. Open the membership gift package. Chang Nyo stood there and shouted directly. As the voice fell, the red box slowly began to open. When the box was opened, the whole thing disappeared instantly, and then the big blue screen directly displayed congratulations to the host for receiving a membership gift package. The content of the gift package: Spiritual Power Level add 3, the Overlord Color's Domineering Energy will be improved by 1 level, the Armed Color's Domineering Energy will be improved by 1 level, the Knowledge Color's Domineering Energy will be improved by 1 level, and all other abilities will be improved by 1 level. Seeing this, Chang Nyo couldn't help but breathe heavily several times, and his heartbeat had accelerated rapidly. The ability of this thing was comparable to his own state of cultivation for 10 years. Just such an improvement has already made his strength completely leap forward. Now he can't believe what he is seeing. In the 11 years since he got the system, except when he first got it, which made him so excited, the other time was now. It can be described as thrilling. He really can't imagine what level he will reach after all his abilities are upgraded to a higher level. Can the host integrate the abilities given by the system? Fusion. How could Chang Nyo refuse at this moment? He immediately shouted without any hesitation. Now he can't wait to feel the current situation. There was no feeling at all during the fusion process, as if these things did not exist at all, but after he exited the system space, he began to carefully look at his current abilities. All of this is still like a dream, everything seems to have feelings but also seems not to have any feelings. But after the mental power was integrated, Chang Nyo could clearly feel that his hearing and vision had been enhanced many times. He stood up from the bed and looked at himself now. The first thing to study should be the improved domineering energy. With a thought in his mind, the armed domineering energy spread from his fingers to his entire body in an instant, which was obviously a completely different concept from before. The current armed domineering color directly covers the clothes from black, which means that in ordinary battles, if the opponent is not strong, even the corners of his clothes will be difficult to shake. Chang Nyo stretched out his hand and clenched his fist, feeling the domineering influence at this moment. He even felt like he was invincible in the world. The whole body is full of inexhaustible strength. The strength of the body has been many times stronger than the original physique after the previous integration of the immortal body. Coupled with the fusion of armed color and domineering at this moment, this feeling has become even more powerful.